The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 13, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable John S. Tuardi to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House, January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate between recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the minority and majority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Bellefonte Red Raiders varsity baseball team for the extraordinary achievement as the 2023 PIAA Quad A state champions. On June 17th at Penn State's Medler Field at Lubrano Park, the Red Raiders defeated Dallas High School 7-1 to claim the championship title. The Raiders were led on the mound by senior Dom Caparella, who pitched a complete game while striking out 5 batters and only allowing 1 run. At the plate, junior Trevor Johnson led the way, hitting a pair of doubles and scoring 2 runs. Junior Levi Purnell added a pair of hits and 3 RBIs. Mr. Speaker, Bellefonte finished their season with a 20-5 record. Bellefonte joins Bald Eagle, another Center County school, in winning their class's state championship. This is the first time that the 2 Center County schools won a state championship in baseball in the same year. This is the first time Bellefonte has won a Class 4A Quad A title, but this is their 8th state championship and the first since 2015. Congratulations, Red Raiders, again on your victory. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievements of the Clarion High School baseball team on their 2023 state championship victory. On June 15th at Penn State's Medler Field at Lubrano Park, Clarion High School Bobcats beat DuBois Central Catholic for the PIAA Single A 2023 Baseball State Championship. This was an incredibly rare meeting of 2 teams from the same district. The Bobcats were victorious with a 4-1 win. Devin Lahr went 4 shutout innings, allowing 5 runs, 5 hits, and striking out 5 before giving way to Derek Small, who allowed just 1 run in 3 innings. Mr. Speaker, this is an historic win for the Bobcats. It is their first state championship victory in program history. This team was fueled by determination, perseverance, and commitment as they continue to move towards the championship game. Congratulations to the Clarion High School Bobcats on this impressive victory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this month offers a joyful opportunity to celebrate the legendary love and leadership of President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalynn Carter as they mark their 77th wedding anniversary. All Americans know of the greatness of President Carter, whose dignity, decency, and devoted public service has touched countless lives. Today, I rise to herald the many good works of First Lady Rosalynn Carter, revered leader in her own right. In a moment when there was a real stigma against mental illness, Rosalynn Carter decided to make mental health one of her flagship issues. As First Lady of Georgia, she was deeply moved by the stories of Georgians who shared their struggles with mental illness or caring for a family member with a mental illness. Those stories informed her service on the Governor's Commission to improve services for the mentally and emotionally handicapped, where many of her contributions were later implemented as policy. These stories informed her service on the Governor's Commission to improve services for the mentally and emotionally handicapped, as I said. When her husband went to the White House, she served as honorary chair of the President's Commission on Mental Health, where the recommendations became the foundation for decades of change. In her compelling testimony before Congress on the landmark Mental Health Systems Act, she declared, "The mental health problems facing our country are the problems of all citizens." After leaving the White House, she founded the Mental Health Policy Initiative and Mental Health Journalism Fellowship at the Carter Center. Alongside Betty Ford, she advocated for the Paul Wellstone and Pete Domenici Mental Health Parity and Addictions Equity Act, which ensures that reimbursements for mental health are the same. Mental, physical health, no distinction. Patrick Kennedy in our House was such an important leader on this. The same boundless compassion also fueled First Lady's fervent commitment to our nation's caregivers. She has devoted herself to bring support and attention to tens of millions of families and professional caregivers across the country. For 36 years, the Georgia Southwestern State University Rosalynn Carter Institute for Caregiving has advocated for policies to support their work. She even wrote a handbook for caregivers, Helping Yourself, Helping Others. At the same time, First Lady Carter has lent her voice to so many causes, from childhood immunization, especially among vulnerable communities, to gender justice as she fought to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. Beloved at home, First Lady Carter is also deeply respected abroad. All are in awe of her historic visit to Latin America in 1977, where she championed human rights, democracy, and a new chapter of engagement in the region. With her characteristic grace and grit, she embraced this high-stakes diplomatic mission, meeting the heads of state and speaking with authorities as an emissary for our nation. With her characteristic grace and grit, again, 2 years later, Rosalynn Carter made history as the first sitting First Lady to address the World Health Organization when she shared her mental health findings. In her memorable remarks, she argued that mental health was an aspect of physical health and that health care is a human right. And since, through the Carter Center, she has helped strengthen mental health care in Liberia, caring for people exposed to the stress of conflict, while training community workers to identify signs of mental illness. Personally, it was my special privilege 2 years ago to travel to Plains to join in celebrating the Carter's 75th wedding anniversary, a marvelous celebration of their eternal love and limitless partnership. Rosalynn has long been Jimmy's closest friend and confidant, and the Carter Center will forever stand as a testament to their true partnership and service that the Carters share. God has truly blessed America with the leadership of the Carters, and our grateful nation salutes them for their lives well lived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the contributions to Western civilization by the Iron Lady of the UK, Maggie Thatcher. In an era characterized by rapid social and economic change, America finds itself at a crossroads. The principles that once made our nation a beacon of freedom and prosperity are under attack on multiple fronts. In the midst of these consequential times, our attention should turn to one of history's most influential leaders, Great Britain Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Her unwavering commitment to fiscally responsible principles and resolute leadership skills provide invaluable lessons for an America pushing back against the growing tide of socialism. Margaret Thatcher understood that the engine of a thriving economy lies in the power of free markets. Her resolute vision of limiting the size and scope of government, dissembling monopolies, and lowering taxes revitalized the British economy. Similarly, America needs a decisive leader, steadfast and determined, to thwart the death spiral of out-of-control spending and woke cultural influences that have migrated from academia to boardrooms and now into public policy. While President Ronald Reagan's policies helped subdue the threat of communism abroad, different qualities are needed to decapitate the snake emerging from within our current culture. Prime Minister Thatcher inherited a kingdom in decay, struggling with much of what ails America today. From her lonely perch at number 10 Downing Street through what seemed to be sheer will and determination, from the ash heap of history, a United Kingdom rose on her shoulders. Thatcher's unapologetic patriotism and emphasis on national sovereignty resonated with people from all walks of life all over the world. In an era of globalization, America must safeguard its financial interests, values, and identity. A leader cut from the same cloth as Margaret Thatcher would prioritize secure borders, promote American jobs, and ensure that our national interests are not compromised by supranational organizations. By reaffirming our commitment to sovereignty, we can forge a future where America's interests are always at the forefront of our decision-making process. Prime Minister Thatcher's vision of a free society extended beyond economics. She was a staunch defender of individual liberty, recognizing that government should serve as a protector, not as a nanny state. She understood the immorality of socialism. She trusted individuals to make their own choices, championed personal responsibility, and promoted self-reliance. America needs a leader who upholds these timeless virtues, resists the encroachment of woke ideologies, and recognizes the pitfalls of out-of-control spending that bloats the bureaucracy that seems to dictate every aspect of our lives. As socialism gains traction in America's political discourse, it is crucial to remember the destructive consequences of such policies in the past. Thatcher recognized the pitfalls of collectivism, firmly rejecting the notion of big government's corrosive effect on individual liberty and economic growth. She recognized the critical aspect that socialism is not only economically inefficient, but is immoral. By advocating for free market principles and resisting the deceptive allure of socialism, America can maintain its foundation as the land of opportunity and avoid the pitfalls that led to the demise of other republics, such as the Greek and Roman. Margaret Thatcher's leadership provides an inspiring template for America to follow. Her legacy reminds us that the preservation of individual freedom and fiduciary trust are paramount for the survival of prosperous economies. As our challenges mount, we need a leader who embraces the principles of economic freedom, national sovereignty, individual liberty, and personal responsibility. Thatcher's unwavering resolve, steadfast values, and commitment to common sense policies serve as a powerful reminder of the transformative impact a leader can make. America needs a bold leader whose focus is riveted on reviving our nation's spirit, restoring our economy, defending the principles that have made us exceptional. Adhering to Maggie Thatcher's legacy will guide us toward a brighter future that ensures America remains a shining example of freedom, prosperity, and opportunity for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, last week we celebrated our nation's birthday, a day that conjures up images of flags and fireworks, family barbecues, and patriotic parades. But in my district, the dominant image on July 4th was a mint green child's bicycle. That little green bike lay untouched in the street in the Kinsessing neighborhood for days after it was abandoned by its innocent owner when a man wearing combat gear and a mask stalked his neighbors, shooting randomly, killing 5 and injuring 4 others. One of the victims was 13. Another was on his dinner break from work. 2-year-old twins and their mother were injured when their family car came under fire. And my district was not the only one that was the scene of such horrors during the holiday week. There were mass shootings in Baltimore, Fort Worth, and Wichita. From sea to shining sea, on a day when we should have been celebrating the greatness of our nation and the blessings of liberty, we saw senseless, needless death and destruction. With the memory of the Highland Park shooting last July 4th reinforced by more recent shootings, people across the country decided to skip parades and public celebrations because they were afraid of being shot. Today is the 175th day of 2023, and so far this year there have been over 370 mass shootings. The bloodshed is daily. American families are scared and traumatized. Americans are tired of living in fear at the grocery store, the church, school, community celebrations, and parades. It does not have to be like this. There are common sense laws which can stem the bloodshed of gun violence, and House Democrats are committed to passing them. On June 13th, House Democrats introduced 3 discharge petitions that would ban assault weapons like the one used by the confessing shooter last week. They would require universal background checks, which have been proven to prevent shooters from obtaining weapons, and it would close the Charleston loophole. Those bills should get a vote, and members of this House should be willing to put on the record where they stand. We have other bills that would ban ghost guns, which the shooter also carried, and implement red flag laws, which have been proven to save lives by preventing suicides and allowing law enforcement to remove weapons from troubled individuals, again, like the confessing shooter, before they kill someone. These are bills that we know have the power to save lives, and guess what? They're popular too. Republicans in Congress just need the courage, the guts to act. Anyone without the guts to act allows this unending epidemic of mass shootings to continue. Americans do not and should not have to live like this. We don't need more neighborhoods with devastated families, abandoned children's bicycles, and people afraid to leave their homes. I'll continue fighting to protect our families and mine, and I urge every member of this body to join me. I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, one of the key tenets of House Republicans' commitment to America was restoring our nation's safety and security. That means passing a strong and fiscally responsible National Defense Authorization Act, otherwise known as the NDAA, which is our country's primary legislation authorizing spending levels and providing substantive policy directives for the United States Armed Forces and the Department of Defense. Thankfully, that's exactly what House Republicans will be doing this week when we consider and pass the fiscal year 24 NDAA. The NDAA for the coming year being considered by the House this week includes many priorities and provisions that Middle Tennesseans can be proud to support. For starters, it ends the radical woke ideologies being forced on our service members by prohibiting funding for teaching critical race theory. It repeals the authorization for the Department of Defense's unnecessary Chief Diversity Officer and eliminates funding for drag shows and similar events. Along with these common sense measures that passed the House Armed Services Committee by a 48-1 vote, the National Defense Authorization Act gives our military the tools they need to counter the Chinese Communist Party's aggression, increases oversight of the Biden administration after their disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan, and saves taxpayers $40 billion by cutting inefficient defense programs, obsolete weapon systems, and unnecessary Pentagon bureaucracy. All in all, I believe this bill contains good provisions that return our military's focus back on readiness and the defense of our nation, not wokeness and progressive posturing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't disagree more with my distinguished colleague who just spoke. Even with 1,500 proposed amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act, it remains a disgrace. The majority talks big about cutting money, but they fail on some of the most fundamental opportunities. They reject common sense solutions and have failed to support meaningful cost-saving reforms. They've held the global economy hostage over spending levels but I hope they will take advantage yet to make some adjustments, including my amendment with Representatives McGovern and Garamendi to end the wasteful funding of the outdated, ineffective B-83-1 bomber that the 2022 defense posture laid out. It was unnecessary and wasteful. If they wanted to get serious about addressing spending levels, we should stop wasting taxpayer dollars on weapons that don't work, on ships the Navy doesn't want, and nuclear weapons that are outdated and increasingly costly to maintain. Adding even more money to an all-time record defense spending regime does nothing to improve American security or strengthening our allies, including the valiant Ukrainians, in a fight for their very survival. At a time of renewed security threats to the United States, a war raging in Ukraine, tensions in Asia and the Pacific, so much controversy over government spending, this legislation falls so painfully short of the mark. It's funding of battleships that don't work, after spending billions to develop the Freedom-class littoral combat ships that marked their initial run with engine failures. The Navy doesn't want them. Retiring them would save $4.3 billion over the next 5 years. But Republicans continue to protect it to have jobs in Florida. This bill leaves unfinished business in the work of protecting our troops, their families, and their neighborhoods from military toxins and explosives. Congress has long failed to make UXO and toxin cleanup a priority, and our servicemen and the civilians continue to pay the price. The United States is the largest energy consumer in the world. We should be focusing on ways to make them even more energy efficient. The Department of Defense has appropriately been a leader in clean energy and water protection, disaster preparation. These are not arts and crafts projects. It's all about readiness. Improving efficiency and energy resilience makes our troops safer and saves critical money. The newly empowered Republican majority has decided to throw money at mismanaged priorities in terms of taking the culture wars to the Department of Defense, stripping away protections and programs that deal with the diversity of our military. Social issues are defense issues, and the continued onslaught of restrictions against people of color, those who are LGBTQ, or whose health care is under attack, causes America to use potential service members we need most. We're not meeting our recruitment objectives now, and taking the culture wars against the Department of Defense, fighting against diversity, makes us less ready. Recruitment and retention are serious challenges plaguing their military, and the Republican attacks on those they don't like makes us more vulnerable. These are honorable people, and the military needs them. The good news is that most of the sideshow we'll be dealing with today and into the night will never be enacted into law. But making these attacks and forcing these votes on readiness is not harmless. Even though they're ineffective, it does not mean that damage is not being made. Look at the charade from Alabama's junior senator, paralyzing the order function of the military command structure over an ill-advised, unpopular, wrong-headed crusade against giving American military personnel the health care they deserve. Denial of health care is another way we're driving qualified people out of the military. It's a travesty to deny them the same option, for instance, for medical cannabis that Americans enjoy in most states. With so many of our veterans service members suffering from wounds visible and hidden, the record is clear that medical cannabis can be transformative. It will help our service members save money, improve the quality of their care. I'm pleased that my colleague Brian Mast and I have been able to develop bipartisan legislation to remedy this situation, and I hope this Congress will relent and allow us to enact it. While I disagree with the spending priorities and the massive increase in spending, I remain impressed with our men and women in uniform, and from the brave recruits to the senior officers. They reflect so much about what is good about America. We should embrace our responsibilities for today and into the future by respecting the differences and strengthening opportunities to serve in our armed forces. We have a duty to them and our national security to do so.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for years, Americans have watched on their televisions or read in their newspapers and seen the FBI constantly in the headlines, and not for the good. Under Director Christopher Wray's leadership, the FBI has become weaponized, and the American people's trust in the institution has been severely damaged. We've seen the agency launch an entirely unwarranted investigation against Donald Trump to prove non-existent collusion with Russia. We've seen the agency use the Steele dossier to abuse the FISA process and spy on conservatives. We've seen the agency label parents concerned about what their children are learning in schools in Northern Virginia as domestic terrorists. And we've seen the agency target whistleblowers who expose corrupt behavior and political bias. We've seen the agency target Catholics in Richmond, Virginia, who are simply exercising their First Amendment right to express their faith. The Republican-led House Judiciary Committee is demanding that Director Wray accept responsibility for the agency's abusive overreach of power, and the Appropriations Committee is taking action, using the power of the purse to rein in the abuses that have occurred in this agency. There is no place for politics within the FBI, and we will not stop working to bring an end to this weaponization of our law enforcement agencies and the use of these agencies against law-abiding Americans. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Glenver High School men's tennis team on winning the Class II state title. This victory marks the program's first championship since 1996. By training hard to ensure that they are at their best and encouraging each other, the Highlanders left it all on the courts and dominated the Bruton Pumas. These talented young men include Blaine Bishop, Alec McElwain, Marco Gustafson, Logan Garner, Beckett Wilkinson, and Ian Kelly. Leaving the singles match, the Highlanders were out to a strong 4-2 lead, needing just one more win to get the state title. Blaine Bishop, alongside his doubles partner Alex McElwain, clinched the championship after Bishop dominated the Pumas doubles team, securing the championship for the Highlanders. For the last 3 seasons, head coach Bob Haney has brought the team together, becoming not just teammates, but a family they can rely on both on and off the court. Congratulations again to the Glenver High School men's tennis team, to parents, faculty, and staff on this incredible achievement. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Here's a heartbreaking fact, Mr. Speaker, about the reality of war. Every single day in our country, about 17 veterans die by suicide. That's 17 families whose lives will never be the same. I'm thinking of one of our mothers in the 12th Congressional District, Lisa Hicks Clayton, who mourns her son Damon every day. We must work harder than ever to ensure that no veteran is left behind, and those serving in our military receive the mental health support that they need to survive. We know that our service members face mental health crises that are heightened by their experiences at war. The forever wars, Mr. Speaker, of the past decades have left behind immense trauma, and far too often our own government and this Congress fails to provide our service members and veterans with the support they need and deserve. If we cannot provide the necessary care and support of our service members and veterans, then we should not be sending them off to war. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline offers free, confidential support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for those experiencing a mental health crisis or contemplating suicide. Veterans can use this new option by dialing 988 and pressing 1 to contact the Veterans Crisis Line. We must break the stigma surrounding mental health issues and create an environment where veterans, our veterans and service members, feel supported by asking for help. My amendment ensures that information about 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is posted in common sense locations to maximize awareness about this life-saving resource among our service members. I urge my colleagues to please support this amendment. Suicide prevention should not be a partisan issue. If you're a veteran or a service member in crisis, please reach out for the support you need. You are not alone. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievement and historic accomplishment of these wonderful young people, part of the Heroes Alliance Vehicle Technology Team. These group of high school students from our district just won the 2022 National Solar Car Challenge within their division. Heroes Alliance was founded in 2009 by the late Pastor Reggie Lane, who established the organization to engage and create opportunities for underserved youth in Detroit. This vision now is being led by the dynamic Anika Smith. And right now, these young people are going to Texas to drive the vehicle from Texas to California and competing in the 2023 national competition. The Heroes Alliance is a STEM program that challenges students to develop innovative technology focusing on renewable energy and automotive engineering. And today, the project serves as a capstone for students who participate in the Heroes Alliance Cooperative Learning Center, which utilizes vehicle technology for the basis of bringing together education, innovation, and industry as students work together to design and engineer a solar vehicle. I'm so proud of these hard-working, talented young group of people from various schools all across the city of Detroit and want to congratulate them on their achievements. Please join me in recognizing them as we also cheer them on to victory. Today, I want to recognize Mother Patricia Pat Braxton, as we call her, Mother Pat, a legacy of our community. She celebrates 75 years of life. In all the years I've known Mother Pat, she has been an active public servant and advocate. Her passion for our local and global community shines through in everything she does. She's known as not only as the monarch of her family, but also as a mentor for many women of color serving in public service. She is one of our legacy legends of the O'Hare Park community, and we absolutely adore her. Mother Pat never shies away from a challenge, Mr. Speaker. Her compassion and kindness towards others have had a lasting impact on those around her, including myself. We are grateful for her tireless energy and outstanding example. Please join me in recognizing Mother Pat Braxton for her advocacy, hard work, and dedication as we celebrate 75 years of life. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When John Tang was earning his doctoral degree in physics at Georgia Tech in 1999, he never imagined that some 20 years later, he would be heading the fourth largest American newspaper by subscription count. At the time, the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, had just started persecuting the spiritual discipline Falun Gong, practiced at the time by roughly 1 in every 12 Chinese. People would practice these slow-moving exercises in the morning in parks before going to work. Just like any other persecution campaign by the CCP, the regime relied on the media it controlled, both the state media and the private media, to demonize and isolate the group. In an attempt to demonize Falun Gong and to justify its persecution, the media played nonstop hate propaganda attacking this peaceful mediation group. John, who had immigrated to the United States, watched from afar in horror as friends were persecuted for their beliefs. John decided to take action. Despite having no experience or investment, he started Zhejiangyun, the Chinese edition of the Epoch Times, in the basement of the home in the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia. John was driven by a wish to provide uncensored information to not only people in China, but to people around the world. Soon, other Chinese Americans left their well-paying jobs to help John with this seemingly impossible endeavor. The Epoch Times' first reporting group was established in China in the year 2000, covering key events with a main focus on the CCP's human rights abuses. The CCP, however, sees any kind of independent reporting on its brutal human rights abuses as a threat. Within a few months, Chinese police raided the underground newsrooms, arresting every reporter and every editor. They were in prison, specifically Zhang Yuhui and Xi Xiaoping, who received sentences of 10 years where they face frequent torture. The Epoch Times China operation went underground, yet the Chinese edition quickly became a leading website on Chinese current events with millions of readers. Its print newspaper is now distributed nationwide as well as in 30 other countries around the world. Every day, many Chinese break through the CCP's internet firewall to read the Epoch Times website. All this has not been easy. Since the newspaper founding, the CCP has waged a non-stop campaign to totally destroy it. The party has threatened the newspaper's advertisers. They have launched incessant cyber attacks on its website and its IT systems, and have threatened relatives of staff members back in China. The harassment has not been limited just to China. In 2006, the home of then Chief Engineer Peter Lee was broken into by assailants who tied him to a chair and beat him before stealing 2 computers. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong in 2019, assailants started a fire in the newspaper's printing press. And in 2021, armed men entered the building and used sledgehammers to smash printing equipment. The Epoch Times also inspired the Tui Dang, which means the Quit the CCP movement. As a result of the Epoch Times publications of these special series, 9 commentaries on the Communist Party, which provides the most thorough interview to date of the true nature of the CCP, more than 410 million Chinese people and counting have sought to sever their membership in this party and the affiliated organizations. Realizing that the CCP had put enormous effort into infiltrating the United States of America, especially media organizations, resulting in many U.S. media carrying the communist regime's propaganda, the Epoch Times launched in English in 2003 and started a print edition in New York in 2004. The Epoch Times independent reporting has attracted a large readership in the United States, now ranking as the 4th largest newspaper in the country by subscriber count. Its website is read by tens of millions of people every month, every day. Just like its Chinese companion, the Epoch Times prides itself in being independent and serving the interest of the readers. Under its slogan, Truth and Tradition, the Epoch Times adheres to the best practices and highest principles of journalism and seeks to highlight the best of humanity to inspire people. Epoch Times now has editions published in 36 countries and in 22 different languages. Folks, this is all about one word: freedom. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Later today, we will begin voting on the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, the Pentagon budget. Moving this legislation forward has almost always been a bipartisan issue in Congress. It takes on the responsibilities of funding our military. It protects our national security. It has been a bipartisan effort for nearly 6 decades. But last night, after midnight, Republican leadership decided to bring to the floor dozens of partisan, divisive amendments. If adopted, these amendments would transform this bill and transform our military. It is quite literally a wish list of the right-wing extremist colleagues on the other side of the aisle. There's an amendment to end all affirmative action in our officer corps, something even our Supreme Court refused to do just a few weeks ago. There's an amendment to full stop end all aid to Ukraine at the very moment we're expanding NATO and working on protecting that democracy abroad on behalf of all democracies. But another one that they passed was a divisive amendment that prevents female service members in the military from accessing the reproductive care that they need and they deserve. Plain and simple, last night they chose culture war over national security. And they're doing so as part of a clear effort to prevent every single American woman from accessing care. It is part and parcel of a larger campaign to impose a nationwide ban on abortion. Last night, like I said, in the dead of night, the Freedom Caucus passed this amendment to stop the military from paying for a bus ticket, for a plane ticket for any woman who needs an abortion. And it is proof of this bigger plan. In addition to this amendment that passed last night, we have amendments in the Appropriations Committee that are the same thing. And we have a single senator, Senator Tuberville, who is holding and blocking 250 military promotions right now the head of the Marine Corps, the head of the Army, the head of the Navy, because he objects to the fact that a woman might get a paid bus ticket to get an abortion. If blocking these nominations continues, we will have no chairman of the Joint Chiefs, no commandant of the Marine Corps for the first time in 134 years, no Army Chief of Staff, and his colleagues who claim to care about national security are letting him get away with it. And now they have used this bipartisan bill in order to make their point. 46% of active duty service women are stationed in states that now either ban or very severely restrict abortion. They have no choice. They are based there. They have signed up to serve their country. They have been put on a base in Texas or in Alabama. That is not their choice. That is their duty. But the authors of these bills are not set on just letting the reversal of Roe sit and having states make their own decisions. The authors of these amendments are from Alabama and Texas, which ban abortion, including in the role of rape or incest. Why is this important? It's important because we need to hear what people are telling us. They are telling us that they will not stop with the reversal of Roe that happened a year ago. They will not stop when states like Michigan organize to make sure we have protections for women who want abortions. They want every single American, starting with our service members, to live under the same rules that they choose in their states. We need to hear what they are telling us and act accordingly. They are choosing politics over our women in uniform, choosing politics in the Senate over our national security. So please, I have never in my life, as someone who served in the CIA, who served in the Pentagon, thought about voting against this bill. I believe it. I believe in it. It's about paying our military and getting them what they need. Please keep your culture war baggage out of national security. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call on my colleagues in the Senate to pass the Lower Energy Cost Act, otherwise known as H.R. 1. You see, the House passed H.R. 1 on March the 30th. But like so many other of our bills that we've sent over to the Senate, it seems like they fall off in a black hole, never to be heard of or talked about again. So what does H.R. 1 do? Well, I'm glad you asked. H.R. 1 reforms the permitting process. The permitting process not only to build out domestic production here in the U.S., but it reforms the process allowing us to drill for oil and gas here in America. In short, it stops the radical anti-American energy that the Biden administration has been pushing that is making us dependent on foreign countries. It reverses that, and it makes us energy independent again. Now here's a fact for you. The national price for gasoline has not been under $3 a gallon since March of 2021. Now you contrast that with the Trump administration. Price of gas never even reached $3 a gallon. But it's this war on American energy. It all started when the Biden administration revoked the permits for the Keystone Pipeline. Then they halted all permits on new oil and gas drilling in the U.S. You see, folks, it's this government overreach, these excess regulations that are hurting the American families out there, let alone harming our national security. That's why the Lower Energy Cost Act reverses all of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues over in the Senate, get off the pickleball court. Get back in the chamber. Do your job. Pass H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to fight for the fundamental rights of servicewomen and military families as they come under attack by the extreme members of this legislative body. When our servicemen and women joined the armed forces prior to the Dobbs decision last June, they did so with the understanding that they and their families would receive comprehensive, high-quality health care services regardless of where they were stationed. That includes what was a constitutionally guaranteed right at the time most joined to abortion care, no matter the state in which their base was located. There are now 16 states that restrict access to abortion care at 16 weeks or less. Just this week, Iowa passed a 6-week ban. The servicewomen and military families serving in every one of those states are now facing a completely different health care landscape than when they signed up to serve. According to one study, women in states with abortion bans are nearly 3 times more likely to die during pregnancy, childbirth, or soon after giving birth. These are the conditions our servicewomen and military families are facing when they are assigned to serve on military bases across this country. In fact, since the Dobbs decision last year, 46% of service members no longer have access to abortion care. We can state fact after fact about the disturbing health outcomes for women in certain states or the scope of this issue after Roe v. Wade was overturned. But today I want to go beyond the numbers and share the personal and human impact of these anti-abortion laws. In Texas, Amanda Zarowski was 18 weeks pregnant when her water broke, putting her at high risk for developing a life-threatening infection. Doctors told Amanda that her life was in danger and the fetus was going to die. But doctors could not provide the medical care she needed because their hands were tied by Texas law. Because she was denied an abortion, Amanda eventually developed sepsis and nearly died. Her ability to get pregnant in the future may be damaged. Amanda survived and testified before the United States Senate in April about this harrowing experience where the laws of her home state of Texas nearly killed her. Well, around 120,000 service members are currently serving in Texas alone. On top of that number, think of the number of family members living there with them. Our service members sign up to serve our country with the understanding that one day they may be called upon to make the ultimate sacrifice. But no service member should have to accept a reality where they could die as a result of the state laws where they are stationed. In the wake of the Dobbs decision, the Department of Defense recognized that abortion is a time-sensitive procedure and access should not be delayed for members or military families. They moved swiftly to put in place policies that ensure servicewomen living in highly restrictive states could travel to another state to receive the health care they need. This is the bare minimum our government can do to support and protect the women who signed up to serve our nation. That's why I offered an amendment to this year's NDAA to codify this basic policy. My amendment was rejected, and instead, the majority in this House is moving forward with Representative Jackson's amendment that does the exact opposite. This extremist, anti-healthcare, anti-service member amendment is dangerous and must be defeated. Throughout the entire NDAA process, from the markup to the current consideration by the House, far-right members of this legislative body have tried to use the defense budget, a historically must-pass bipartisan piece of legislation, to force their extreme agenda on our service members and on our country. They're attacking servicewomen, LGBTQ+ service members, immigrant service members, and more. Why are they using the defense budget for this? Because they know they can't get these highly unpopular policies passed otherwise. America is not on their side. And we cannot let them play politics with our national security. As I stand here before you, every flag officer promotion is being held up by Senator Tuberville to promote his extreme right-wing assault on women. A gentleman who was voted into office by less than 1.5% of the nation is now holding our national security hostage. As members of Congress, it is our duty and responsibility to stand up and support our military and to ensure they have the resources and health care they need to do their job and defend our nation. I will never back down from that duty, and I know my colleagues speaking here today won't either. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that the constitutional right to vote is the cornerstone of our democracy, and it's a right solely afforded to our citizens. It's a basic concept, but the D.C. Council needs to be reminded of this. The District of Columbia holds a unique status as a federal district, and the Constitution outlines that Congress is responsible for its governance. Without the proper oversight of Congress, it has spiraled into crisis. Crime rates are soaring. Our public schools have suffered significant setbacks due to the prolonged closures, and numerous buildings stand vacant, casting a shadow of neglect over our city. In the face of these issues, it's disheartening to witness the D.C. Council prioritize a bill that aims to grant voting rights to individuals who are not citizens of the United States of America. This effort undermines the very foundations of our democracy. Consider the potential consequences of such a law. Washington, D.C. is a hub for various foreign organizations with embassies, and some of which have interests that run very counter to those of the United States and are not invested in the long-term well-being of our country. By providing voting rights to non-citizens, we open the door for foreign agents and adversaries to influence local elections held in our nation's capital. Imagine that. The D.C. Council is trying to extend the right to vote to employees of Vladimir Putin, to employees of President Xi and the CCP. This is a legitimate threat to the integrity of our democratic institutions. Granting non-citizens the right to vote in local elections sets a dangerous precedent, especially put into context with President Biden's illegal immigration crisis. Allowing this law to stand would open the floodgates to non-citizens to influence elections across the nation. We've already seen this policy from Democrats in New York, and I was proud to lead the fight to successfully stop that in court. Now we must do the same with this policy in D.C. For those reasons, I was proud to support H.R. 192 in the House Oversight Committee hearing yesterday to reverse the D.C. Council's disastrous policy. I urge my colleagues to join us in sending a clear message back to them that citizens' voices matter and that we are committed to safeguarding the integrity of our democratic process for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman, for 5 minutes.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does this work? Can you hear me? Mic check 1, 2. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to discuss my amendment to the Fiscal Year 24 National Defense Authorization Act Rules Amendment number 778. My amendment is very simple. It would reinvest $157 billion from our defense budget into our public education system. Now, many of my colleagues may balk at that number. However, I want to remind everyone that we spend more on our national defense than the next 10 countries combined. We are secure as a nation in our military might because we have consistently supported the military-industrial complex. But where we have neglected mightily is another pillar of our democracy, which is our education system and our public school system. As we continue to neglect our public schools, we are harming our most precious and most vulnerable resource, which is our nation's children. Historically, this neglect is well documented, from redlining communities, underfunding public housing, underfunding green spaces, and underfunding schools in historically marginalized communities. Before coming to Congress, I had the pleasure and privilege of working in our public schools for 20 years. I served as an elementary school teacher in the South Bronx before becoming a high school guidance counselor and dean of students, where I served for 3.5 years. Realizing that our schools weren't doing enough to unlock the unlimited potential of our kids, I wrote a proposal and opened up a public middle school in the Northeast Bronx, where I served for 10.5 years as its principal. And my mission, our mission as a school was simple. Listen to our students, listen to our families, respond to the community's needs, because that is what is necessary to unlock the magic, magnificence, and brilliance of our kids. And I scoured the earth to find additional grants and resources to bring into our school. And we didn't just invest in traditional curriculum. We invested in the holistic development of our kids. Now, what does that mean? That means we made sure, yes, we focused on language arts. Yes, we focused on mathematics. Yes, we focused on science. But we also focused on STEM and STEAM and music and the arts and play and gym and mental health supports and food security and adult education and everything to ensure the full development of our students and support for their families. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, to the House chamber and to America, education, I argue, is the #1 national security issue in our country. Because of historic miseducation and separation and segregation across race and class, we continue to have these battles rooted in sexism, racism, and discrimination. We continue to have an economy that doesn't work for all Americans. When we invest in education, we invest in shared prosperity from rural America to urban America and everything in between. Imagine a nation where every single child, regardless of learning style, background, race, had access and opportunity to the American dream. When we invest in education, we have better health care, economic, and obviously education outcomes. We deal with the issue of public safety. We deal with the issue of mass shooting. We deal with the issue of mass incarceration. Invest in our children, invest in our schools. Let us stop neglecting this critical area. We need to invest in this space in order to save our democracy and take it to our next level. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Pierce County High School Lady Bears golf team for winning the state AA championship on May 22, 2023. This remarkable achievement makes the Lady Bears back-to-back state champions after winning a Class AAA championship last year. This year's championship was held on the team's home course, Okefenokee Country Golf Club. Sophomore Mackenzie Connell was the first Lady Bear to come in with a remarkable score of 1/73, followed by senior Maggie Sapp, junior Lily Spivey, and sophomore Addison Walker. In Class AA, the two lowest scores count for the team, which gave the Lady Bears an impressive 30-stroke lead over the second-place team. Mackenzie Connell finished in first place for the Class AA tournament, with all 4 team members finishing in the top 10. I would again like to congratulate the Pierce County High School Lady Bears golf team on their championship, and I wish them well in the future endeavors on and off the golf course. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Dana Wright. Ms. Wright was an educator, impacting many children's lives in Georgia's 1st District. She concluded her distinguished 33 years of teaching serving as the principal of Ebenezer Elementary School. She was born and raised in Statesboro, going on to be a Georgia Southern alumnus and a charter member of Alpha Omicron Pi. She was also a valued member of the Delta Kappa Gamma Professional Educator Society. When she wasn't teaching, she was cheering on the Eagles at football and basketball games or spending time with the Statesboro crew. her lifelong friends Lee, Pat, Pam, and Amy. Mrs. Wright was dedicated to improving her community through her passion for education, and her impact will be felt for many years to come. My sincere condolences go out to the Wright family during this time of mourning. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the city of Savannah, Georgia, being named the most beautiful place in Georgia and the fourth most beautiful place in the country by travelers worldwide. Savannah is home to a lively tourism industry due to its historical architecture, captivating greenery, entertainment, and southern hospitality. Savannah is also considered the largest national historic landmark district in the United States thanks to its abundance of artifacts from the Revolutionary and Civil War eras. The coastline of Savannah is home to miles of great fishing spots, beautiful beaches, and warm waters. Whether you're a history buff looking for a place to vacation or doing business, Savannah has something to offer for everyone. I'm proud to represent such a beautiful area that aids Georgia's economy tremendously and brings many Americans to the state I call home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Brunswick High alumnus Rion Rankin for winning the boys high jump title at the Nike Outdoor Nationals. Mr. Rankin has been making a name for himself in the track and field world for the past 2 years, being the first student to claim a track and field state and national championship in Brunswick High School's history. Recently, he cleared a high jump of over 7 feet, breaking the 6'8" state record. It was not long after his record-breaking jump that he received an invitation to compete from Nike. Mr. Rankin went on to win this event at the Nike Outdoor Nationals, sharing with interviewers that he only plans to improve from there. He is committed to the University of Georgia, Go Dogs, where he will begin attending in the fall. I would like to wish Mr. Rankin the best of luck in his track and field career at UGA and thank him for representing the city of Brunswick and the 1st District with such determination and persistence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address 2 topics today, workforce development and President Biden's historic remarks in Vilnius, Lithuania yesterday. First, the labor shortage across our country. Job openings remain near record highs. I hear repeatedly from business owners in my district of unprecedented hiring challenges, a sentiment further backed by recent data. The latest numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicate there are 1.5 job openings for every person looking for one in Ohio, and the same is true nationally. Due to legislation largely Democrats in Congress have passed, robust job creation is a fantastic achievement. But if our country wants to achieve steady growth in our economy, pay down our debt, and curb inflation for every hard-working American, we must do more to address worker shortages. Let's focus on key sectors: manufacturing, healthcare, hospitality, business services, the tech industry, culinary arts, and other sectors that are experiencing significant hiring challenges. Local communities must focus on additional education and training, especially for the hardest-hit sectors that are recovering from the pandemic. During the pandemic, many experienced workers over the age of 55 retired early, causing large employment gaps. Less experienced workers simply do not have the necessary skills to fill these open positions. There are jobs that pay a living wage, carry benefits, and help families and communities prosper, but the skills gap hits hardest younger workers and mid-career workers looking for new jobs. Local community job training programs must bolster skills advancement, focusing on these newer entrants, forging more partnerships between industry and local community high schools, colleges, universities, and labor unions. Accelerating workforce training locally, our nation can increase the availability of specialized skills for workers so people can advance in the marketplace. A better life awaits them and their families, assures the health of our economy, and increases America's global competitiveness. Democrats passed the American Rescue Act without any Republican votes or support. But as a result, the Federal Economic Development Administration's Good Jobs Challenge program helps to fund workforce development training across our country. The Ohio Manufacturing Association and Northwest Ohio Manufacturing Alliance both have received funding through the American Rescue Plan to expand manufacturing workforce training throughout Ohio. Manufacturing has always been a central spine and backbone of Ohio's middle class, and in addition, I've introduced the Office of Management and Industrial Innovation and Policy Act to improve workforce development and job creation in the manufacturing sector. Please let me thank my bipartisan colleagues for recognizing the need for investment in manufacturing workforce development. Our bill focuses on lifting up America's workers while strengthening our economy by forging public-private partnerships critical to meeting demands for a capably trained workforce. Quickly, the second issue, Mr. Speaker, I wish to briefly address is President Biden's historic speech in Vilnius, Lithuania yesterday, standing with leaders of our fellow democratic nations bonded in mutual self-defense. He clearly celebrated the expansion of NATO as Finland and Sweden joined the long-standing, hard-fought alliance among 30 free nations. We now stand as part of a NATO alliance that is 32 members strong, comprising 15% of our globe's population that live in freedom. Delivering his address inside a nation that heroically threw off the yoke of Russian oppression at tremendous cost. The moving ceremony represents a pivotal moment in liberty's advance in world history. We witnessed freedom-loving nations again pledge their consequential, shared commitment to mutual self-defense and support for our ally, Ukraine. While Democrats are working hard domestically, rebuilding the economy, lowering inflation, and solving problems at home, President Biden's leadership ensures that our defense alliances abroad are strengthened. Let us work together to deliver real results for the American people here at home and strengthen liberty's alliances globally. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to defend our daughters' right to privacy and safety. This spring, a 16-year-old girl swimming for a local swim team in my district was banned from the YMCA for speaking out against men undressing in the girls' locker room. My constituent, Abigail, was simply exercising her right to privacy and safety. She should not be punished for defending herself and her teammates. In Congress, I am committed to defending our daughters from the Biden administration's radical changes to Title IX, which will make this an everyday occurrence for young girls across our country. The YMCA should immediately reverse their decision and apologize to Abigail and her family. YMCA leadership should prioritize the safety and the privacy of young girls instead of prioritizing a radical left-wing political ideology that is allowing adult men to expose themselves in front of our young girls. Men should never be allowed to violate girls' locker rooms and bathrooms. Governor Pritzker continues to promote policies that put our daughters at risk. His failure to address the concerns of parents and protect the safety and privacy of young girls in Illinois is deeply concerning. Parents, please, we must speak out to protect our daughters and end this madness. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Veazey, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in February 1994, Caleb Barrett III, Elliot Martin, and Brian McCullough lost their lives to senseless gun violence in Fort Worth, Texas, in the Lake Como community, And people back then said that that was the saddest day in Como history. A crazed individual with a gun that should have never had one, that caused other acts of violence throughout the city during his time. Well, now, almost 30 years later, July 3rd, 2023, people are saying that what happened on that evening is perhaps the saddest day in Como history. And over the 4th of July holiday in Fort Worth, 2 separate acts of gun violence in Como that I just mentioned, and in Polytechnic Heights, 2 of the most love-filled and caring communities in Fort Worth, had to deal with these tragedies. In Como, Cynthia Santos, Paul Willis, and Gabriela Navarrete were the names of the 3 young people that were murdered when people got together at Como Fest the day before the big 4th of July celebration to get together and barbecue and celebrate independence and celebrate freedom and just have a good time. But instead, they lost their lives, again, to senseless gun violence. I want to join with the Como and Polytechnic communities in mourning those that were lost and injured over the 4th of July weekend. These shootings especially hurt because in Como, that's the community that I grew up in. That's where my mom and all of her siblings went back when the schools were segregated, Como High School, the Como Lions. That's the neighborhood that my family, a lot of my family still lives in. And we need to get together, Mr. Speaker. We need to do something. I don't know much about the 2 gunmen that were arrested the other day for what happened on July 3rd in Como, but I bet you they're just as bad as the person that was responsible for so many of those murders during that 1994 era. And I guarantee you that people like that should never, ever, ever get their hands on any firearms. And it's our duty as members of the United States House of Representatives, both Republican and Democrats, to make sure that people that are deranged criminals, people that are dealing with mental illness issues that most of us should be blessed we don't have, and people that are extremely violent and terroristic in nature, it should be easy to pass bills like background checks and raising the age limits for AR-15s and make sure that people like the ones I just described don't ever get their hands on a firearm in their lives. That should be easy. It doesn't have anything to do with people that are law-abiding citizens having them. I'm talking about people that are sick, people that have caused destruction and misery in communities and in families and in people's lives. We got to do better as Democrats and Republicans. I've introduced a resolution condemning these tragedies, but we need action now. We can't wait any longer. I don't want 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years later for people to say this is the saddest day in Como history again, because we sat on our hands and didn't do anything, and we pretended that people's Second Amendment rights were being abridged, when all we're trying to do is stop really awful, terrible, bad people, like I just talked about, from ever owning a firearm. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how would you explain to General George S. Patton that an American president believes a drag show digital ambassador gives our military a strategic advantage? It sounds absurd, but what's even more absurd is it's true. The United States military is the greatest fighting force in the world. America's war fighters risk their lives so that we can all be free. They are driven by patriotism and a sense of service and honor. Yet, since the outset of this administration, we have seen our servicemen and women, the source of our strength and national security, sacrificed on the altar of wokeness. Meanwhile, our adversaries are aggressively undermining American interest around the globe as danger knocks on our front door. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, China is creating an outpost just over 90 miles from the Florida coast. It's all part of China's long game. It's why they've been stealing our stuff, intellectual property from Americans, buying farmland near our military bases, invading our airspace with a spy balloon, and infiltrating our education system. So while this administration has been obsessed with culture wars, China has been focused on defeating America. While West Point was teaching cadets about preferred pronouns, China was focused on defeating America. While this administration was funneling taxpayer dollars to host drag queen story hours on military bases, China has been focused on defeating America. Our military exists to provide for the common defense and our nation, not parroting woke insanity. These far-left policies, Mr. Speaker, have harmed recruitment, retention, and morale. It has undermined our military readiness and wasted precious time and taxpayer dollars. But House Republicans have a plan to charter a new and different course. The 2024 National Defense Authorization Act puts an end to taxpayer dollars funding critical race theory, teaching guts, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, eliminates taxpayer-funded drag shows, story hours, and digital ambassador programs. It prevents the authorization of a military Green New Deal. Under leadership of Speaker McCarthy, House Republicans are focused on honoring the legacy of our nation's veterans, like the 72,000 who call the 4th District of Florida home, and ensuring our military is lethal and ready, because woke politics won't stop a single bullet or a communist invasion. We, the people, deserve a military that doesn't cater to any other credo other than America first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate True Most, a freshman at Mark Morris High School who recently placed first in the Yeti Junior World Finals of barrel racing in Las Vegas. Competing against 164 other teens, True and her horse Rocket dominated the field with a 14.722 second run. Her success is the result of years of hard work. She started racing when she was just 8 years old. I am so proud of her success and for making a name for Southwest Washington, and I am so excited to see what's in store for her. Her talent and her work ethic make our community proud. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the pressing issue that has ravaged my district in Southwest Washington, the Tunnel 5 wildfire. We have all become sickeningly familiar with the feeling of your heart stopping when you get the call that there's another wildfire in your community. Over the Independence Day weekend, I and so many others in my community got that call. To my neighbors who lost your homes, my heart breaks for you. My team and I stand ready to help you in any way that we can, whether you need to get another passport issued, you need advice navigating FEMA, if you are trying to get your military records reissued, we stand by to help you. I'd like to thank the firefighters who chose to spend their summers felling trees, digging lines, and sleeping in tents in sweltering heat. When I visited that fire line, I saw firsthand there's a lot of gray hair out there. Thank you to the folks who choose to spend their retirement not at Cabo, but fighting wildfire in places like Skamania County. Your experience is invaluable, and your self-sacrifice an example to all of us. Finally, I'd like to thank the volunteer firefighters, first responders, and linemen from our PUDs. We are all so proud of you. I hope you're all able to take some time off, go to a swimming hole, relax with your family. The path to rebuilding is long, but folks like you are the reason that our community is worth the fight. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Steigerwald Restoration Project in my district. In 1960, the U.S. Corps built a levee along the Columbia River to protect communities from flooding. In doing so, they cut off Steigerwald Lake and created flooding from Gibbons Creek and destroyed a wetland. This wound up decimating the ecosystem and introducing new floods. So in 2013, the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership began the Steigerwald Restoration Project. This project took 10 years. It was a massive undertaking. The team removed miles of the existing levee and built 2 new setbacks to protect the community from floods. Thanks to their painstaking effort, port and city infrastructure, State Route 14, and nearby private residences are no longer at risk of flooding, and the natural habitat has been restored. A few weeks ago, I was able to visit and see how the area was transformed. It is now being used as a recreational space. I appreciate any chance to get my boots a little muddy and plant a couple of trees. Investments in our ecosystems are investments in our future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize small community banks. Small community banks often serve as lifelines for local businesses and individuals. Banks like Raymond, Federal, and Security State Bank have a finger on the pulse of their community and are often able to lend to members of the community when the big guys can't see the value these guys provide. These small community banks are also able to respond quicker to local events, like a strike at a local lumber mill, by offering automatic loan modification to striking workers. Small banks are facing a number of pressures like high interest rates and capital consolidation that benefit the big players in the financial world, such as big banks, insurance companies, and companies like Apple and Amazon entering the banking space. That's why I believe when we talk about supporting rural areas, we need to add regional community banking to the list of critical services to protect. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Eric Johnson Jr., a 20-year-old race car driver from Woodland, Washington, who made his NASCAR debut in early June. Eric placed 10th at the Portland NASCAR Xfinity Series. He competed in a field of 24 racers, most of whom were older and had years of experience on him. Inspired by his father, who was a former race car NASCAR driver, Eric began exploring his passion for racing and cars. Eric actually started driving race cars before he started driving on normal residential streets, going 100 miles per hour on the racetrack before going 20 miles in a neighborhood. Eric began building cars when he was just 15, before he got his driver's license. As an auto repair and machine shop owner myself, I know this meticulous hands-on work requires a lot of attention to detail and creativity. I want to congratulate Eric on his impressive debut at such a young age, and I look forward to seeing where his career takes him. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Brian Health on being named one of America's most trustworthy companies by Newsweek. Brian Health is a pillar of Nebraska healthcare, notably serving Lincoln and many communities around the state with locations in 45 of our state's 93 counties. Brian cares for over 2,100 trauma patients a year. Their work is helping grow Nebraska by ushering in the next generation. The Bryan Medical Center family birthplace delivered more than 3,000 babies in 2022, including 58 sets of twins and 3 sets of triplets. And now they're plowing new territory in behavioral health care. They report they are the first medical center in the nation to have a designated behavioral health emergency department. Bryan Health isn't just a business. They are a key community stakeholder, giving back more than $200 million of charity care last year. On behalf of the people of Nebraska's 1st Congressional District, I want to extend our sincere congratulations to the team at Bryan Health. Thank you, and keep up the great work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the City of Columbus on their new community building. The Columbus Community Building is a $32 million project that will provide 75,000 square feet of space for housing a new Columbus Public Library, City Hall, City Council chamber, and community room. This project, which took about 3 years, required over 150,000 hours of labor and 1 million pounds of steel. Columbus is known as the city of power and progress, and their work over the last decade and a half is helping grow the community and setting it up for long-term success. From their health department to the Columbus Wellness Center to their STEM program, the community is building the infrastructure they need to attract families and the workforce that employers rely on. Since 2000, the community has grown about 15% as companies like BD Medical have invested millions to upgrade their operations. Columbus, indeed, has a bright future ahead. On behalf of the people of the 1st Congressional District, I want to congratulate the city of Columbus, Nebraska on their new community building and all their recent success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to extend my sincere gratitude to Colonel Kristen D. Thompson for her service as commander of the 55th Wing headquartered at Offutt Air Force Base. Colonel Thompson recently completed her time as commander. During that time, the 55th Wing returned flight operations to Offutt after the base's runway was rebuilt. Thank you for your work and leadership through the years, Colonel Thompson. As Colonel Thompson transitions to New York, I also want to give a hearty congratulations and welcome to Colonel Mark Howard, who is now taking over. Colonel Howard comes to the 55th Wing as a 22-year veteran pilot with over almost 4,000 flying hours, 700 of those in combat. Colonel Howard also brings years of experience as the 55th Wing's deputy commander, which will serve him well as he takes on his new role. On behalf of the 1st Congressional District, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to both Colonel Thompson and Colonel Howard for leadership of the 55th Wing. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the passage of the National Defense Authorization Act. The NDAA is a pillar of the House Republicans' commitment to America in building a nation that's safe. Our U.S. service members protect our country every day, and they deserve the best quality of life. This NDAA provides a much-needed pay raise, access to health care, critical oversight, all while saving American taxpayers billions of dollars and making key investments in innovative technologies and our defense industrial base. One of the most important facets of this NDAA, its provisions to counter Communist China's aggression. It builds up projection forces, increases funding for essential military construction projects, and provides more funding for innovative new technologies needed to stop the CCP. The NDAA makes critical investments in our national defense while honoring the Fiscal Responsibilities Act spending levels. It accomplishes this by capturing $40 billion of savings by cutting inefficient programs, obsolete weapons systems, and unnecessary Pentagon bureaucracy. This bill also ensures that the taxpayer dollars being spent in Ukraine have proper oversight. Under our NDAA, a new Inspector General will direct and coordinate an audit of all aid provided to Ukraine by the United States. Additionally, the NDAA protects our military from weaponization by liberal activists by stopping our DoD resources from subsidizing President Biden's Green New Deal and banning the military from teaching critical race theory. I applaud the work of the committee in preparing this year's NDAA, and I strongly urge my Republican colleagues and friends across the aisle to come together and pass this critical legislation this week. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the echoes of our past resonating deeply in the present, echoing in a way that should give us pause, concern, and impetus to change. Recently, the Supreme Court rendered a decision that threatens the principles of equality and justice we so ardently strive to uphold. By overturning affirmative action, they ruled that the admission policies of Harvard University, founded in 1636, and the University of North Carolina, founded in 1789, violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment ratified in this chamber in 1868, an amendment born from the ashes of a divided nation after a civil war. Born or naturalized in the United States is what the 14th Amendment tried to ensure that there would be equal protection under the law, even for those that had been formerly enslaved. And in interpreting this amendment, in this case, the affirmative action that we speak, we are brought face to face with an ominous specter of our past, the infamous decision of Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896, a case about a man 7/8 white, 1/8 African American in Louisiana who had purchased a first-class train ticket that was then removed because of his race. And the Supreme Court decided that you indeed can have separate but equal facilities. And they said that it satisfied the 14th Amendment. That decision left a dark legacy, falsely equating enforced segregation with equality. Today we find ourselves in an eerily similar situation with the dismantling of affirmative action, policies echoing the disheartening tones of separate but equal. In both instances, our highest court has interpreted the noble cause of equal protection in a way that undermines the pursuit of real substantive equality. Mr. Speaker, I assert that just as separate but equal in the Plessy versus Ferguson case was a misnomer hiding the reality of discrimination, the recent overturning of affirmative action similarly threatens to cloak and perpetuate the very disparities it sought to challenge. Affirmative action is more than a policy. It is a pledge, a commitment to an ongoing endeavor towards genuine substantive equality and opportunity for all. In parallel, another struggle for equality is taking place, not in our courts, but in our classrooms. Across our nation, books are being removed from shelves, banned from curricula, hidden away from young minds eager to explore the world through the written word. This chilling trend is reminiscent of the dark times in our history when we had anti-literacy laws and books were not just banned, but also burned. Consider the data. In the first half of 22-23 of this calendar school year, 874 unique book titles have been banned, a surge of 28% compared to the prior 6 months. These are not merely numbers, these are extinguished perspectives, silenced voices, curtailed visions. What we face is a dual assault on opportunity and knowledge, an attack on the principles of equality and intellectual freedom that echoes some of the most challenging times in our nation's history. Yet it is within these echoes that we find our call to action. We must advocate for a continued need for policies like affirmative action that aim to level the playing field, to fight against the systemic biases that for too long have marginalized certain communities. We must stand against the banning of books, ensuring that the world of ideas remain open, vibrant, and accessible to all, that we resist the impulse to limit our collective and our intellectual growth. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect on the interconnectedness of these issues, let us remember the words of our 16th president from the state of Illinois, President Abraham Lincoln, and I quote, "The philosophy of the schoolroom in one generation will be the philosophy of government in the next," close quote. Let us ensure the philosophy promotes inclusivity, celebrates diversity, fosters critical thinking, and upholds the spirit of equality that is at the heart of our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address and express my concerns today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pay tribute in recognition of Mike Reynolds of Fresno, California, who recently passed away. He's left behind an indelible legacy on our state, and indeed, for people that love safe streets and feel that it's proper to make those criminals pay the price for their activity. Mike was a remarkable individual who exemplified resilience and dedication in the face of adversity that he and his family faced throughout his life. He indeed was the driving force behind the 3 strikes law in California that many other states since picked up afterwards. This after the tragic murder of his daughter by violent serial offenders during a robbery. His daughter, Kimber, pictured here. No parent should have to see the loss of their child, especially time and time again around our country with repeat offenders. We know better. We know better as a society that how to treat crime, how to deal with it. Yet, this happens. So Mike was a champion for passing an initiative in California called the 3 Strikes and You're Out law to make sure that repeat offenders would do proper prison time and not be out on the streets subjecting our neighbors, our friends, our family to these violent criminals time and time again. You know, we hear a conversation here, something called gun violence. Well, a gun is an inanimate object. It's people that do the violence. It's people that have to be held accountable. Mike Reynolds was a driving force, the driving force in California that helped change how crime was fought. And it's up to us to uphold his legacy for preserving what safety we have on our streets, which we don't have a lot of, especially in our urban areas. So what Mike did was an homage to his daughter, Kimber, in making other families not have to suffer as they had to. So indeed, over 20 states have enacted laws with the same purpose as the original 3 strikes in California that Mike drove. So I want Mike's family to know that we appreciate him as a good man who showed strength of character, turned an unimaginable tragedy into a force indeed for good. We will miss Mike and grieve for him. I've had a chance to meet with him, and I enjoyed being able to work with him when I was a state legislator to ensure that we didn't lose ground on what we had gained. So at this time, we grieve for him, we grieve for his family, we honor his memory and celebrate the profound impact he had not only on the state of California, but on the country. You know, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about how do we keep our streets safe, or how do we make them safer than they are, because we see in our blue cities all around the country, they have some of the most aggressive anti-gun laws, and yet the crime is the highest in those areas. Because what do we have instead? The work that has been done through the 3 strikes and you're out in order to keep violent prisoners in prison, pay the price. It's been undone by defund the police, undone by watering down sentencing laws. Even it's absurd. You know, we have all the anti-gunners here saying we have gun violence, yet they taken away the sentence enhancements for use a gun, go to jail. When using a gun in a crime, there used to be special enhancements in my home state. They've basically eviscerated those. How does that make an ounce of sense when you're an anti-gun on one side, yet you don't want to have the enhancements because you don't want people to sit in prison? Indeed, there's more and more legislation all the time to figure out how to let prisoners out sooner. Some very violent offenders, to release them. Those on death row that have been downgraded because they got rid of some of the death penalty requirements for certain members on death row, and that Governor Newsom in California has completely done away with the death penalty during his time in office by executive action. It's still on the books. He's just not enforcing it. So how is this going to deter criminals? When you see the crimes that are happening right under the noses of the clerks in retail stores, jewelry stores, and they're told by their corporate officers, don't dare say it, don't even take pictures of them. Okay? Someone lost their job because they took a picture and took video of a crime happening inside their store, because we have these lily livers at the CEO level that don't want them to help enforce their own goods, therefore driving the cost of everything through the roof because we don't enforce against crime. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes.
Speaker, I ask to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
This morning I rise to share with my colleagues both pain and a sense of remorse, sense of fear that many Americans will face, an attempt to have a dialogue and an understanding as will be reflected in the congressional record. I am a student of the Constitution, as a senior member of the Judiciary Committee, former chair or ranking member of most of the subcommittees from immigration to administrative law to criminal law. I love this nation and would argue with anyone on any assessment other than that I am a patriot, one that views the Bill of Rights as an anchor of our uniqueness, who appreciates every day the men and women who put on the United States uniform and who's had the privilege, obviously to my dismay, to visit every war zone during my tenure, to acknowledge those in combat, to honor and respect them, and yes, to attend funerals of those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, and to acknowledge those of years past in our Veterans Cemetery in Houston, Texas. So as I begin this discussion, I want it to be known that this is a wonderful document, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States of America. If we look at the beginning of the Constitution, it is really poetry, but it is truth. It is words that we should say as we are reminded of the Pledge of Allegiance. This is equally potent. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, be reminded of the backdrop of these pioneers fleeing persecution themselves. Many of you may be the progeny, the descendants of these people. Establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution for the United States of America. But then our founding fathers, who recognized that slavery was an abomination and that all Americans deserved equal protection of the law, in essence, determined that the Bill of Rights was appropriate. And all of us know the First Amendment, but I don't know how many know the functioning of the 14th Amendment, which guarantees equal protection of the law and allows all of us to live in liberty and posterity. And so I come here today to argue vigorously of the wrong-headed decision that was made by the United States Supreme Court on two issues and more to come. Citizens, law, and precedent, and the Constitution were completely ignored in the wrong-headed affirmative action decision. Now, let me be very clear. This is not about words. It's not about enforcing wrongness against my fellow American. It is an affirmation of affirming everyone. If your history is embedded in Pilgrim's pride, that your ancestors came that way, or you're part of the Irish, you came because of the famine and the lack thereof in Ireland, or you came early in the 1900s as Italians, or many, many others. Or maybe you're now Ukrainians who are fleeing the persecution of a horrible war and the lack of democracy. You are an American who desires freedom, democracy, and opportunity, as the laws of this land will allow you to enter. And so we are a potpourri. We are a place where people said, this will not work. These people come from all places. But our ancestors realized in the Bill of Rights that slavery was wrong and abolished it in the 13th Amendment. But we continue every day to fight slavery that still exists around the nation. But then we put in place the 14th Amendment of equal protection of the law. And you could look at that and say, well, isn't it equal protection to let someone trump over someone else if they indicate that they have reasons to do so? No, it is not. Affirmative action has come about through the death of many people. And it wasn't the death of the Civil War, which was a dastardly war where brother was against brother and the greatest loss of life, and one that we remember in pain, but we also remember of the heroes that were in that race. So I will say to you that affirmative action the decision did not affirm anyone. It took away that affirmation from the LGBT community, but it'll take away for race, it'll take away from religion and ethnicity. Realize that equal protection of the law is a vital point. It is lost by the Supreme Court's decision on affirmative action. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I grew up in a family trucking business, a company that I worked with for years. I spent my years driving over the road. You know, I knew the challenges of our truck drivers face: time, procedures, lack of sleep, and nowhere to stop for the night. When I came to Congress, I joined the House Transportation Committee, made a top priority to expand access for safe truck parking. Now, I knew we had a threat to public safety when exhausted truck drivers pushed that extra mile just to end up sleeping on the highway shoulder on an off-ramp because there's not enough space in our rest areas. Now, critics who didn't understand the issue said it wasn't a priority, and they asked why they should care. Well, early yesterday morning, a Greyhound bus traveling from Indianapolis to St. Louis veered into the shoulder of an off-ramp in Madison County, Illinois. Parked on the off-ramp were 3 tractor trailers and the drivers resting inside. 3 passengers on the bus were killed. Over a dozen were injured. It's a tragedy that didn't have to happen. I've introduced legislation to direct existing federal funding to build more truck parking spaces. I'm hopeful that we get the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act signed into law. Let's act before we have another tragedy. My prayers are with the families and the victims of this accident, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the courageous actions of 3 young lifeguards in Fluvanna County at Lake Monticello in the 5th Congressional District of Virginia. On July 6, a woman lost control of her vehicle following a medical episode, leading her to drive through a gated pool area, hit a picnic table, and then onto the beach and into Lake Monticello, where her car began to sink. Witnessing these events, lifeguards Paige Tomaris, Zachary Butler, and Savannah Peterson sprung into action to save the driver from her sinking vehicle. Thankfully, the driver was pulled from her car and brought to the shore, where eventually EMS would arrive to transport her to receive medical attention. Paige, Zachary, and Savannah ultimately saved the driver's life and displayed a type of heroism that each of us would hope to resemble. The Lake Monticello community is blessed to have such an outstanding group of brave young lifeguards who are willing to step into action without hesitation, and it's an honor for me to recognize and represent these selfless individuals, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Guide us, O great Jehovah, as we make our pilgrimage through these days. Order our steps when at any point the path is obscure of certainty, or our vision is impeded by doubt. Strong Deliverer, lead us through this day as we continue doggedly our pursuit of right answers and reasoned legislation. Direct us in this our daily quest for noble ends and sound decisions. Grant your servants an understanding mind to govern your people, a mind of both compassion and reasonableness, a mind of both fairness and moral authority. Enable us, amid well-researched debate and passionate argument, to have the insight to determine what is of you and how we are to align ourselves to your gracious plan. And if any of us is lacking in such wisdom, may we be wise enough to ask it of you. Bestow knowledge and discernment upon us generously and mercifully. May any test of our faith and our faithfulness this day produce endurance, and may our endurance serve to accomplish your work in our lives, that we may, at the end of the day, be found mature in our faith and closer in our walk with you. In the strength we find in you and in the power of your name, we offer our prayers. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Dakota. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask a unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a Valley sports icon we recently lost, Dave Brown. For over 40 years, Dave worked at KRGV, where he brought the excitement of sports to our homes, covering everything from local high school football and soccer games to the World Series. Despite health challenges, Dave never stopped working and continued to share his passion through segments like Dave's Dozen and Football Fridays. His impact went far beyond sports. Dave's tireless advocacy for diabetes and organ donation awareness made a lasting impact on our community. His legacy will live on through the lives he touched, the colleagues he mentored, and the family he loved. My heart goes out to his wife, Drew, his son, Jeff, his grandson, Nicholas, and his sister, Marlene. May Dave's legacy as the Valley's king of sports endure for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose, gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize the hardworking volunteers of the North Canton Meals on Wheels as the Ohio's 13th Congressional District's Champion of the Week. For the past 50 years, North Canton Meals on Wheels volunteers have served seniors and families in Northeast Ohio, consistently providing hundreds of hot, cooked, and cold meals to those in need. Currently led by the program director, Lucy Keenan, and the board director, Trudy Jones, this crucial organization goes beyond just providing seniors and families healthy and nutritious meals. The approximately 60 volunteers serve our community by becoming friendly faces to older Ohioans who may feel isolated or lonely. Combating the harmful effects of food insecurity is a priority near and dear to my heart, so I am very grateful for the North Canton Meals on Wheels and what they do to ensure vulnerable vulnerable seniors and families in Ohio's 13th District never have to worry about going hungry. As inflation and rising costs continue to make food more expensive for those on fixed incomes, the service of the North Canton Meals on Wheels is more important than ever. Once again, congratulations to the North Canton Meals on Wheels for their 50th anniversary. And thank you for all that you do to ensure our seniors and our families in Ohio's 13th District can live with dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what reason does the gentleman from Texas seek Tennessee seek recognition? Sorry.
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, what did the President know and when did he know it? That famous question was from former Tennessee Senator Howard Baker, and it's as important today as it was during the Watergate investigation. But this time the question is, what did the former Vice President and now President know, and when did he know it? As House Republicans continue to dig into Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings, it's becoming more apparent that President Biden not only likely knew about these corrupt exchanges, but he may have even been in the room for some of them. Republicans have proven tens of millions of dollars were funneled to the Biden family from foreign nationals. Republicans have also uncovered an effort by his administration to cover up Hunter Biden's federal crimes and his father's involvement, while they continue targeting his top political opponent. The American people deserve answers, and we are committed to finding them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities of the President. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, in this week to stop gun violence, it is important to remind all of you that 4.6 million minors live with guns in the home, many of those unstored. And every year, almost 20,000 children are shot and killed or wounded by firearms. In fact, homicide is now the #1 killer of children. Kimberly Vaughn, a young innocent of 14 years old with a wonderful mother who served in the military, was killed in 2018 when a 17-year-old student went on a shooting spree. Those guns were left in the home. I introduced the Kimberly Vaughn Safe Storage Act. I asked my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to join me because it asked the Attorney General to give best practices, voluntary, related to safe firearm storage, publish them on a website. Labeling, simply label and say, please store your guns. When you go and buy it at a retailer store, to give the devices to make sure that you have those storage locks, if you could. Provide grants to states and local governments for a 10-year, $10 million grant program for local government nonprofit to distribute safe storage devices. No burden to you whatsoever. And then, of course, to give you a tax credit for doing so.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Republicans and Democrats, join us. Save lives, save the children's lives, stop gun violence, the Kimberly Vaughn Storage Act.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Chinese Communist Party's actions and ambitions directly challenge the values, interests, and security of the United States. As we consider this year's National Defense Authorization Act, it is crucial that we address the threat posed by the CCP head-on. First, this year's NDAA counters the Biden administration's effort to reduce the size of our Navy and instead allocates adequate funding to build projection forces. It also prohibits the Department of Defense from contracting with companies that do business with China, and it accelerates the deployment of advanced radars to track threats to our homeland, like the Chinese spy balloon. The threat posed by the CCP is real and demands our immediate attention. The provisions outlined in the NDAA will strengthen our military, protect our economic interests, and safeguard our national security. We cannot afford to be complacent or underestimate the gravity of the situation. The future of our great nation depends on it. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for 140 years, Hawaiian Telecom has been keeping the people of Hawaii connected. Since the days of the Hawaiian Kingdom, when Archibald Scott Cleghorn father of Princess Ka'iulani, chartered the mutual phone company. Loved ones and lifelines have been just a phone call away. As an island state, the ocean often seems far too wide for me. Like the iconic commercial we all remember, which still brings tears to my eyes, of a college student getting a call from her mom, Hawaiian Telcom continues to keep us connected with our ohana, now with high-speed internet and modern communication services for the digital age. Hawaiian Telcom and its generations of employees, past and present, have made it their mission to provide the people of Hawaii with the connectivity and digital equity they deserve. Whether it is accessing educational or workforce opportunities, stimulating our economy, promoting telehealth services, or simply connecting with family and friends, innovative communication technologies play a critical role in the rural and remote communities we live in. To all who have contributed to Hawaiian Telcom's 140-year legacy of service to our islands, I extend my sincerest congratulations and thanks. Mahalo for all you do to keep us connected, and I look forward to our next 140 years of service together. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 6 months ago, the American people elected a Republican House majority to deliver the commitment in America. On behalf of the American families, we will fight to tackle inflation, lowering the cost of living. We are promoting peace through strength, making America energy independent again, securing the southern border, preserving our constitutional freedoms, and creating jobs with the leadership of Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Accomplishments thus far include defunding Biden's army of 87,000 IRS agents, eliminating the military vaccine mandate, establishing the bipartisan committee to strengthen America against threats from the Chinese Communist Party, establishing a subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government, protecting America's strategic petroleum reserve. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with open Biden borders. And congratulations for the wreath laying today in honor of the 79th anniversary of the liberation of Guam, hosted by Congressman James Moylan and the Guam Society. I yield back.
That gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an incredible local business in Orange, Massachusetts, Dean's Beans Organic Coffee Company, as it embarks on an exciting change. Its founder, Dean Saikon, is retiring after 30 years leading this people-focused business and turning the reins over to his employees. That's right. To end a successful career in the coffee business, Dean is giving control of the company to his employees, who will share in its management, operations, and, of course, its profits. Dean's Beans already has a storied legacy, partnering closely with their farmers, sourcing organic coffee, and paying a living wage. And workers receive health insurance that covers premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. So, to many of us who know Dean, we're not surprised. He's led a career proving that you can make money, do good, and treat people with kindness, all while making a mean, dark roast. That's why I toast my good friend Dean Saikon and the entire team at Dean's Beans. Here's to new stories and adventures and great cups of coffee along the way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 2023 has been a banner year for sports in Indiana's 2nd District. And I rise today to highlight another very special group of Hoosiers for their excellence in athletics. Last month, the New Prairie High School softball team won the 3A state championship for the very first time in school history. The Cougars' 4-2 win over Tri-State or Tri-West Hendricks in the championship game was especially meaningful as it marked New Prairie's very first state title in any sport. In their big win, the Cougars were led by star pitcher Ava Geyer, who struck out 9 batters to close out a season where she amassed an incredible 28-2 record. On offense this year, the Cougars were carried by senior slugger Abby Rabakowski, who broke the state's home run record and is headed to play at Indiana State in the fall. So congratulations to head coach Derek Hicks and all the players for bringing home the hardware and for another state championship in Indiana's 2nd District. Thank you for making New Prairie community and all of LaPorte County very proud. God bless you, and go Cougars.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, sir.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of placing Buffalo's DL&W terminal on the National Registry of Historic Places. Built in 1917 to accommodate a bustling freight and passenger rail, the long dormant train shed is a vital component to Buffalo's renaissance. Positioned along the Buffalo River in the foot of Main Street in downtown Buffalo, the massive structure is undergoing a transformation, including construction of a new Metro rail station on the ground floor. Historic designation will make planned private sector development of the 2nd floor eligible for federal and state historic tax credits. A nomination would allow the DL&W terminal to join the list of over 250 historic tax credit rehab projects, injecting $1.2 billion in Western New York over the past 2 decades. I urge the National Park Service to support the submission of the DL&W terminal, advancing a critical linchpin to the revitalization of Buffalo's downtown waterfront. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the work of the Ohio Narcotics Intelligence Center, or ONIC. I had the pleasure of meeting their team to learn about their research and advocacy is creating a safer Ohio. ONIC's team of criminal intelligence analysts and computer forensics specialists assists law enforcement agencies and drug task forces. They provide educational outreach on dangerous counterfeit prescriptions, fentanyl, and cryptocurrency scams. Additionally, ONIC works with community organizations like Recovery Ohio on programs for law enforcement to comprehensively combat the narcotic crisis. Recently, ONIC hosted a law enforcement drug summit where criminal justice professionals learned about the drug trends and reduction strategies. Furthermore, this month they will host their inaugural Bridge Day to make connections from law enforcement to prevention, treatment, and recovery centers in all 88 Ohio counties. ONIC's programs provide invaluable support and education to the brave men and women in law enforcement who lay down their lives to keep our communities safe. I am thankful for their work addressing the narcotics epidemic and look forward to continued partnership as we work towards a safer Northeast Ohio. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past week, Americans gathered nationwide with friends and family to celebrate the founding of our democracy. They enjoyed days off to spend time with their loved ones, and they celebrated our national values as red, white, and blue lit up the sky. But yet again, the joyful celebrations of Americans were met with further acts of senseless gun violence. Because for far too many across the country, gunshots were confused for fireworks on our Day of Independence, leaving countless numbers dead and over 100 injured. Mass shootings have marred our nation more times than there have been days this year. Mr. Speaker, there is no freedom in living in fear. There is no celebration when our holidays transform into tragedy. Gun violence must be stopped, and this body must act once again to save lives. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 583 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 29, House Resolution 583. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill, H.R. 2670, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year for the purposes. Section 2A. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. B, each further amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C, all points of order against the further amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4, at the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Massachusetts, distinguished Mr. McGovern, the ranking member of the Rules Committee, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of the resolution, all time yielded for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on House Resolution 583.
Without objection, so rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule, House Resolution 583, providing for further consideration of H.R. 2670, the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, for fiscal year 2024, under a structured rule. It makes in order 80 amendments for consideration on the floor, and it provides for 1 motion to recommit. I rise today in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House passed a rule setting the parameters for general debate on H.R. 2670 and making in order 289 amendments. At the time, we made clear that the work of the Rules Committee was not yet finished. There was additional work that was left to be done, additional conversations to be had, and additional member priorities to take into consideration. After a robust discussion, we reported out the rule that's before us today. Taking up this rule will allow us to advance our work forward and will move H.R. 2670 toward a vote on final passage. Mr. Speaker, I know some in this House will express frustration with the process. And yes, perhaps it would have been more convenient for us to have done our work more quickly. But as this House is well aware, the NDAA is one of the most critical pieces of legislation the House considers each year. It sets overall policy for the Department of Defense and the Armed Services and allows Congress to set our defense priorities for the year. Perhaps most importantly, it authorizes spending levels on national defense for the fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, on a bill that is this critical to the nation, it's much more important for us to get things right rather than do things quickly. When dealing with the national defense, we have a sacred obligation to give the American people our best efforts. Although this may have taken a bit longer than anyone, including myself, would have liked, I'm proud to say that the rule fulfills that obligation. I like to think of this, Mr. Speaker, as a process where the House has been working its will. And frankly, we'll have a pretty spirited debate here, I suspect. But it's worth noting that the underlying bill that came out of the House Armed Services Committee is pretty much intact. In other words, it's been changed very little in the amendment process either yesterday, and I would argue it would be changed relatively little by the amendment process today. And the majority on the items that we deal with today is going to shift. These aren't going to be straight partisan debates in many cases. My friend Mr. McGovern and I probably be on the same side when it comes to helping Ukraine in what we think is a very important struggle. We'll probably be on different sides when we come to cluster munitions and whether they should or should not be used. And uncharacteristically, I'll be on the President's side. My friend will have a different opinion on that. And I say that just to say that that's how this place is supposed to work. You move back and forth, you pick the right decisions, and at the end of the day, there'll be a final product and we'll have a straight up or down. But before anybody gets too elated or too disappointed, I just remind everyone that it's not as if this is the last day. This is a vehicle, if it passes, that we will take into conference. And that will be a conference between a Republican House, a Democratic Senate, and it will involve a Democratic President. So I say all that just to say I suspect the process will continue to change the product as we move along. So again, I wouldn't be too giddy if I won today. I wouldn't be too disappointed no matter what your particular issue is if I lost. I do think it's critically important that the vehicle move, that we push forward and sit down and again work with our colleagues on the other side of the rotunda in the Senate, work with the President of the United States at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, and make sure that we do for the 63rd consecutive year what we've done for 62 years, and that is provide for the common defense of the country. And I also think it's worth remembering this is going to be a bipartisan product at the end of the day. There's no way a Republican House, a Democratic Senate, and a Democratic President are going to do anything on any issue that's not essentially bipartisan. That's the way the process works. So no matter what's happening at a given moment, again, I think we're preordained to come to an agreement that reflects broadly compromise. Mr. Speaker, we've had two very late nights at the Rules Committee, and I want to thank particularly my friend, the ranking member, and each and every member of that committee for putting in the hours that it took. I want to thank our staffs on both sides of the aisle who worked really, really hard to get there. I want to thank the staff of the House, particularly our overworked stenographers that were staying there late at night to make sure that we got our job done. And again, I credit my friend, the ranking member, for this. We've had the good fortune to serve together on this committee for a long time. We had a contentious debate last night, but it was always a civil debate, and it was always a professional debate. And I'm proud of the tenor he set for our committee when he was chairman. I'm proud of the manner in which he approaches his work each and every day. And I'm very proud to have the opportunity to work with him in the House. So again, we'll have our differences today, fair enough. But I just thank my friend for the kind of member that he is and, frankly, his commitment to the institution. And I say that about each and every member on the Rules Committee on both sides of the aisle, again, about their staff and about the staff of the full House that facilitates, our ability to work together and produce a product. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my good friend, the gentleman from Oklahoma, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, before I light up the Republican conference for an absolutely awful process that made a series of offensive amendments in order and blocked some very reasonable amendments, I do want the record to reflect that I have the deepest respect and affection for the gentleman from Oklahoma. He always sounds reasonable, in part because he is a reasonable person. Unfortunately, he is surrounded by members who are not reasonable, who are not rational, who are not fair. But I want to return the compliment that he gave me. Dealing with him is always an exercise in civility, and there's mutual respect here. I appreciate him. I appreciate the staff on both sides of the aisle who were up until 2:30 in the morning last night as we were dealing with this rule. But I regret very much the process that has brought us to where we are right now. For the second time this week, Mr. Speaker, the Rules Committee was unexpectedly called back at 11 o'clock last night. We then sat and waited over an hour for the meeting to actually get underway, all because Republicans couldn't get their act together. Republicans had to have yet another backroom meeting, another midnight seance to resurrect this rule, because a dozen or so far-right MAGA wingnuts once again threw a fit and hijacked the bill when they realized they weren't going to get a bill that was perfect to them. It should go without saying, but it's outrageous that a tiny minority of Republicans is getting to dictate exactly what amendments come to the floor. It's outrageous that the Rules Committee last night managed to mess up a bipartisan bill and put it on a path toward becoming a hyper-partisan one by loading it up with every divisive social issue under the sun. And here's my word of wisdom to Republican leadership. When you have a razor-thin margin in one half of one branch of government, you don't get your way on everything. Democracy means compromise. Divided government means compromise. And compromise means you don't get everything you want. There has to be a give and take. And I have to admit, I have never in all my time here experienced an NDAA process as outrageously bad as this one. This bill passed out of the House Armed Services Committee by a vote of 58-1. Let me repeat, it passed with a bipartisan vote of 58-1. And looking at how extreme most of the Republican amendments are that were made in order, I'd be surprised if this bill could even pass the House. I fear what this final bill is going to look like. Because of the amendments they are making in order today. This is honestly a disaster. And I never ever want to hear lectures about process ever again. You know, when I was chairman, Democrats made an order over 650 amendments. Democrats made an order over half of all amendments submitted because we believed in the radical idea that we ought to, and I don't know, actually do our job and debate things. And Republicans in this NDAA have made an order fewer than a quarter of all the amendments submitted. In fact, despite a record number of amendment submissions this year, they made an order fewer amendments than every Democratic-led NDAA. And what's worse, these are the worst of the worst amendments. They block dozens and dozens of common sense ideas, but they paved the way for the most radical amendments. And in the rule that we are considering today, they made an order 70 Republican amendments, 6 bipartisan amendments, and get this, drum roll please, 4 Democratic amendments. Now, some of these amendments made in order were submitted minutes before we held our markup. And for all my Republican friends who rant and rave about how important it is to provide enough time for members to read and understand what they are voting on, we had minutes. As I said, it's not just the number of amendments they are allowing to come to the floor, it's the type of amendments. The amendments this rule makes in order are so extreme that it'll be a wonder how Republicans will pass this bill if the amendments are included in the final version. Now look, we are all supportive of putting more amendments up for votes. That's how this body should work. But when Republicans block Democratic amendment after Democratic amendment after Democratic amendment and then make in order dozens of the most extreme Republican proposals, they are not trying in good faith to pass a bipartisan bill. They are not being intellectually honest. They are merely serving up red meat to the most extreme fringe of the Republican base in this country. Now let me give you an example. Many of us supported a bipartisan amendment to allow an up or down vote on whether or not the United States should transfer cluster bombs to other countries. I personally do not think this country should be giving cluster munitions to any country because they can harm civilians, and they do harm civilians. And then at the last second, our amendment was cut from the rule and replaced by an amendment that would only prevent the transfer of cluster bombs to Ukraine. Really puzzling to me, because when the chair, Republican chair of the Armed Services Committee, came to testify, and the ranking Democrat of the Armed Services Committee came to testify, I asked them a specific question, whether or not they would allow this bipartisan amendment banning cluster munitions to be made in order. And you know what they said? They had no problem with making an order. So to have it all of a sudden removed is just puzzling to me. I mean, why do we have hearings? And why do we solicit answers on basic questions like, do you think this would be a good thing to debate on? Are you okay with debating on this amendment if these hearings mean nothing? And now this amendment is being offered by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has been vocal in her opposition to supporting Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression. I mean, what's this all about? Look, we want to prevent cluster munitions from going to any country, Ukraine and other countries. But why the narrowing down of this amendment? Why giving this amendment to somebody who I don't believe cares about the impact of cluster munitions, but is only interested in undermining our policy toward Ukraine? So forgive our skepticism in thinking that this isn't really about cluster bombs for the new amendment sponsor. And I asked for both amendments to be made in order. I thought that was a fair deal, right? It said the amendment that we originally had, dealing with you can't send cluster bombs anywhere, and you can keep the Marjorie Taylor Greene one. Let's have a debate on both. Let's see where people are. And I was told no. In fact, every single Republican voted no. So it's clear to me that this is about buying off members of the MAGA fringe. It's about appeasing a small group of radical hard-right members, the MAGA circus, I call them, a group that is extorting the Speaker of the House, threatening to take down the bill, maybe threatening to take down his speakership if they don't get every single thing that they want. And what they want is to load up the NDAA with every single divisive social issue under the sun. And the group that is pushing these amendments, the so-called Freedom Caucus, I say so-called because they don't care about freedom. They're demanding amendments that threaten a woman's access to abortion. They're demanding amendments that roll back LGBTQIA+ rights. They're demanding amendments that undermine diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. The Freedom Caucus doesn't care about freedom when it's a woman's freedom to make their decisions about their own bodies, or someone's freedom to love who they want or be who they are, or people's freedom to not get shot at school or at a grocery store or at a mall. America needs to understand who the Freedom Caucus is and what they stand for. They do not care about your freedom. They care about their own freedom. They care about their freedom to do whatever the hell they want to do. The American people be damned. What an embarrassment. And yet that is who Kevin McCarthy has put in charge. So we're here debating social issues in a defense bill because the far right, the MAGA fringe, the Freedom Caucus, they are obsessed with these culture wars. They say Democrats are the ones injecting social issues into the military, but make no mistake, they're the ones who are doing that. Kevin McCarthy has ceded control of this body to the most extreme members of his own conference, while hanging everyone else out to dry. And it's all so that he can hold on to his power. I almost feel bad for our Republican colleagues who are closer to the center, if any of them still exist. Kevin McCarthy may be the MAGA ringmaster, but it is clear that the clowns have taken over the circus. So many of the amendments this rule makes in order are simply offensive. They have the potential to really hurt people. They are destructive. And I hope that all my colleagues are well read on what each does before they come to the floor over the next few days to vote. I will be voting no on this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend who was there every minute of these Rules Committee last night and the night before. The gentleman from New York, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Langworthy. 3 minutes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Cole for yielding me some time here today. I rise in support of the rule and the consideration of the National Defense Authorization Act. The legislation before us today makes historic progress to reinforce the strength of our military and to protect our national security in the face of an aggressive, ambitious Chinese Communist Party. First, this year's NDAA counters the Biden administration's dangerous efforts to reduce the size of our Navy and focuses resources on rebuilding our armed forces and procuring munitions. The bill also puts a firm ban on our military from contracting with companies that do business with the CCP, ensuring the security of our military cannot be internally compromised by our most dangerous adversary. And it accelerates the deployment of advanced radars to track threats to our homeland, like the Chinese spy balloon that this administration was so incapable in taking down. The NDAA before us today protects our military from the Biden administration's efforts to reduce its strength and to lull our country into complacency, while our adversaries pose a direct threat to our national security. We cannot afford to underestimate the gravity of the situation in the world today. We cannot have peace through strength without staying alert and ensuring that our men and women in uniform, who make up the strongest, most mighty military in the face of the earth, have the resources and support that they deserve. I strongly support the rule before us today, and I urge my colleagues to once again come together for the security of our great nation. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I went home in June where Democrats announced $670 million of investments in broadband that will grow our middle class in New Mexico. And then I came back to a Congress controlled by the most extreme members of the Republican Party who want to strip women of their ability to receive reproductive health care. If these extreme Republicans succeed, it will be unreasonably difficult for servicewomen assigned to bases in states that ban abortion to travel and receive reproductive health care. I came back to an extreme Republican Party that wants to take the culture wars to our military instead of preparing our service members to protect Americans from wars. A travel ban for pregnant service women? How un-American is that? This rule and the extreme amendments in it are simply unpatriotic. They are un-American. Republicans are waging culture wars against patriotic women, patriotic Latinos, blacks, Native American, Asian, gays, lesbians, and trans who serve in our military. These patriotic men and women are willing to fight and die for our country. I call upon my colleagues to honor the sacrifice of these diverse Americans and vote against this rule and these horrible amendments. I call upon my colleagues to reject the culture wars and instead celebrate. Let's celebrate the diversity that is America. Let's honor all service members, all service women, and their sacrifice. Democrats are supporting our troops. Democrats are investing in our country, investing in our military, while Republicans are dividing our country with these extreme amendments. I urge my colleagues to reject this extremism. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to my very good friend from the state of Texas, another member of the Rules Committee who also has been fighting the good fight for the last 2 nights, well past midnight, Mr. Roy of Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the Chairman, the ranking member, I would just take issue with the characterization of what has transpired with respect to the legislation before us. We have passed, by voice vote even, 4 bipartisan en bloc amendments with items like China, Taiwan, readiness, munitions, Israel, a host of issues that do not fall into the category that the ranking member raises, which I'm happy to address in a moment. There are countless other amendments that we have raised, addressed. For example, my friend Mr. Rosendale's, that I know is near and dear to the heart of my friend Mr. Griffith from Virginia, that limits indefinite detention. Other amendments, for example, Mr. Norman requiring that any Department of Defense component that fails to pass an independent audit have 1.5% of its budget returned to the Treasury for deficit reduction. These are a lot of very good common sense amendments that we went through the process and combed through 1,500 amendments and made decisions in the Rules Committee on how to equitably bring them to the floor that cover the gamut of issues that the American people are concerned about when they see their Department of Defense no longer able to defend the United States. And that's the question. And I hear the ranking member talking about how we're injecting culture wars into the National Defense Authorization Act, or injecting culture wars into the military, when in fact it is this administration that has turned the Department of Defense into a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform. That's what's happening. And that's what the American people see. When the American people see advertisements in June with rainbow bullets strapped to helmets, when they see surgeries for transgender being funded by taxpayers at the Department of Defense, when they see the Department of Defense ignoring existing law, existing precedent, existing traditionally historic bipartisan agreements on Hyde Amendment protections, they see the Department of Defense being turned into a social engineering experiment. So of course the People's House is responding to an executive branch that is making policy by executive fiat, not just of course in this area, but across the entirety of the federal government. So yes, we are offering amendments to address these things. The Air Force Academy slide deck instructing cadets to use language like, quote, parents and caregivers instead of moms and dads. Well, that's a really great use of time for the Air Force Academy. Don't refer to the phrase mom and dad. Boy, that'll do it. The United States Special Operations Command's Diversity and Inclusion Strategic Plan claims that diversity and inclusion and operational imperatives. The Marines tweeted a Pride Month image, as I pointed out, with rainbow-tipped bullets. This stuff is happening every day. And when I go talk to military recruits and I talk to the recruiters, they're struggling. They're not even able to make their recruiting goals. They're well under their numbers. Why? Because the target audience of people who want to serve in the military don't want to be preached to. They don't want to have their entire worldview being questioned by the leaders and the brass in the military. So we're trying to stop that. We would like to make the military focused on killing people and blowing stuff up again, because that's what a military is supposed to be for. Sparingly used, not in endless wars, but ready and able to defend the United States of America. The American people I talk to back home don't want a weak military. They don't want a woke military. They don't want rainbow propaganda on bases. They don't want to pay for troop sex changes. The American people want a military that can provide for security and win wars, and that is what we are doing with this legislation, and I'm proud to support the rule, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Wow, Mr. Speaker, I don't even know where to begin. I would just say to the gentleman that I actually do a lot of work on the issue of grandparents raising grandchildren, because some kids don't have moms and dads. Aunts and uncles are raising their nieces and their nephews. So I don't even know what that rant was about. Mr. Speaker, this rule makes an amendment that prevents implementing the unanimous recommendations made by the Bipartisan Base Renaming Commission. The goal of the commission, for my colleagues to be informed, was to ensure that our bases do not celebrate Confederate officers who took up arms against the United States. That's right. The amendment actually stops us from implementing unanimous recommendations to rename bases named after Confederates, men who fought on the side of slavery. I mean, contrast that with some of the amendments that my Republican colleagues blocked last night. An amendment to provide veterans with free mental health visits, blocked. An amendment to provide funding to organizations to assist the transition of service members back to civilian life, blocked, because it was too woke. My amendment to provide ride-sharing transportation for homeless veterans, they all voted no on that. All of them were blocked. But this Confederate base renaming amendment was made in order. I mean, that's the priority, protecting the good name of Confederates, literal traitors to the United States. I mean, that's the priority. This is the big issue for them on the NDAA. And I'd say to the gentleman from Texas who was just shouting on the floor that when he talks about this is a good process, again, in this rule that we're considering right now, bringing to the floor right now, 70 Republican amendments, 6 bipartisan amendments, and 4 Democratic amendments. I mean, how is that fair or reasonable under any measure? I could go on and on about how awful some of the Republican amendments are. Let me just highlight another one. Mr. Roy, a member of the Rules Committee, submitted an amendment which says that we're not allowed to teach people that any part of the Constitution has ever been racist. Now, Mr. Speaker, I got to tell you, I was a history major in college. Do I have to explain to people what the 3/5 compromise was? When the Constitution was written, it counted enslaved African Americans as 3/5 of a person, for God's sake. The Constitution literally said that black people weren't full people when it was written. Does the author of this amendment just want us to pretend like it didn't happen? I mean, I'm someone who actually is proud that America has made progress since then. I'm proud of the work that so many have done to right these wrongs. And I find this attempt to diminish that progress and to pretend like there was never any racism in this country incredibly offensive. Slavery never happened. Jim Crow, what's that? Racism doesn't exist. 3/5 compromise, never heard of it. I mean, this is all just so wrong. And for the record, it wasn't until the 14th Amendment passed in 1868 that the 3/5 compromise was explicitly repealed. So what's the point of this amendment? To imply that slavery didn't happen? To imply that racism wasn't a problem? To rewrite history and gloss over the 3/5 compromise? There was a time when the racism in the Republican Party was more subtle. Now it's just out in the open. They might as well have made an amendment to bring back the Confederacy. I mean, I find it incredibly disgusting that this was made in order. This is wrong. It is racist. It is just really offensive. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve at this time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Having had some tenure on this floor, my recollection is that in many instances, the NDAA has been a welcoming bipartisan initiative. We have worked together. We have formulated ways to improve the lives of the men and women of the United States military. Let me just make it very clear. That's what the NDAA is supposed to be, strengthening our ability to be a fighting force. But who do you have as a fighting force? The men and women of the United States military. I take great insult and offense to suggest that there are not young people in America who are willing to lay down their lives as our fathers and mothers and grandparents did. They do want to join the United States military. It is the ability of the military to govern itself within the civilian framework that we should be promoting in the NDAA. And so it is a terrible shame that members of color on this floor will be forced to vote on something that takes us back to the dark ages about not talking about how richly diverse we are. All of these race amendments that have been allowed to come to the floor are literally a disgrace. Did we talk about diminishing returns when the Tuskegee Airmen took to the skies in the 1940s and World War II and were one of the successful bombing units ever? Black. My father-in-law, Philip Ferguson Lee. Or did we find a diminishing in the military when Truman integrated legally to allow African Americans to join the United States military or to rise and not be discriminated against, and others followed? It was a magnificent move and a fearful move. Many thought Truman would lose his election. How dare we come to the floor on this? This is about our men and women. Why would my amendment be left out that talks about black maternal mortality? There are black women soldiers, officers who would benefit from that. Or $10 million that I introduced dealing with triple negative breast cancer that has been accepted and in year after year because it is to save lives. $2.5 million in post-traumatic stress disorder. It is to save our soldiers' lives and to be able to admit that there is PTSD continuing and we need to be able to help. Or to address injuries that came after someone comes out of the military, to connect them to the military benefits, which we see in many of those. Yes, I have an amendment in this that deals with providing emergency housing for those of us who live in the Gulf region or live in the West where these natural disasters are coming, or in the East Coast in Connecticut, that when people are totally displaced, we are very grateful of the fact that the bases would be open to providing disaster care for them.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield additional 30 seconds to the gentlelady.
The woman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
I thank you. This amendment that is in adds a report to be submitted within 220 days following enactment on capacity to provide disaster survivors with emergency short-term housing. This bill should be a bill that builds a mighty fighting force. It should not deny women the right under their medical care, and Secretary Austin and the Pentagon to say quietly, you can have a medical decision. If it cannot be made in the state that you are forced to be assigned to, posted, you can go to another state. It is a disgrace that they would interfere in private reproductive rights. This is undermining what we're here for, to build up a fighting force of men and women, and that's what this bill should be. We will stand to the death
Gentlewoman's
to make
time
sure
has
this
expired.
bill supports the men and women and the fighting force of America. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, this rule makes in order a number of truly offensive amendments. And you know what? If the majority wants to do that and put this bipartisan bill at risk, that's their prerogative. But it's, again, the contrast between what they're prioritizing and what they're blocking that astonishes me. For example, the rule makes in order an amendment to restrict servicewomen from accessing abortion care, when 40% of active duty servicewomen now serve in states that have banned or restricted access to abortion. These servicewomen are stationed based on the needs of our nation and not on personal preference, and deserve access to crucial reproductive health care services. And I look forward to voting no on that amendment. But an amendment I won't have a chance to vote on is my amendment that calls for an annual report to Congress on atrocity prevention and response in Sudan. Why does this rule make room for a controversial amendment to prevent abortion care, which might threaten the passage of this bill, by the way, but it blocks dozens and dozens of non-controversial amendments like that one? What's wrong with the report on atrocity prevention? I genuinely do not understand, Mr. Speaker. There is only one explanation that I have, that is that rational people are not calling the shots here. Mr. Speaker, we ought to be talking about, rather than these culture wars, designed to kind of relive the Confederacy that some of my colleagues seem hell-bent on doing, we ought to be talking about things that matter to the American people. We ought to be talking about how we protect Social Security and Medicare. And I'm going to urge a no vote on the previous question. so that we can bring up an amendment to get members on record of saying that they do want to protect Social Security and Medicare. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to speak on this amendment, I yield 2 minutes.
Without objection.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes. Per Mexico.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in my hopeful support of the National Defense Authorization Act. As a member of New Mexico, the birthplace of nuclear research and the nuclear bomb, and also as a member of the Armed Services Committee, I have worked incredibly hard on this committee to draft a defense bill that delivers for our service members, that improves military housing, that strengthens our national security, and that brings jobs to New Mexico. This is what the NDAA should be about. That is why it's so disappointing that Republicans and the majority are threatening service members' access to reproductive health care. Women's health care decisions are between them and their doctor, not the government. And guess what? To my Republican colleagues, I will just remind you that the majority of the American people agree with us. Why are we even debating taking away health care from our service members who have dedicated their lives to our country? Our military personnel and their loved ones should have access to health care that they need and that they've earned and that they deserve. So let me be clear. Reproductive health care is health care. Our service members deserve to serve with dignity. I've been looking forward to supporting our service members, and by passing this NDAA, supporting those jobs, supporting nuclear research in New Mexico, supporting the advancement of hypersonics at places like White Sands Missile Range, supporting our military service members at Holloman Air Force Base. But this amendment threatens the support for that. I urge my colleagues to reject this rule that attacks our women in the military and puts our national security in jeopardy. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to go back to a point on this issue of abortion. And quite frankly, we look at this issue very differently. As my friend Mr. Roy from Texas said, we see the administration as having directly intervened and changed existing policy. We have something called the Hyde Amendment, which has been passed for years, decades, over and over again. And it prohibits using federal tax dollars for abortion. Facilitating abortion is exactly what we're talking about here. Now, was there any consultation with us when the executive branch decided to do that? No, there wasn't. And so, as my friend from Texas pointed out, there's a pretty big pushback on our side. We have worked in a bipartisan fashion. That's why that bill came out 58-1 out of committee. Most of the amendments on this floor in the last couple of days have been bipartisan, and we've worked together. There are issues where we simply don't agree. And this is, at the end of the day, a majoritarian institution. And while my friend talks about the extremist this or the extremist that, if it's an extremist amendment, it won't win the majority. Okay? So these amendments that are going to come up here are either going to win or lose. And some of them are going to lose. And some of the time, my friend and I are actually going to be voting on the same way on those amendments. Other times we'll vote differently. We'll certainly vote differently at the end of the day when it comes time to voting the bill. But that's the way the game's played here. So to say that some majority is being run by extremists, by definition, that's almost impossible because you can't be the majority on the House floor if it's true. So, again, you can disagree, and I respect the disagreement. But the initiator, particularly in the case of abortion, and I would say some of the other cultural clashes that we're having on this bill, has been the administration, has been policies that were decided in this administration and sometimes pushed on the military against their own wishes. But again, it's the executive branch. They get to run the military. They get to do what they want to do. But please, when you get a response with people that genuinely disagree, to say they started it by responding is simply not the case. Again, I look forward to this debate. I understand that people will have very different opinions. I do remind everybody that 95% of this bill is this bill. You know, it was bipartisan, does deal with the military. Very little of much of the debate has dealt with the military. I actually sit on the Defense Appropriations Committee there. We spend a lot of time talking about, okay, what's the right mix of arms? And, you know, what's going to happen in terms of artillery? What are we doing to update AWACS? I can go on and on. Most of the discussions in the House Armed Services Committee were similar. So, again, we're going to have these differences, these debates, and let the chips fall where they may. And with that, I would suspect whatever product comes off this floor will be the product that the majority of this body chose. Then we'll go, as my friends well know, to sit down with the United States Senate, and they'll have a different product. And the president will be part of that discussion because he has to sign the bill. So we're going to have a pretty good tussle here, and to think this is the be-all and end-all today, I think is a disservice to the process and how it unfolds and how it actually works. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I ask the gentleman how many more speakers he has on his side?
I'm prepared to close whenever my friend is.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 6.5 minutes remaining.
Okay. All right. I'll close, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this process has shown us the priorities of the Republican majority: protecting the reputation of Confederate leaders, banning books because they want to rewrite history, controlling women's bodies, overturning Roe versus Wade wasn't enough. They want to ban abortion nationwide. They want to restrict a service member's ability to get travel expenses covered, attacking LGBTQ plus service members, cutting off aid to Ukraine in the middle of their fight against Putin, stifling diversity and equity in the military, and shrugging off climate change, which the Department of Defense says poses a direct threat to our national security. You can't make this stuff up, Mr. Speaker. And the thing is, many Republicans know that these amendments are offensive. They know these plans and these ideas are unpopular. That's why, you know, there has been so much whiplash the last few days to get this rule to the floor today. What was not on their priority list in this bill? I'll tell you what was not on their priority list. Reducing the NDAA top line, which is far too high and wastes taxpayer dollars. In their appropriations process, they're cutting monies from WIC and from Meals on Wheels, but they boost up the defense budget. What's not on their list is helping our veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder. They rejected an amendment on that yesterday in the Rules Committee. What's not on their list is protecting access to reproductive health care or ensuring the ability for transgender individuals to serve their country, or encouraging diversity and equity in all military ranks, or preventing the transfer of cluster munitions to all countries. And that's not even to mention the dozens of non-controversial Democratic amendments that would simply authorize reports on our national defense. This is ridiculous. And let me again remind everybody in this rule, 70 Republican amendments, 6 bipartisan amendments, and 4 Democratic amendments. On what planet is that even considered reasonably fair? This is outrageous. And again, a big chunk of the Democratic amendments, you know, you may not agree with them, but we ought to have 10 minutes of debate and a vote up or down on them. You know, they say that this is about getting woke out of the military. You know, they blocked my amendment to help homeless vets get rides to medical appointments. What the hell is woke about that? You know, they blocked it because it was woke. I mean, I don't even know what they're thinking. Look, if the extreme MAGA amendments pass and this NDAA bill passes on a partisan vote, it should not be seen as a victory for Speaker McCarthy. Barely passing a bill that usually passes with a supermajority is not a victory. And I wish him luck in negotiations with the Senate, where some of these policies will be non-starters. The Speaker of the House needs to grow a spine, not for his own reputation, but for the good of this country. This is a terrible, terrible process. These amendments are pathetic that have been made in order. They're offensive. It disrespects and diminishes this institution. It is sad to see this small group of extremists calling the shots here, but that is what is happening right now. They've turned this defense bill into a place for them to launch their culture wars. What a disservice to our country. What an insult to the members of this chamber. What an insult to the men and women who serve our country. That these are the priorities that we're debating here today? I mean, come on, give me a break. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. In closing, I urge all my colleagues to support this resolution. Today's rule makes in order 80 amendments reflecting member priorities on both sides of the aisle. Although I would have liked to have worked more quickly on a matter that is so critical as the annual NDAA, we owe the American people no less than whatever time is necessary to complete this important task. I want to remind the House that the NDAA has been passed into law every year for 62 consecutive years. I'm confident that with today's rule, we're well on the way to making it 63. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to point out and emphasize several important facts that sometimes get lost in a spirited debate. The first one is that about 95% of this bill is exactly what came out of the House Armed Services Committee, which came out, as my friends have pointed out, and I agree, 58-1. So most of this bill is extraordinarily bipartisan. Most of the amendments that have come to this floor, 300 yesterday, or 290 roughly, were bipartisan and were accepted no matter who, Democrat or Republican, by either side. As I said yesterday, this was going to be more contentious today, and that's fine. But to suggest that anything you disagree with, that passes is extreme, I think, frankly, you're leaping at a conclusion. Some of these amendments that my friend points to the most probably won't pass, probably won't make it. So, again, there's nothing inappropriate about that. I mean, I've come down here, and I know my friend has plenty of times, and fought for things we believed in that may have been right or wrong, but we lost or won. What comes out of here will be what a majority of the House decides is appropriate. Now, as I've said multiple times in the course of the debate, this is a process, not an event. And the reality is we're going to sit down at some point, almost certainly, with the Senate and the President. Senate's a Democrat, the President's a Democrat, and we're going to have a discussion and a debate, and I suspect the product that comes out of that will be different than the one that emerges here. That's okay. It'll be different than what the Senate writes, and it will be different than what the President's budget was and what he proposed. Nobody's going to get everything they want. Everybody, at the end of the day, is going to have to give and take, and the reality is if we get to a bill, which I think we will because we have for 62 consecutive years, it's going to be a bipartisan compromise. So we can have all the theatrics and all the flailing of arms. That's part of the process too. But at the end of the day, almost all this bill is bipartisan. Almost all this bill is supported by the majority of both sides of the aisle. There are individual flashpoints where we disagree. I know about getting rolled in debates. I remember my Democratic spending $1.9 trillion without a single Republican vote and unleashing the worst recession or worst inflation we've seen in 40 years. I remember them bringing a bill to this floor called the Inflation Reduction Act, which had zero to do with inflation, was everything about green climate. Fair enough. You want to do that, that's okay. You didn't get a single Republican vote, but you won. And you got it through the Senate, and you got the President of the United States to sign it. So there's plenty of times one side has steamrolled the other. There are other times when we negotiate together. Welcome to the House of Representatives and to American politics. So what we're going to deal with today, there'll be a lot of sound, there'll be a lot of noise. Most of it's bipartisan. It's an extraordinarily good bill. As a matter of fact, lost in the course of this debate, one of the areas where my friends and I do disagree is, and I disagree with the bill, we're coming in at the President's number. This outrageous, terrible bill is going to be at the number the President proposed. I think that number's too low. I really do. But I'm going to vote for it because it's still better than last year, better than the CR, and it moves the country in the right direction. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I've enjoyed the debate. I always do. And I want to close by thanking my friend. And I mean this with all sincerity. I want to end where I began. We have been through a couple of challenging days on the Rules Committee, very long nights. I very much appreciate my friend and his colleagues and my colleagues on my side of the aisle, their professionalism. I very much appreciate the staff that worked very hard on both sides of the aisle. I very much appreciate the wonderful House support staff that we had facilitating our meetings, and I want to thank them all and thank particularly my friend. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question.
The gentleman yields from Oklahoma yields back, and the question is on the order of previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Independent chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman asked for the yeas and nays are requested, and those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on July 12, 2023, at 4:14 p.m., set to contain a message from the President regarding the continuation of the national emergency with respect to hostage-taking and wrongful detention of United States nationals abroad. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk of the House.
Clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code, 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to hostage-taking and the wrongful detention of United States nationals abroad, declared in Executive Order 14078 of July 19, 2022, is to continue in effect beyond July 19, 2023. Hostage-taking and the wrongful detention of United States nationals are heinous acts that undermine the rule of law. Terrorist organizations, criminal groups, and other malicious actors who take hostages for financial, political, or other gain, as well as foreign states that engage in the practice of wrongful detention, including for political leverage or to seek concessions from the United States, threaten the integrity of the international political system and the safety of United States nationals and other persons abroad. Hostage-taking and the wrongful detention of United States nationals abroad continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14078 with respect to hostage-taking and the wrongful detention of United States nationals abroad. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, July 12, 2023.
Refer to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. House be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 583 and adoption of the House Resolution 583 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business in the question on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 583 on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 29, House Resolution 583. Resolution providing for further consideration of the bill H.R. 2670 to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for the purposes.
Question is only ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes for electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
rise. You have 5 minutes left on this vote. members voted. Does anyone wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 202 and the nay.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Omar votes no. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Joyce of Ohio votes aye. Mr. Higgins of New York votes no. Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. Loro votes no. Mr. Robert Garcia votes no. Mr. Roy votes aye. Ms. Green of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Miller of Illinois votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 207. Previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
Gentlemen,
I ask for a recorded vote.
a recorded vote being requested. Those favor of recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute, only 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 208.
Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good of Virginia votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 208, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 582 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 2670. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of Bill H.R. 2670, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee on the Whole rose on Wednesday, July 12, 2023, a request for a recorded vote on the fifth set of an en bloc amendment printed in Part B of the House Report 118-141, offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, has been postponed. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment en bloc 5, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-141 by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 5, consisting of amendments numbered 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 288, 289, and 290. Printed in Part B of House Report number 118-141, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
30 seconds. Does anyone wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 399, the nays are 31. The amendment on bloc are adopted. There being no further amendment pursuant to the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 6970 and has come to no resolution thereon.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2670, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to House Resolution 583 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 2670. The chair appoints the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House, in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 2670, which the clerk will report by title.
The bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, pursuant to House Resolution 582, the fifth set of en bloc amendments printed in the House report 118-141, offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, has been disposed of. Pursuant to House Resolution 583, no further amendment to the bill as amended shall be ordered except those printed in the House report 118-142 and amendments en bloc described in Section 3, House Resolution 583. Each further amendment printed in the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report and may be offered only by members designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendments, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be ordered at that time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer the amendments en bloc consisting of the amendments printed in the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments and en bloc shall be considered as read and shall be debated for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member, minority members of the Committee on Armed Services of their respective designee shall not be subject to the amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for the division of the question. The committee will be in order. The committee will be in order. Ladies and gentlemen are advised to remove their conversations from the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer amendment.
If you'll suspend for just a moment. And it is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-142. And now, for what purpose does the woman from Florida seek?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer amendment 582 as a designee of Mr. Williams of New York.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mrs. Luna of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, will, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
To protect American interests, safety, and intellectual property, this amendment will end the corrupt practice of sending taxpayer dollars to the Chinese Communist Party. Our hard-earned money is going to Chinese research, infrastructure, education, and these are the only destinations that we currently know about. American dollars are lost with no recuperation or retaliation. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask my colleagues across the aisle to support this common sense amendment and support Mr. Williams' legislation. I yield back.
Does the gentlelady yield back?
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I'm claiming the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I oppose this broad, reactionary, and irresponsible amendment because it would harm U.S. interests and undermine scientific progress for the American people and the world. There is no question that the PRC poses real challenges to the United States and that it is engaged in technological and economic competition with us. We know that the PRC is engaged in harmful research to boost its military, that it engages in technology and IP theft. These challenges worth tackling, and the Biden administration and Congress have taken steps to protect ourselves against these activities in effective and responsible ways. This amendment, however, goes entirely too far. When a careful and scalpel-like approach is needed to ensure we are not contributing to China's military or providing China with advanced and sensitive technology and know-how, this amendment uses a guillotine to cut off support for any form of research collaboration between the United States and China. As drafted, this amendment would prevent any U.S. funding of, contracting with, or partnership with any individual or entity connected to the PRC government. Let's be clear about what that would mean. That would prohibit collaboration with all the major public universities in China, endangering academic collaboration and research partnerships between U.S. and Chinese institutions. We should be worried about AI and supercomputing, but this amendment would cut off collaboration on completely harmless and often very beneficial social science research on things such as poverty reduction and economic development. This amendment would make it harder for American academics and researchers to partner with the Chinese people, many of them who may not have any love for the CCP and would benefit from talking directly to and working with an American and learning about the freedoms and values that Americans enjoy. More critically, this amendment would cut off collaboration on medical research that could literally save lives of Americans and people around the world. Let me give you one example. Right now, doctors and researchers at the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York are collaborating with the Chinese Thoracic Oncology Group to conduct shared clinical trials in hospitals in the United States and China to develop modern cancer drugs. We need to make sure this research collaboration happens in a safe and secure way. But why would we prohibit it? Why would we not want to work together to find a cure for cancer? Ultimately, we cannot and must not follow the Chinese Communist Party's example and close ourselves off to the world and the Chinese people. That is what they do. That is not what America does. So I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Communism, as well as any country that embraces that ideology, is a cancer upon this world, and sometimes a guillotine is the only solution. So I urge my colleagues across the aisle to support this incredible piece of legislation, and if you don't, that's on you. I yield my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to Representative Adam Smith.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the comments made by my colleague were perfectly appropriate. We have to deal with China and a whole series of issues, but to say that we should not collaborate with them on basic scientific research that, as was bluntly stated, could literally help us cure cancer is not something that is in our best interest. We also have to realize that China is a major factor in the world. We would like to get to a more peaceful relationship with them. Cutting off all contact doesn't make sense. Even at the height of the Cold War, when we were aggressively trying to stand up to the Soviet Union, a bipartisan group of legislators kept dialogue up between the two countries. I agree with my colleague, this amendment goes too far, and I urge opposition. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I inquire as to how much time I have left?
1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield the balance of my time to Representative Jacobs from San Diego.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This is another amendment that's fear-mongering about China when Republicans are continuing to actually undermine our national security by restricting and banning abortion. Our service members volunteered to serve in our armed services. They didn't volunteer to give up their reproductive rights. So I'm thankful that DoD has taken steps to support service members and their dependents' reproductive freedom by covering the travel and transportation costs for abortion and fertility care in the post-Roe era. And let's be clear, DoD's travel policy is consistent with the law. We shouldn't reverse this progress and take away our service members' freedom when they've already sacrificed so much for us. In the 1 year since the Supreme Court struck down the constitutional right to an abortion, 20 states have restricted or banned abortion. This decision has disproportionately burdened our military families who don't often choose where they're stationed. They can't freely take off days from work, and many can't afford to travel thousands of miles and pay out of pocket to receive the care they need and deserve, all because of the current statutory ban on DoD providing abortion services, which I strongly oppose. And that's why DoD's travel policy has been so important. As one of the few women of reproductive age in Congress, I know how important access to abortion and fertility care is to our health, well-being, freedom, economic security, and empowerment. And taking away these fundamental rights doesn't just hurt these individuals. It hurts our military readiness, recruitment and retention, and morale, putting our national security in jeopardy. With many people having very limited or zero access to abortion services where they are stationed, our military's ability to adapt to evolving conflicts and challenges is severely compromised.
The gentleman's time's expired.
I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 2 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 3 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 4 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate that amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, on behalf of myself, my fellow Texan Chip Roy, and over 70 co-sponsors, I urge all of my colleagues to vote in strong support of my amendment to repeal the Department of Defense's illegal and immoral abortion policy. In the wake of the Supreme Court's historic Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade, the Biden administration immediately set out to sidestep the court's ruling and circumvent the law wherever possible. The Biden administration has encouraged every federal agency to create rules and adopt policies that not only expand abortion access, but also leave American taxpayers on the hook to subsidize abortion services. As evidence of this, October of last year, the Secretary of Defense released a memo titled Ensuring Access to Reproductive Health Care. This memo outlined the steps to be taken by the department in order to use taxpayer dollars to provide service members and their dependents access to abortions and allow for taxpayer dollars to be used so healthcare providers can obtain the licensing required to perform such procedures. According to its illegal policy, which is now in place, DoD can and will reimburse travel expenses for service members and their dependents who travel specifically to obtain an abortion in another state. DoD will also reimburse any associated fees for healthcare professionals seeking to be licensed in another state for the purpose of performing abortion, all on the taxpayer's dime. Last year, immediately after DoD started this unconstitutional, illegal process, Congressman Roy and I got to work immediately on addressing this issue and developed a bill to right this wrong. This illegal Biden-endorsed policy has no place in our military. Taxpayer money provided to DoD is intended to provide for our national defense and our national security, not to promote and support the Biden administration's radical and immoral pro-abortion agenda. As I mentioned, regardless of your political or personal stance on abortion, this policy is in direct violation of federal law, specifically Section 1093 of U.S. Code Title 10, which restricts funds made available to the DoD from being used for abortions. No doubt my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will insist that taxpayer dollars are not directly funding abortions, thereby rendering the current policy legally sound. This is absolutely misleading. The taxpayer money is going directly to support abortions, and anyone in this chamber that says differently is blatantly lying to the American people. Taxpayer funding of travel for an abortion is, in fact, taxpayer-funded abortion. Abortion is the sole reason for these travel expenses, and this is in clear violation of existing law. My Democratic colleagues want me to blame me, Senator Tuberville, and my colleagues like Congressman Roy for jeopardizing readiness. However, it is the Biden administration who has sidestepped existing law and given the department permission to take this illegal action. This has left us with no choice but to take corrective measures and pass additional legislation. The days of the radical left ignoring the law and pushing their destructive social agenda in the military are done. I absolutely will not waver in my defense of the rule of law, therefore ensuring that taxpayer money is not used to kill innocent babies, and in doing so also ensure that our military service members can focus on the jobs that they have in front of them and their families instead of being used for the political gain of the Biden administration. This amendment has over 70 co-sponsors because we all recognize that the Department of Defense is carrying out an illegal policy that is divisive, immoral, and does nothing to provide for our national defense or promote our national security. I want to thank my friend Congressman Chip Roy for co-leading this amendment with me and for being a relentless defender of the law and a true warrior in protecting the life of the unborn. I also want to thank the Military Personnel Subcommittee Chairman Jim Banks for his support of my amendment and his work on readying our service members for the real threats that they face. Last, I want to thank Chairman Rogers for creating the strongest defense bill I have seen during my time in Congress. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment to repeal this outrageous and illegal policy and prevent any similar policy in the future. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from New Jersey is. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the amendment in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in vehement opposition to the amendment proposed by Rep. Jackson. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to thank the troops and talk about honoring their sacrifice, and that's all, frankly, empty words and broken promises if this amendment passes. This amendment puts servicewomen and military families' lives at risk by denying the basic right to travel for health care, no longer available where they are stationed. Now that Iowa passed anti-abortion restrictions, 46% of servicewomen do not have access to abortion care. This would enact a dangerous health care travel ban. Service members signed up to put their lives on the line for our freedoms, our national values, our constitutional rights. They did not sign up to put their lives on the line or their spouses' lives on the line because they cannot get access to basic care. I was an officer in the Navy. What I learned was that good leaders protect their squadron. They don't abandon them in favor of their own politics or agenda. How am I supposed to recommend to young girls in my district that they should attend a service academy like I did when we know this amendment would mean that they'd be signing away their right to basic health care? This amendment makes our servicewomen pawns in their extreme agenda and is a stepping stone to larger bans, restrictions, and wholesale disregard with women's health care in America. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend and a tireless champion for servicewomen, the gentle lady from Pennsylvania.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Sherrill. And I rise today also in opposition to this harmful and dangerous amendment, a backdoor to a national ban on abortion. I also rise saddened and frustrated that we find ourselves here in this legislative body deciding whether or not we trust our women in uniform and our military families to make healthcare decisions for themselves. So let me say loud and clear, as someone who has worn the uniform, had a child as an active duty member, and has a uterus, unlike many who are opining on this subject, that I trust women to make the best decisions that they are able to for their own health and their family's health. It is insulting that we have to stand here and ask our colleagues to acknowledge our servicemen and women's and our family members' bodily autonomy. I grew up in a military family, moving dozens of times before I graduated, and then when the time came, I also raised my right hand. Today, that same woman stands before you perplexed. Why would any woman want to enlist when her fundamental freedoms and those of her family are no longer her own? The percentage of active duty service members who have no or severely restricted access to abortion is now 46%. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
I would like to strongly associate myself with your remarks. Now, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend and one of our strongest advocates for women's health care, the gentlelady from Michigan.
Thank you, Representative Sherrill. I rise today with my colleagues in opposition to this amendment, and I want to make sure that everyone understands what this amendment means. This amendment, plus other amendments that are the exact same in the Appropriations Committee, plus the same hole that is going on by Senator Tuberville, they are putting culture wars ahead of national security. We understand that Mr. Jackson, the author of this amendment, is from Texas, that he supports a ban outright on all abortions, including for rape and for incest. We understand that he doesn't trust women, and he certainly can't claim to care about recruitment into the military. What we cannot miss, though, is that this is part and parcel of a goal from a party who wants a federal ban on abortion. It wasn't enough that we overturned Roe in our Supreme Court. It doesn't matter if states like Michigan vote on their ballot to preserve Roe. They will not stop until there is a federal ban where it won't matter what happens to states. So I stand in strong opposition to this amendment.
And I couldn't agree more. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Chair, can I inquire how much time is left?
1 minute.
1 minute. Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to yield 30 seconds to my distinguished chairman, Mr. Rogers.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. DOD's abortion travel policy is a flagrant violation of the congressional intent and our nation's moral principles. This policy is part of the Biden administration's politicization of the military. It is completely unnecessary. It is clearly unlawful, and I urge all members to support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Madam Chair, I would like to yield 30 seconds to my distinguished colleague, Representative Luna from Florida.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I just want to start out by saying I'm a United States Air Force veteran and a woman who's been elected to Congress while pregnant that supports this because of the fact that not only does it completely attack our ability to be military ready, when you are advocating for a service member to have a child whipped from their womb, they can't deploy. To say that this is constitutional and it's an argument, to say that Republicans are somehow attacking women in service because we support this is not only a lie, but it completely just destroys everything that this military stands for. Not only are there religious objections to taxpayers funding this type of stuff, but to say as a military service member that you would be somehow hurting someone's rights in the military because you stand with life is pretty bizarre to me.
Time has expired.
I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd now like to yield to someone who not only fights for women in Congress, but fights against her home state's draconian laws, the gentlelady from Texas.
The gentlewoman is recognized. There's 1 minute remaining on this side. 1.5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which, make no mistake about it, is the Republican Party's backdoor effort to create a national abortion ban. I represent El Paso, Texas, which is home to Fort Bliss, one of our country's premier military installations. I serve on the House Armed Services Committee, and I am a mother of 2. My colleagues want to ensure that the enlisted women in the United States military and their family members who live in Republican states where abortion has been banned are forced to carry a pregnancy to term, even in the case of rape and incest. Unlike my Republican colleagues, I trust women. And unlike my Republican colleagues, I believe women have a place in the United States military, and it is our job to support them. I yield back.
Woman yields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. You have the only time remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd now like to yield 30 seconds to my remaining time to my friend and valued colleague and partner in this effort, the gentleman from Colorado.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this extreme and misguided amendment. In Iraq and Afghanistan, I fought alongside service members from every race, gender, and political affiliation, and we had each other's back and still do. So I will not sit quiet while people attack the rights of women who have stood up to serve this country. We owe them better than this. It's extreme and misguided and inconsistent with the values of our nation and our military as a standard bearer of those values, and I urge my colleagues to oppose.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey?
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. Shouldn't I have said the ayes and nays? That amendment number 6 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 7 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 8 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 9 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 10, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of my amendment 194. 194 is a very simple piece of legislation amendment. It would prohibit TRICARE from covering sex reassignment surgeries and hormone treatment for transgender individuals. The most recent numbers tell us that the Department of Defense has performed over 240 gender reassignment surgeries, costing taxpayers approximately $3.1 million. Unfortunately, that's just a small part of the costs associated with this transaction. The department has also spent over $11.5 million on psychotherapy. That's it, psychotherapy for service members with gender dysphoria. The amount of funds paid out for this psychotherapy shows that the surgery alone cannot solve the root issue for these individuals. This does nothing to help our troops continue to be the most effective fighting force on earth, and is nothing but a distraction and a waste of valuable taxpayers' dollars. The government has no business funding these procedures on the taxpayers' dime. The question that must be asked is whether we're having trans individuals makes the United States a more lethal force, and whether it helps recruit the best and most effective talent for the United States military. And the answer to that is a clear and resounding no. A report commissioned by General Mattis found that service members with claims of gender dysphoria are 8 times more likely to attempt suicide than other service members. It also found that these individuals are 9 times more likely to have negative mental health episodes than other service members. As Thomas Spohr, a former Army Lieutenant General, put it, if those with gender dysphoria are at a much higher risk of suicide, crippling anxiety, or mental breakdowns than their peers, those serving next to them will be reluctant to rely on them. Permitting them to serve also violates the principle of not placing individuals at greater risk of injury in harm's way. Madam Speaker, to summarize this, anything that does not contribute to making our fighting force the most effective fighting force on earth is nothing more than a distraction, and I will not ask the people of Montana or the United States to pay for it. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition to the amendment and ask to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman has 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. Trans service members have served and served successfully for years. In fact, trans people are even more likely to serve in the U.S. military than cisgender people. So it's mind-boggling that we would want to deter and discriminate against a group of people who have proven their patriotism and deep commitment to our country. All of us are well aware that we're facing steep military recruitment and retention challenges. This amendment will worsen this crisis by pushing transgender service members out of the military. And that's because gender-affirming care is necessary and medically backed. Care that gives you the ability to be your true, authentic self is primary care, and it's not something that should be easily dismissed. If our service members constantly worry about their right to exist, their ability to serve our country is jeopardized, and it harms our readiness and ability to respond quickly and effectively to national security challenges. I'm not alone in this. Secretary Austin agrees that allowing people to serve as their authentic selves is the right and the smart thing to do for our military operations. That's why I urge my colleagues to do the right thing for our values and our readiness and oppose this harmful amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me reiterate these numbers again. If these individuals are 8 times more likely to attempt suicide, 8 times more likely to attempt suicide, and 9 times more likely to have negative mental health episodes than other service members. The United States military veterans are experiencing 21 suicides a day, and we are doing everything in the Veterans Affairs Committee to reduce that number. Why in the world are we considering bringing individuals in that are going to increase that number? If these individuals are that troubled on an ordinary day without the pressures of war, why would we risk our nation's security on them in wartime? It just simply does not make sense. Allowing this radical trans agenda to infiltrate our military will put our service members and my constituents in harm's way and will make our country more vulnerable than it's ever been in modern history. My common sense amendment would save the taxpayers millions of dollars and help protect our service members as well as our country, and maybe save a lot of lives as well. I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose? The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished ranking member of the Armed Services Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair. The ignorance contained in these comments is really breathtaking. Transgender people who have normal, regular health care are no more likely to commit suicide than anybody else. So basically, the statistics he's showing, once somebody identifies as having a problem, they're more likely to have a problem. I mean, that would be like saying we've identified that, service members who complain of PTSD symptoms are more likely to commit suicide. The point is to get proper care for transgender people, and you don't have these issues. It is the ignorance that has prevented them from getting that proper care. And by the way, the overwhelming majority of transgender people don't need any of this, okay? Any more than any of us do. But when they need it just like when anybody else does. And to Ms. Jacobs' point, we need to recruit people. Being bigoted against transgender people takes a huge population out of the recruitment. This is a very simple, easy thing to do and deal with. And again, I really want to emphasize, not every transgender person needs this care, all right? If you have a problem, yes, you are more likely to have a problem, but that is true of anybody, regardless of your gender. We need transgender people to serve in the military. This amendment will make that more difficult and should be defeated.
The gentleman's time has expired. For the gentleman from Montana.
Madam Speaker, could I request how much time I have remaining?
1¼ minutes.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, what this is just shows to the extent that the Biden administration has been pushing this agenda into our military, and it is weakening our military. It is not making it stronger. We have drag shows taking place at Malmstrom Air Force Base. There are 150 ICBM missiles that are being controlled by that Air Force Base and by these individuals. I don't want someone who doesn't know if they are a man or a woman with their hand on a missile button. We have explicit library books on display for children at Malmstrom Air Force Base. The U.S. Navy's Digital Ambassador Program featuring drag queen posting on TikTok. The Department of Defense is paying for travel expenses and is offering up to 21 days of leave for soldiers and their dependents to get abortions. Again, let me tell you that anything that is not focused on making the United States military the most effective fighting force on earth is nothing more than a distraction, and we should not be paying for it. I won't ask the people of Montana to pay for it, and I will not ask the people across the United States to pay for it. I reserve.
Your time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Can I inquire how much time we have left?
2 3/4 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I thank Ranking Member Smith for his comments, and I would like to emphasize that transgender people are people. They are much more than statistics. They are people serving our country. They are people who care and are patriotic. They are more likely to harm themselves and suffer from mental health challenges due to the harmful rhetoric they hear from elected officials denying their right to exist. My youngest sibling, my brother, is trans, and he is one of the most responsible people I know. I would be thrilled if he wanted to serve our country, and you should be too. With that, I will yield 1.5 minutes to my colleague from Texas, Representative Sheila Jackson-Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I'm on the, let me thank the gentlelady as well. I'm on the floor again, holding up the Constitution, which should not be eliminated for the fighting force of Americans who have been declared by nations around the world as the strongest, most powerful fighting force in the world. And whatever my friend says on the other side of the aisle, I have no basis for his statistics. No one has undermined the force of the men and women. Let me pay tribute to them. Equal protection of the law says basically a health care issue is a health care issue. Trans people have health care issues. Trans children have health care issues. It is an outrage that we should deny Americans who want to die on a battlefield the right to get TRICARE. TRICARE, maternal mortality, black maternal mortality, is more prone to African American women. Should they be in the military denied because they have a black maternal mortality, more apt to have babies that die? No, they want to die on the field too, or they want to be able to wear the uniform. And so I have never been able to understand how you can deny people health care. It is health care. Let me say it again. It is health care. And for trans children, it is more your denial, your denunciation, your contempt, your hatred that drives any to do anything toward themselves. It could be a heterosexual and you've condemned them and they may be prone to suicide. This is not apt to those who happen to be trans. Please, I beg of this floor, do not pass these amendments because the Constitution will be trampled on. Health care,
the gentlewoman's time has expired.
Is health care.
The gentlewoman from California.
I reserve.
Only time remaining. How much?
Okay, I yield 1 minute to my colleague.
The gentlewoman has 25 seconds remaining.
I yield 25 seconds.
0.5. Sorry.
45?
0.5. Oh, 45. Sorry, 45 seconds. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Looking at this amendment, if you just boil it down, what it's doing is degrading the scope of coverage for military service members covered by TRICARE for themselves and their dependents. Okay, so what we're doing is we're basically saying if you wear the uniform in this country, your level of insurance is going to be less than Americans in the civilian sector or in other forms of employment-based insurance. We have been fighting on the Armed Services Committee to raise the level of coverage and to create parity with the civilian sector as a way of recruiting people in the military. This goes backwards. This will be a first for the NDAA to degrade the TRICARE health insurance coverage for military members, people who wear the uniform of this country. Oppose this amendment.
So expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 11 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment 12 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment 13 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 14 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 15 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 16 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 17 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment 18 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment 19 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 20, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I want to speak recognition of my Amendment 30.
30 or 20? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it is really an embarrassment for those in the balcony and those watching on TV to even have to put up amendments to deal with Matt Rosendale was talking about and to deal with what my amendment is doing, which is similar to his, which is dealing with surgeries using taxpayers' dollars for those who don't know whether they're a man or a woman. It is total insanity. If you don't know if you're a man or a woman, you shouldn't be going into war. We've got China building ships. We've got China building airplanes. And here we are debating on the House floor, does medical care cover, does taxpayers' dollar cover that person who thinks they ought to be another sex than what they are? My amendment prohibits provisions of gender transition procedures, including surgery or medication, through the Exceptional Family Member Program. Let me tell you what the Exceptional Member Program is. It provides resources to military family with special needs children, with special needs. The program is designed for military spouses, children, or other dependent family members who require ongoing medical or educational services, such as individuals with asthma, autism, chronic respiratory illnesses, and others. Recently, the military has tried to politicize this valuable program for transgender procedure purposes. And you know, I almost think this administration is trying to use something insane like what we're having to do here to take the focus off the things that are happening to America, like the invasion at the border, like crime in the streets, like an economy that's sinking, that we're having to talk about this. But I'm glad to do it. Somebody has to stop it. For example, the last year the Air Force suggested using the EFMP for families who want to help their child transition. And Representative Panetta introduced a bill to expand the EFMP to include transgender dependents and specifically list gender dysphoria as a qualifying medical need for the program. I wonder how, if you put this out to to the everyday American, would they want their tax dollars used for this type surgery? Would they want their tax dollars, and by the way, spending money we don't have to go in for this? My amendment ensures that we reserve this valuable program for its original intent to help families with special needs and prohibits the use of the program for the provision of or referral for gender transition procedures such as a gender surgery or for medication. This amendment also prohibits the change of duty station simply for the purpose of providing a child with an easier access to these procedures. Hopefully we can all agree we should not be using taxpayers' dollars to help children get transgender procedures, but rather reserve these resources for military families that have children with special needs, chronic illnesses, and educational needs. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself 2 minutes. Let's be clear on what this amendment is doing. It is taking health care services away from service members and their family. That's what this is doing. It is denying them access to health care. And the only way this amendment makes sense is if you believe the transgender people do not exist. That's the only way this makes sense. And unfortunately for the makers of this amendment, transgender people absolutely exist. This denial of their existence hurts certainly transgender people, but if you're a service member and you have somebody in your family who needs this care, you're going to get out of the service now because the military is saying that your child doesn't actually exist. doesn't actually need the same health care that every other child needs. And again, it's repeated over and over again, oh, this has nothing to do with defending the country. Making sure that we have the best people serving in the military is the #1 thing to do with defending this country. And we are now taking a huge chunk of the population, anyone who has a transgender family member or even anyone who thinks they might at some point, and saying, you're out, don't serve. No matter how capable, no matter how qualified you are, we are going to make it impossible for you to serve, primarily because of the colossal ignorance that a lot of people have about what transgender means. You can listen to the sarcasm in the voice of I don't know if they're a man or a woman. That's not what transgender is, okay? It is a very legitimate, both psychological and physical issue that some people have to deal with. Just like in the special needs services, I've met with service members who had a child who had any manner of different problems. They were able to stay in the military because their child could get the care they need. We're taking all of those people and kicking them to the curb because we are ignorant of what transgender is and the importance of dealing with it. Please oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, you know, what he just says does not, I don't think his facts are right. You could take everybody in this balcony and ask if they know members who fall into two classes of people, those with special needs and those where a man wants to be a girl. Line them up. You would far exceed the numbers with those with special needs. They're the ones that need the tax dollars, not the ones that want to change their sex. Now, let me tell you some of the things that the chronic life-threatening conditions that this money should go for and did go for until this idiotic idea of using dollars for the trans. It's life-threatening conditions or chronic, including current and chronic mental health conditions, asthma or other respiratory-related diagnosis with chronic recurring symptoms, attention deficit disorder, chronic conditions that require adaptive equipment, including technology and environmental or architectural considerations. I mean, it's idiotic for him to say that the needs of a huge group of people all over this country will trump the needs for a very few. And the trans, I think, if you do the math, from what I've heard, it's less than 1%. But no, I think this is a diversion tactic to just get people away. And it's they're weakening the military. That's why we're down 30% in recruitment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman's time is expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the ranking member very much. Families care about their children, and it stuns me that the gentleman on the other side has indicated that he wants to take health decisions out of the hands of parents who are serving in the United States military, committed to laying their life down for Americans, and eliminate it to the point that the parents who love the military must leave the military and diminish our fighting force. Let me be clear. As relates to trans children and medical care, every major medical and mental health association in the United States, representing more than 1.3 million U.S. doctors, support age-appropriate, gender-affirming care for transgender people. In addition, in the special needs of the soldiers and others in the United States military, there is no indication that money would be taken away from special needs children as it relates to the particular needs of trans children. What it does say is that parents who love their children would be discriminated against depending on what their health need is. And so I rise today in opposition to this ill thought of and ill-fated, I hope, amendment that clearly divides us as Americans, as members of the United States military, and that it goes against science and medicine because this affirming medical care has been accepted. And so I am struck as I end by someone suggesting that someone who has their hand on a nuclear weapon or they're in some strategic assignment is diminished because they have a life that is different from someone else, that they are no more of a soldier than someone else. They are a soldier, they are part of the military, and the family should be allowed to make decisions for their children. These health decisions are life-changing and life-needed, and as well, medical doctors and science affirm it. I yield back, oppose this underlying amendment.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington has 1 minute.
I reserve.
Reserve. You have the only time.
Pardon?
You have the only time remaining.
Okay, well, then I don't reserve. I yield the balance of the time to Ms. Jacobs from California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Mr. Ranking Member. Let's be clear. Every major medical association in the United States, every single major medical association in the United States, representing more than 1.3 million United States doctors, have affirmed that gender-affirming care is safe and effective. Health care decisions for children should be between the patient, the parents, and the health care provider, not the government, not some politician who has no idea what he's talking about. I wonder what you would do if your kid came to you sure that they were in the wrong body. I've talked to parents. Many of them didn't think they believed in trans issues either. But it should be between a parent, their child, and their doctor what healthcare decisions get made. And by denying service members the ability to provide medically necessary care for their children, including by relocating, this amendment will likely lead to service members leaving the military and will weaken efforts to recruit other people who do or may have transgender family
Gentlewoman's
members.
time has expired.
I urge my colleagues to oppose this horrible amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask the House to pass my amendment to pull the funding for the war in Ukraine.
Does the gentlewoman have an amendment at the desk?
Yes.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mrs. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm the proud daughter of a Navy combat veteran who served in the Vietnam War. I'm also a grateful American for the freedoms I have the great honor to possess, and I fully respect our country's brave men and women who have fought and those that died so that Americans can be free. I believe that in order to achieve world peace, America must have the strongest military in the world, but only cautiously use our tremendous force when our national security is threatened. In recent years, we have seen our great military and those that serve our country be used too often for the defense of foreign nations. And we have far too many veterans today who suffer physically and mentally from the foreign wars they were sent to fight. And we have seen too many American flag-draped caskets return home to grieving families, while our troops are not yet on the ground in Ukraine, fighting to defend another country's border that is not our own. Most Americans fear that could soon be the case because they know Washington's bloodlust for war is an addiction that seems almost impossible to be undone. And while Americans struggle with the record high inflation caused by failed government policies, many hardworking Americans can barely pay their bills. After decades of America-last policies that has built up other countries' economies while destroying American manufacturing, sending our jobs overseas, and crippling the middle class, creating the massive divide between the rich and the poor, Americans no longer want to pay for and go fight Washington's forever foreign wars. Yet, disconnected from the will of Americans just over a year ago, Congress voted to send $113 billion to Ukraine, a sum of money that is approximately 10 times the cost of building our own border wall. But today we are debating the National Defense Authorization Act that contains even more money to be sent to Ukraine, while the $113 billion already authorized has not yet even been spent. The amendment I'm offering today will pull the $300 million in the funding to Ukraine from the National Defense Authorization Act. The National Defense Authorization Act is one of the most important funding bills that Congress passes year after year. This is the funding of our nation's defense. This is the funding for the Department of Defense. This is the funding for the good men and women who serve in our military. The Department of Defense website makes its mission clear. It says that its mission is to deter war and protect our nation's national security. With the Department of Defense mission being very clear in stating what the mission is, no money funding and fueling the Ukraine war belongs in our National Defense Authorization Act, because this is for our nation, not for another nation, not for Ukraine. Ukraine is not the 51st state. Sending money to fund a war in a foreign country does not deter war. It continues it, it causes it, it enables it, and it allows it. Sending money to fund a war in a foreign country against a nuclear-armed nation does not protect our national security. It endangers our national security. It endangers every single American. It endangers the entire world. We do not want World War III. I rise today to encourage all of my colleagues to consider that they can pass another funding bill to fund money going to Ukraine without it being in our National Defense Authorization Act. And I ask my colleagues and urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim time in opposition to the amendment. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
As we consider this amendment today, Ukrainians are suffering greatly as Russia's brutal war against their sovereignty continues unabated. 78% of Ukrainians have had either a family member or a friend die because of Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Cities have been decimated, families have been broken, and lives have been lost. But the Zelensky government stands, the fight for democracy is alive, and Ukrainian willpower is and has been unflappable. And Putin's so-called special military operation has become one of the biggest strategic catastrophes in Russian history as we stand today. Russian generals are disappearing, and the Wagner Group was marching on Moscow, not Kyiv, just a few weeks ago. The United States' security assistance has been absolutely essential for the Ukrainian army's heroic stand against the invaders of their homeland. We cannot and must not pull back now. The cost of this war on the Ukrainian people has been immense, but their bravery has been even more monumental. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I am confident that it will in fact be opposed in strong bipartisan vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman is recognized. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again remind Congress that Ukraine is not the 51st state of America. This is not a NATO ally, and this is our National Defense Authorization Act for our nation, for the United States of America, which 50 states. I'd also like to remind Congress that the Department of Defense has failed its audit every single year, year over year. And last year alone, they could not account for over 61% of their assets. The Department of Defense is not doing a good job with the money that Congress allows for it to have. for our nation's defense. And I think that it's important, again, for everyone in Congress to realize the American people don't work hard every single day to pay for other countries' borders to be defended. They want our border defended. And we have 300 Americans dying every single day from fentanyl poisoning that's coming from China and the Mexican cartels. If our Department of Defense wants to defend America, we should be defending our border and not proclaiming our righteousness, talking about a war in Ukraine. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request an Advil and yield 1 minute to Representative Joe Wilson from South Carolina.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a 31-year Army veteran myself and grateful father of 4 sons who've served overseas in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Egypt, I believe very much in the principles of Ronald Reagan, peace through strength. I'm very grateful that, in fact, President Donald Trump was the first person to recognize and try to stop the war in Ukraine. He sent Javelin missiles to stop Putin, war criminal Putin. He put American troops in Poland, which had the effect of stopping war criminal Putin. He also warned the Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, and others that Nord Stream 2 should be closed and stopped to avoid the funding of any war by war criminal Putin. And so in that tradition, I would oppose any cutting of the defense, because we know this is a worldwide war that we're in of authoritarians versus democracies. This is not a war we chose. War criminal Putin is the person who started the war February 24th. Thank you.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have?
The gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to Representative Moulton from Massachusetts.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just start by associating my remarks with the remarks of my friend, Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina. And it's not often that we get to do that on the floor of this House. Joe and I come from different places, but we believe in America. We believe in America, and we want to protect America. And it's been a long time since we've had to stand here and talk about the Republican Party being pro-Russia, the Republican Party being pro-Putin. And just to be clear, 62% of Americans in the last poll want to support Ukraine. So it's just factually inaccurate to say that most Americans are against this. And why is it important? It's important that we support Ukraine because because American lives are on the line. Serving in Iraq in the Marines, it was our allies that saved American Marines' lives. It was our allies that made a difference. And if you're soft on Russia by being hard on Ukraine today, you're being soft on China, because American lives will be on the line if China thinks they can do what Putin is trying to do in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to Representative Smith from Washington State.
Gentleman
Thank you.
from Washington is
appreciate
recognized.
the time. President Biden's policy on Ukraine has been clear, and it's got 2 pieces. One is do what we can to support Ukraine to make sure that a sovereign, democratic Ukraine survives, and second, don't go to war with Russia. So it is the red herring of all red herrings to say that U.S. troops are going to be put into this conflict. The conflict has been going on for over 18 months. We have very carefully not dragged U.S. troops or even NATO troops into this conflict. What we are doing is we are supporting a sovereign democratic Ukraine against a tyrannical dictator who is trying to take over that country through violence. If Putin succeeds in Ukraine, he won't stop at Ukraine. And I also am interested in the sponsor of this amendment's remarks that the U.S. shouldn't care about what goes on in the rest of the world, which I guess means we shouldn't care about what's going on in China. The purpose of all of this is deterrence. We want to deter Russia from going further than Ukraine. We want to deter China from thinking they can use military force to claim sovereign territory. Deterrence is what will stop U.S. service members from winding up dying in a war. We need to support
For what purpose is the gentleman who is recognized from?
Do you want any more time?
We have no more time.
Mr. Speaker, do I have any more
There
time?
is 1 minute remaining.
Oh, sorry.
I yield that final minute to Representative Smith from Washington State.
Certainly. Just building off of that is really important. And I think the President and a whole lot of people have over and over explained what we're doing in Ukraine. We should not fight every war everywhere. I agree with that. It's why I strongly supported getting us out of Afghanistan long before we actually did. There was not a strategic interest there. And also, U.S. lives were being lost in Afghanistan. That was what was at stake. In Ukraine, we are supporting, along with 53 other countries in the world, we are supporting an effort to protect a sovereign democracy against a dictatorship. Those are core U.S. interests. The Ukrainians are doing the fighting. All they're asking for is our support. If we can deter that type of aggression, it does advance U.S. interests. It does protect U.S. service members from having to fight. We don't want to fight at home. We don't want to fight anywhere in the world, but you have to stand up to dictators who are willing to push that if you're going to get to that place. And that's what we're doing in Ukraine in a very effective manner. Let's not abandon Ukraine at this point. They deserve our support.
Expired. All time is expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose? The recorded vote is pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 22, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is quite similar to the prior one, but it wouldn't just strip the cash out of the bill. It would not require further security assistance to Ukraine. And I offer this amendment because the Biden administration is sleepwalking our great country into a world war. The American people did not sign up for this, and I believe Congress needs to have the solemnity to be able to stop this madness. I miss the days when Democrats used to be anti-war. And I listened with great interest as the ranking member, who I have great respect for, said the goal of this entire Ukraine-U.S. enterprise is to ensure that we are not going to war with Russia. And that is a bit odd to hear after several Democrats have taken to this floor and media outlets to suggest we are at war with Russia. It was, in fact, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, who came to this floor and said, we are at war with Russia. It was the gentleman from Massachusetts who just spoke on the prior amendment, who said functionally the same thing. I do not want to go to war with Russia, and I don't think the American people do either, and that does not make anyone pro-Putin. I would similarly observe that part of the funding assistance that we are providing to Ukraine has nothing to do with the military. In this country, we have cops, we have firemen, we have teachers who wonder whether or not their pension fund is going to be sufficient to cover their life for the service that they have given. And while that is a question in our country, it's no question in Ukraine, because the American taxpayer is underwriting all of the pensions for every single government official in Ukraine, and we don't do that for the people who put out our fires and protect our streets. Similarly, how can we continue to just send all this money when there's a lack of accountability? The Pentagon has to fess up that they have multi-billion-dollar accounting errors in this space. And when we had the Inspector General before our House Armed Services Committee, he could not testify that our country had followed our own requirements and our own laws regarding the end-use monitoring of equipment that we are sending into a combat zone. We have unfunded needs in our own military, and I support the NDAA. I'm grateful that we've done a lot of work, but even with this NDAA, in America, there will be hangars that are rusting out. In America, there will be platforms that need upgrades, and they will go wanting, while Ukraine seems to have an unlimited amount of support in this Congress that is unwarranted. 40% of our training aircraft can't even fly in this country because we don't have sufficient parts to be able to get it to them. This war will end anytime those folks in Europe want it to. But they keep buying the Russian gas, and they keep expecting all of us in America to subsidize Europe's defense while they provide some massive social welfare state. I'm not for it, and that's why I would encourage my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim time in opposition to this amendment. I yield myself as much time as I may.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is consistent with certain members of the Republican Party's continued opposition to aiding Ukraine. Our security assistance to Ukraine over the past year plus has been crucial to Ukrainian efforts to counter Russia's illegal, immoral, and reprehensible invasion of another sovereign nation. If Vladimir Putin and our foreign adversaries can invade other countries without any response from the United States or our allies around the globe, then every country in the world becomes less safe. The United States is not fighting a war in Ukraine. We are giving Ukrainians the weapons they need to fight the war for themselves and defend their country from totalitarian invaders. We must support our friends who are standing on the front lines of the fight for freedom in this world. I oppose this amendment forcefully and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does our gentleman from Florida is recognized?
Mr. Speaker, I am at a loss when my colleagues asks without any response from the United States. It's already been $115 billion that we've authorized. One hell of a response, I would say, but there has to be some point in time where we put our country ahead of Ukraine, and that's what this amendment does. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Indiana, Representative Sparse.
Thank you. I have to say there are some things I agree with my colleagues on the Republican side, and actually it's good to have healthy dialogue and discussion. We are a free institution here. I actually agree that we need to defend our borders too. I actually agree that we need to have better oversight and go to better security assistance and not some other things too. I actually agree with them that we need to have, the fiscal issues resolved with Department of Defense and offered amendments. But I disagree that Ukraine is not in national interest. Stopping this war and deterring aggressors like China and Russia, it is in our national interest. Many Americans were killed by Russian-made weapons around the world, and we need to learn from mistakes of World War II that weaknesses invite aggressions. And I truly believe this administration didn't do as good of a job deterring it, but now we need to help Ukraine, and we need to understand that, there are a lot of lives are going to be lost for Ukrainians, but we need to make sure that we don't have never-ending war, and better and faster security assistance will be help to restore peace. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Representative Capter.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. The millions of Americans whose families sent loved ones over to the European theater during World War II so liberty could be bequeathed to us understand what an enemy really is and what sacrifice is required. The Ukrainians are fighting their own war against Russia's invasion. History is clear, however, on what horrors transpire when national leaders appease a virulent enemy of liberty. Appeasement is read as cowardice, acquiescence, weakness, and even worse, succor to the enemy. Give no succor nor encouragement to liberty's enemies. Defend freedom. Freedom means never surrender, never acquiesce, never waver, never fail liberty. I ask my colleagues to join me in full support of Ukraine and to defeat any amendments on this floor that in any way would inhibit victory for Ukraine. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Representative Wilson.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, Congresswoman Victoria Sparks is correct. We can learn from the lessons of World War II. There was weakness, and with that weakness, the Imperial Japan attacked China. Then ultimately, on December the 7th, 1941, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. We must be resolved to resist by having peace through strength. I personally can identify, my father served in China and India during World War II with the Flying Tigers to stop the tide of imperialism at that time. Today, we can learn from history. Today is the 79th anniversary of the liberation of Guam. We don't need to repeat the weakness that has occurred. We need to stop our enemies today, and these authoritarians have plans to dissolve the United States, and we need to stop it now. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
They accuse this amendment of being born of weakness. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? It does not make America stronger to borrow money from China to give it to Ukraine. And you know who we're appeasing? China. Because as we engage in this endeavor, China is doing a leveraged buyout of Russia. We see that in Eastern Russia. We see that in the Russian assets in China. So we're actually helping China, weakening ourselves, all to figure out which guy in a sweatsuit gets to run Crimea. And that doesn't seem like America's interest to me. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Washington State, Representative Smith.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually think the gentleman is correct. China and Russia are very closely aligned. And if you are concerned about Chinese aggression in the world, you must also be concerned about Russian aggression. I also note that when he quoted me on what the policy was, he conveniently left out the first part. He mentioned, yes, we don't want to get into a war with Russia. He left out the first part, which is preserve a sovereign, democratic Ukraine. And this is what President Biden and his team have done an excellent job of. Nobody thought Ukraine could survive this long. But thanks to their courage, their willingness to fight, and 53 nations that have coalesced to help them, they have been able to preserve a sovereign, democratic Ukraine. And I want to place a strong emphasis on that. I know Americans are rightly worried. Is it just us standing up for these principles in the world? In Ukraine, it is not. It is 53 nations that are contributing across the board to this. 53 nations that believe preserving economic and political freedom requires us to not let an autocrat like Vladimir Putin run over Ukraine.
All time for members opposed has expired. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Inquires to my remaining time.
1 1/4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the funds sent to Ukraine represent a major investment in war, not national defense, or building infrastructures to deter conflict. This is the active engagement in the killing of sons, daughters, husbands, and wives abroad. We shouldn't be funding these actions until the defense of our country can be reflected with some sort of tangible connection. And the money to Ukraine does not fulfill this objective. There must be a threshold for funding a proxy war. How much will it take to win? What is the return? When will it end? The Biden administration does not have answers to these questions, and until they do, we should stop sending money to these misadventures. The United States of America is not the world's police force, and we are not the world's piggy bank, but they would have us become the bloc captains of Kyiv. My amendment is going to lose overwhelmingly when it is put up for a vote, but the American people will see who wants to represent them or who wants to represent Crimea. I yield back.
The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 23, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, or from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to again strike funding out of the National Defense Authorization Act. The National Defense Authorization Act is an important funding bill for the United States of America, not for any other country. And the American people are fed up and tired of the hard-earned tax dollars that they pay to our government being spent in foreign lands and foreign countries for foreign causes and foreign people. To be against funding for war is not pro-Russia, it's pro-America, and pro-Americans and pro our own American border. I'd like to talk about this feasibility study for creating a center of excellence in Ukraine by reminding the House today that there are approximately 40,000 homeless veterans in America today. These are men and women who served our country, served to defend our national security, but yet they are living homeless on the streets. Our National Defense Authorization Act should only fund the Department of Defense for the defense of our country. And again, I'll state the mission statement as stated on the Department of Defense website. The mission stands to deter war and to protect our nation's national security. By engaging in paying for a feasibility study of creating a center of excellence in Ukraine, that does not deter war, nor does that protect our national security interest. But I would like to talk about the people that we should care about, the people we should be spending our American tax dollars for. One of them is a man named Mike Reynolds. Mike lives in my district, and Mike is a veteran that served our country. Mike has a brain injury that he sustained serving the United States of America in our military. Mike did not get help from Veteran Affairs. Mike is not receiving help from a feasibility study in the Department of Defense funding and the NDAA. Mike had to establish his own way of helping himself by creating a very important, incredible organization to help other veterans who also don't receive help. It's called Hero Ag. You see, Mike is a farmer, and he learned to become a farmer because he found that farming was a way that he could heal not only his brain, but he could also heal the pain inside of him that he sustained from serving and fighting in another foreign war, not America's war. What Mike does now is he spends his time rehabbing other veterans who are also injured in all kinds of ways, some of them not visible from our own eyes because they're injuries inside their brains. Mike is a great American, and I'm so proud that he lives in my district, and I'm honored and always grateful to visit his farm and do anything I can to help Hero Ag and help the veterans that go there. But our National Defense Authorization Act should be funding for our Department of Defense for our nation's military. And that doesn't have anything to do with another nation. There's a lot of talk in the House today coming from both sides of the aisle, talking about what the NDAA is for. But too much of the time, I'm hearing it talk about a war in Ukraine. And again, I'll remind everyone here, the Ukraine is not the 51st state. Ukraine is another country and another land. And American lives are not being risked. They are not being killed in Ukraine because Ukraine, again, is not part of the United States of America. But our tax dollars come from America. They come from hardworking Americans. And they very much want their money only to be spent for the defense of our border, of our states, and of our national security interest. This is a feasibility study that should not be in our NDAA. This should be in a separate funding bill. Again, just like $300 million going to Ukraine should be in a separate funding bill because it doesn't make sense for the NDAA, this feasibility study for creating a center of excellence in Ukraine should be in a separate funding bill, and that would be the important way to handle it. Now, I'll ask the House today, is it our job to be the world's police? Is it our job to create feasibility studies on how to help injured people all over the world? Because while the NDAA has a proposed center of excellence for Ukraine, the NDAA does not have a proposed center of excellence for countries in Africa that have civil wars going on, where there are people there that are dealing with amputations or brain injuries. This doesn't have a feasibility study to help any other country but Ukraine. And again, I'll reiterate, Ukraine is not the United States of America. I reserve my time.
Thank you. Right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I claim time in vehement opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I just want to begin by doing is just sort of injecting some facts into this discussion. We debated this measure in the Armed Services Committee. The amendment was adopted to extend a feasibility study from the U.S. Center of Excellence at Walter Reed Hospital, which was created by the NDAA in 2009 to help maybe advise the Ukrainians in terms of setting up their own center for excellence within their own country to treat victims of traumatic brain injury and also other horrible injuries which are happening in real time. There was drone attacks on Kyiv last night where 4 Ukrainians were injured severely, and when the members had a chance to actually vote on this, the amendment was adopted 49-10, which was actually the largest bipartisan vote of the entire markup for this year's NDAA. I want to be clear, this does not establish a center of excellence in Ukraine. It basically talks about a feasibility of advising healthcare officials within Ukraine in terms of best practices for the over decade of experience that we've conducted at Walter Reed, which has helped thousands of U.S. veterans who suffered TBI in the Middle East. And again, I applaud the gentlewoman's constituent who's doing great work, because some of those individuals do it on their own in terms of setting up their own services. But there is no question that this center has provided great direct health care for people suffering from this wound of war, and has also helped create best practices as we've learned more about this type of injury because of the hard experience that took place in Iraq and Afghanistan. Again, there are probably, as calculated now, well over 100,000 Ukrainians that are wounded and suffering injuries, civilians in most cases, from indiscriminate bombing by Russia, who's conducting an illegal, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And this is the ultimate in terms of humanitarian assistance to victims of war, to victims of aggression, using, again, the well-honed skills and healthcare expertise of our country to help an ally who, again, is fighting the fight in terms of protecting their democratic self-rule from an invasion by Russia. Again, we had a very strong bipartisan support to support this effort. And again, I hope that we will vote in a resounding fashion for political reasons, for military reasons, and for just simple decency to help people who have suffered injuries. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Ukraine, since day one of this war, attacks have been aimed at civilian structures, hospitals, energy infrastructure, and urban centers. In the battlefield, Russia has brutally murdered prisoners of war as their Wagnerites occupied Ukraine's towns and territory. Allied military sources say that Russia has landmined Ukrainian territory at an unprecedented rate, making it one of the largest minefields in the world. These minefields in war zones and in agricultural areas will likely cause civilian death and require billions of dollars to safely remove in the coming years. The World Bank estimated the cost to be at $37.6 billion. Ukraine is paying for their freedom with their lives as we speak, but the mental, emotional, familial, and social scars will be there for generations to come. Ukrainian citizens are living through a nightmare because of their push towards democracy during the Revolution of Dignity in 2014. This amendment prohibits a feasibility study on centers for treatment of traumatic brain injuries to improve the lives of individuals affected by traumatic brain injury experienced in Ukraine as a result of Russian aggression, and to improve the lives of the family members of such an individual. Honestly, we should be funding centers across the world because that is a better expression of democracy than what is often exhibited. This amendment is callous, and America and our partners in support of Ukraine's fight for freedom is better than that. I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Connecticut? You have the only time remaining.
I'm sorry, can I ask
the gentleman from Connecticut has the only time remaining.
And how much time is that?
Seconds. 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. Again, really quickly, I would just note that this builds on an amendment which was adopted in last year's NDA to establish a partnership between DOD and Ukraine. Again, that's still sort of working its way through the system, but again, this is really about trying to explore the value of the Center of Excellence for TBI, which again, I think is something that all of us should support, again, just for simple decency reasons, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia is seeking recognition?
I ask the recorded votes.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. The committee will rise informally to receive a message.
The chair will receive the message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The committee will resume its sitting.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment simply requires a mission statement from the National Command Authority. We used to insist on a mission and an exit strategy before we committed to wars. And make no mistake, this is a proxy war in Ukraine. Russians have unjustly invaded their neighbor, and Ukrainians are rightly defending their country. The first thing the administration did was offer President Zelensky a ride. And he said, in a very inspiring response, "I don't need a ride, I need ammunition." Who couldn't be inspired by that? But before we spent $113 billion, we should have expected a mission. We still don't have a defined mission. Whether it's in public or in a classified setting is fine with this amendment, but it should be required. We should have done it up front. We should have done it subsequently. But we should at least do it now. So before we spend this other $300 million that is in this National Defense Authorization Act, we should require what every E5 and above is able to draft. It's the least we could expect out of our National Command Authority. And when we commit to something, the nation should commit to it, not just our military and not just our checkbook, an open checkbook. And without a mission, we can't hold anyone accountable for failure, and we can't properly claim mission accomplished. We must have a mission. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. I claim time in opposition and yield myself as much time as I consume.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this amendment. I could support it, but for the limitation clause, which is meant to cut support for Ukraine. Like all of these amendments, this is meant to undermine our support for Ukraine. I simply oppose it and urge all of my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment requires a mission, and we've asked nicely, we've asked persistently, and they've given us no response. So there has to be consequences. And we figure $300 million out of $113 billion is a small price. It's enough to get their attention, hopefully. But who knows? They can't account for billions of dollars at the Pentagon. And instead of holding them accountable for it, even firing anybody, we're giving them even more money. Now, I couldn't be more pro-military. I enlisted in the Army. I got the chance to go to our nation's military academy. I came back as an Army infantry officer, served in Ranger Regiment. I love this country with a soldier's passion. But we got to put our country first. And if we're going to spend money, we should at least demand a mission. And $300 million is a small change. And in fact, before this bill could even make it through the Senate, before appropriations could even come up, they could draft a mission. They could draft a mission today, and they probably have it. The trouble is they have 3 or 4 versions of the mission. The mission to make sure this war doesn't spread to a NATO ally would be a just cause, but it's not clear that's what they're trying to do. They're not pursuing any kind of peace negotiation. The mission to require no Russians in Ukraine could be a just cause, but that's very different than a mission that says no Russians in Ukraine, including Crimea. Each of those are radically different resource allocations. So I want to know, if we're going to give resources, to what mission are you asking me to fund? And here's the really radical one. Victoria Nuland from the State Department says that our mission is regime change in Russia, including war crimes tribunals for Vladimir Putin. Now, if that's our mission, we don't have resources for that fight. That would require us to be in the fight. That's fundamentally a declaration of war. That's an unlimited war of regime change, a war of aggression by the United States, because we have not been attacked. Now, make no mistake, we're using a proxy, but is it a proxy meant to facilitate a broader war with Russia? And unless we demand that mission, how do we hold them accountable for not growing and expanding it? We must demand a mission. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes the devil is in the reading. The amendment sounds good, but at the end of the day, it cuts support. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Representative Wilson.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, there should be a strategy of U.S. support to defeat war criminal Putin, and it should be clarified. Sadly, we're in a worldwide conflict that we did not start. It was Putin on February the 24th, 2021, that invaded Ukraine. This began an active conflict and a worldwide competition that we are having, and that is authoritarians, with Putin in control of the Russian Federation and abusing the people of Russia. We have the authoritarians of Beijing, the Chinese Communist Party, threatening the people of Taiwan. And clearly, we also have the regime in Tehran that pledges death to America, death to Israel, the vaporization of the people of Israel. And so this is a worldwide conflict that needs to be addressed. We should have a strategy, and that's why I've introduced legislation, bipartisan, House Resolution 332, to define victory as restoration of Ukraine's 1991 internationally recognized borders. This is territorial integrity for the people of Ukraine. NATO membership, as agreed to in the 2008 Bucharest Declaration, and justice and accountability for war crimes committed by Putin's murderous invaders. The Biden administration, sadly, has not been clear with Congress, but we can be clear because we've got to stand together. And war criminal Putin needs to know that his violations of 9 different agreements is simply not going to be allowed or recognized, that we should have, in the tradition of Ronald Reagan, peace through strength. And with that, I urge that we have bipartisan support to encourage the President to clarify the American strategy for Ukrainian victory, which is peace through strength. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from South Carolina talks about war criminal Putin. That makes me think he supports regime change in Russia, because that's what it would take to prosecute Vladimir Putin for war crimes. Now, I'm not saying that he's not a war criminal. I'm not saying anything he's done is just. It's not. But the question is that really the mission that we're trying to fund? The sequence is ready, aim, fire for a reason. It's not ready, fire, aim. And it's not too late to pull back and do the rational thing here and commit to a mission so that we can be accountable and we can hold this administration accountable, our military commanders accountable, and frankly, our weak State Department accountable for actually accomplishing a mission. Now, hopefully they succeed and we can say, well done, mission accomplished. But they don't want to be accountable for the mission. That's why they work so hard to oppose this rational standard that was always the cause. Post-Vietnam, we learned we commit to a mission and we commit to an exit strategy. We abandon it at our peril, and we are less free, less safe, and more burdened by debt as a cause of it. We have to demand a mission. I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Ohio's time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Washington State, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is one of the great myths of the situation that we don't have a mission. The Biden administration has laid out a very, very clear plan, as I said at the outset. And that plan is do everything we can to help preserve a sovereign democratic Ukraine without going to war with Russia. That is the administration's plan. They have made it clear over and over and over again. Now, there are a lot of different people who have different opinions. This amendment does not ask for Joe Wilson's plan, okay? This amendment asks for the White House, the administration's plan, which we already have. If you want to get Joe's plan, he's sitting right there. I suggest you ask him, all right? The administration has a very clear mission, and that mission doesn't have anything to do with regime change or trying Vladimir Putin. These are all things to discuss. The mission in this conflict, the reason we are supporting Ukraine, is to preserve a sovereign democratic Ukraine, which means helping them take back as much of their territory as they can. Okay, how much they can, it's hard to say. We're supporting them, and because we supported them, there is a sovereign democratic Ukraine. We are also at the same time having conversations with Ukraine, trying to have conversations with Russia about getting to the peace table. Right now, Vladimir Putin isn't willing to do that. He wants to destroy Ukraine, and we are helping Ukraine protect themselves. The mission is clear. Using this excuse of a report to cut off the funds for the mission is not the right approach. You can disagree with the mission if you want. I understand that. It's a democracy. We can have that conversation. But let's please stop saying that there isn't clarity. There is absolute clarity. President Biden, Jake Sullivan, Chairman Milley, Secretary Austin have said over and over and over again, we are helping Ukraine defend itself so we can preserve a sovereign democratic Ukraine and stop Russia from wiping them off the map. That's the mission. Thus far, it's been successful. We want to help them retake more territory. I urge opposition to this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
I request a recorded vote, too.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 25 printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge the adoption of my amendment to ensure that President Biden's Lend-Lease authority regarding Ukraine is subject to the same requirements, and I'll say that again, the same requirements under the Arms Export Control Act and the Foreign Assistance Act as loans to every other country. These requirements would not block or do not block any of the current support that our government is providing to Ukraine, but would mitigate the risk that the Biden administration, or for that matter, any administration, abuses its Lend-Lease authorities in the future. The requirements include that the loan is made for a fixed period of time, up to 5 years, and the borrower agree to repay us all the costs we incur by lending our equipment, such as repair or to replace damaged equipment. Loans have agreements for repayment. Without the requirements that loans have a defined term and repayment agreement, without those terms, it's not a loan, it's a grant or it's a gift. Funding Ukraine is under the purview of Congress, not the executive branch. He could simply call it a loan and never require repayment or reimbursement, or could extend the terms out indefinitely or request repayment in something else like monopoly money, and I say that in jest. Other requirements under the Arms Export Control Act include that the President determine that there are compelling foreign policy or national security reasons to lend the equipment rather than actually just selling it. And he considers any impact the loan may have on our national technology and industrial base. Surely, none of us want the President to lend equipment if he doesn't believe we have a compelling national interest to be involved, or without consideration of the impact to our industrial base. Finally, it requires the President provide detailed reports to the Foreign Affairs and Appropriations Committees when he exercises the Lend-Lease authorities, a very reasonable requirement consistent with basic congressional oversight. I urge support of my amendment and reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I claim time in opposition to the amendment and yield myself as much time as I consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment, which would eliminate the important extension of Lend-Lease authority for Ukraine included in the underlying bill. As Ukraine continues its counteroffensive against Russia's brutal, unprovoked war of aggression, we must continue doing everything we can with our allies and partners and support, not just for the future of Ukraine and its people, but for democracies and free people across the world opposing brutal autocrats like Putin. The Lend-Lease authority this bill extends is one of the many tools the administration has at its disposal to support Ukraine in its courageous efforts with critical weapons and defense capabilities. This authority is one which has bipartisan support, not just in committee by virtue of the extension being included in the bill, but by way of bicameral bipartisan passage and strong support roughly 10 months ago. It was a Republican, led by Senator John Cornyn, S. 3522, which provided for Lend-Lease authority for Ukraine, that passed by an overwhelming bipartisan margin, 417 to 10, in favor, including nearly 200 Republicans. I call on members to recognize the importance of ensuring Ukraine has the tools and capabilities it needs to defend itself, defeat Russia, and preserve its independence and sovereignty, and I urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I believe in freedom. I believe in liberty. I believe in the right for a country to defend itself, but I also believe in accountability. These are taxpayer dollars being used overseas. We have an authority, we have a responsibility as Congress to oversee these dollars. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Representative Bacon.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regret, I have to oppose my colleague's amendment from Tennessee. I believe it's in our national security interest that Ukraine remain independent. If they fall, what happens next? What does the bully do next? He threatens the Baltics. He's already called them renegade states. That's a threat. You stop a bully when he's pushing you around, and that's what Putin is doing. He's invaded a country 1/4 of his size and population. They cannot win without our help. It's not Americans doing the fighting, it's Ukrainians doing the fighting, but they cannot prevail without our material support. And thus far, we've provided about 5% of what our military budget equates to. For 5%, half of Russia's tanks have been destroyed, and almost 200,000 Russians have been killed while they're invading the Ukrainians. We have spent this money in a way that is helping our national interests prevail, and it's helping Ukraine survive, and it will prevent what I believe is the next phase if we stop them here, which is the Baltics or Poland. So I recommend my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
While members of Congress have diverse views on the conflict in Ukraine and the appropriate role of the United States, which we've talked about a lot when considering this bill, I hope we can broadly agree that Congress must exercise its responsibility to guide and oversee the use of our taxpayer dollars and our defense equipment. I reserve.
Shelley from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Representative Wilson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so important with Lend-Lease that we make every effort to provide the people of Ukraine who are fighting so valiantly. Many of us thought that they simply couldn't resist, but they are. And they're resisting because they are getting the equipment, but the quickest way to get the equipment is through Lend-Lease. And I'm very grateful that last year, as has already been identified, we voted here in Congress 417-10 to provide for the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act. It provides for great accountability. And then, ironically, I've actually seen success of Lend-Lease. I was in St. Petersburg, Russia, to place a wreath at the world's largest open cemetery, the victims of the siege of Leningrad. And the only reason that the Russians were successful in stopping Hitler is because the equipment was provided by the United States through Lend-Lease. And so it's now ironic that we need to be providing Lend-Lease equipment to Ukraine to stop war criminal Putin. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate that we're not saying that the Lend-Lease program can't be utilized. We're simply asking that Congress has the ability to set forth terms, as is our responsibility. We have an obligation to the American taxpayer to have accountability for these dollars. It's Lend-Lease. It's not a gift. If it's a gift, we should authorize it, but it's not. It's either Lend-Lease or it is not. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
A minute and a half left.
I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Washington State, Representative Smith.
Thank you very much. A couple of things. First of all, we haven't actually used the Lend-Lease provision yet, so there's nothing to exercise oversight on. It's not clear whether or not it will be used. But I want to address the larger issue which has been raised, and that is the idea that there was a lack of accountability for the funds going to Ukraine. That is, number one, a big Russian Putin propaganda talking point, and number two, completely wrong. It has been investigated by the IG and a whole bunch of other folks and determined that that is not happening. These weapons are going precisely where they are supposed to be going. And we know this because if they weren't, Ukraine would have lost a long time ago. They are under attack from a military roughly 5 times the size of theirs that is much more well-armed, much more well-equipped. In order to defend themselves, they have to effectively use the support that the United States and, again, 53 other nations are providing to them. They have been effectively using that, which is how they have been able to retake some of the territory that Russia took from them a year and a half ago and protect the rest of the country that Putin was trying to take. So let's not buy into this myth that somehow this money's being wasted, there's not proper oversight. There's a legitimate argument to be had about where you feel about the importance of Ukraine. But but it is not based on this money being wasted. The money has been incredibly effectively used. That's why Ukraine has been able to effectively defend itself. And again, I believe we should help Ukraine defend itself, which is what we are doing. And as with all the other amendments along these lines, I urge opposition to this one.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman's recognized.
How much time, Mr. Speaker?
1 minute left.
Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues, I appreciate the robust debate, and I just want to emphasize that under the Lend-Lease program, there are terms set forth. This is something that we owe the American people. It is something that we would expect if it's utilized for other countries. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it.
Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 26 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 27, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer Amendment 276.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say first, I would like to yield myself 2.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate the Rules Committee permitting this to be in order to be discussed. These are important issues, and we don't often spend time on the floor discussing it. In my career, I've worked to contain nuclear weapons, their danger and cost. Many of these weapons we cannot afford and cannot afford to use. Unfortunately, we continue to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on weapons that pose serious risk to safety and physical security. We have an opportunity this afternoon to take a small but significant step, prohibiting the use of funds for the B-83-1 bomb. This amendment reflects the conclusion of the 2022 Nuclear Posture Review, which unfortunately was not reflected in the majority report. The B-83 was added to the nuclear arsenal 30 years ago and has dramatically diminished utility. Remember, we're on a trajectory to spend over $1.7 trillion in the next 30 years on nuclear weapons, most of which are no longer necessary for our security. Eliminating support for the B-83 will save $1.5 billion over that period at no risk at all to our security. And as Everett Dirksen once famously said, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, pretty soon you've got real money. Here's a chance to make a long overdue reform at no cost to our national security and save some real money. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to the amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I think the Speaker, this amendment would remove a section in the bill relating to the B-83 nuclear gravity bomb and prohibit any funding for B-83 sustainment. The B-83 is the last megaton-class nuclear weapon in our arsenal. It exists to destroy deeply buried targets. China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran are putting some of the things they value most underground, covered in steel and concrete. The B-83 is currently our only way of getting to those targets. When the Biden administration proposed to begin retiring the B-83 last year, we asked, how are you going to replace them? They didn't have an answer. So Democrats and Republicans agreed on a provision in the FY23 NDAA that allowed the department to retire up to 25% of those bombs, but prohibited any further retirements until the department completed the study on how to replace that capability. As of today, the Biden Pentagon is still studying the problem, and we're not any closer to the B-83 replacement. The language included in our bill repeats the bipartisan compromise struck in last year's NDAA, nothing more and nothing less. It also notes that this amendment would prohibit all sustaining funding for the B-83. Not even the Biden administration thinks this is a good idea. Stockpile sustainment includes the safety and surveillance activities necessary to keep the nuclear weapons safe and secure. There is no exception in this amendment to allow for those activities to continue. Completely cutting off funds is irresponsible. I urge members to oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. We're in the midst of a major overhaul of our nuclear weapons system. It's a vast project. It is extraordinarily expensive. And in that process of reviving or reviewing and modifying our nuclear weapons system, this particular bomb becomes one of the items that is not necessary going forward. It basically has two uses. That is to wipe out a very large city with one bomb. That is this is a super megaton bomb. Or to somehow go after deeply buried, entrenched targets. And it's not particularly useful for that. And therefore, the Nuclear Posture Review has determined that this bomb should be retired. The amendment before us today allows for the continuation of the program to set about doing two things. One, retiring the 83-1, and two, figuring out a more suitable weapon to go after deeply entrenched targets. And therefore, this amendment is of use. I urge the passage of the amendment.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I'd like to yield at this time 1 minute to my friend and colleague from the Armed Services Committee, Doug Lambert of Colorado, the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I agree with my colleagues and share the chairman's concern about the safety risks with this amendment. I recognize that some of my colleagues believe we don't need the B-83 and want to retire it, but regardless of how you feel about it, I hope my colleagues can appreciate that completely cutting off funds for a nuclear system all at once is dangerous. These weapons were built many decades ago and their components are aging, and that's why we're modernizing our deterrent. Yet you need to do ongoing safety and surveillance monitoring to ensure that they remain safe and secure, and that requires ongoing funding. So defunding a nuclear weapon may sound like a good talking point, but it's a reckless policy. Even the Biden administration understands that, and they're not proposing to cut off funding, but that's exactly what this amendment would do. I urge all my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remaining time. I respectfully disagree with my colleagues. This is a weapon whose time has passed. We can't, it can only be delivered by the B-2 bomber, which is aging out. It cannot be delivered by a B-52 or a B-21. This antiquated weaponry is not enhancing our defense. It's an example of weaponry that really has outlived its usefulness. And these are serious issues. We're looking at trying to contain government spending. Some of my colleagues were willing to actually risk the global economy to make their point and grind things to a halt. This isn't low-hanging fruit. This is literally picking the fruit up off the ground. The security review, I think, is clear. This has outlived its usefulness. You've got to start somewhere. The $1.7 trillion that we have in the pipeline for nuclear modernization is, to be charitable, overkill. We need to start someplace. We ought to start with dealing with the B-83 consistent with the National Security Review, and I yield back the balance of my time, urging approval of this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to an outstanding freshman member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Strong of Alabama.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also rise in opposition to the amendment. Chairman Rogers is exactly right. I want to emphasize one of the points that he made. The language in the bill which this amendment is proposing to strike is effectively the same language Congress agreed to last year. As the chairman said, this is a common sense provision that extends a restriction Congress passed on a bipartisan basis last year. The administration wants to retire a nuclear weapon, and we're saying, tell us how you're going to replace the capability before you retire it. That's a responsible policy, and I strongly oppose the amendment striking this provision. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I believe this amendment's bad policy. Not even the Biden administration is proposing to zero out this funding, and it would also be dangerous from a safety point of view. I urge all members to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oregon. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I would request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oregon will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 28, printed in House Report 1018-142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
I'd like to first begin by thanking Ranking Member Smith and McGovern and their staffs for working with us on this critically important amendment and for their leadership through this NDAA process. As we know, Mr. Chair, with war criminals threatening to use nuclear weapons and serious tensions along NATO's eastern border and in South China Sea, today's world is being redefined by escalating tensions between major nuclear powers. We don't have to look far back in history to see the danger here. The Cold War was full of near misses and numerous crises that could have gotten out of control and ended in nuclear war. We are now entering a period of dangerous and nuclear competition. As such, we must remember one of the key lessons that the Cold War taught us about nukes, that we must preserve the ability to quickly step back from the brink and clearly signal de-escalation when necessary. Unfortunately, the current draft of the NDAA includes a provision that prohibits our country from doing just that. Specifically, this dangerous provision makes it impossible for our country to reduce our stockpile of intercontinental ballistic missiles, as some call ICBMs, for any reason with no exceptions. This inflexible policy was created and implemented by lawmakers in promotion of economic considerations and not national security priorities, Mr. Chair. But by making national security decisions with the potential to end humanity based on so-called economic considerations is simply ridiculous. It's dangerous. And while we preserve this insanely expensive weapon that is obsolete, many children in my district go to schools without clean drinking water. And maintaining this incredibly, again, large stockpile of these weapons isn't even necessary in maintaining a credible deterrent. The UK, France, India, China all have very credible nuclear deterrents with much smaller stockpiles, Mr. Chair. The short-sighted policy places serious and concerning restraints on the President of the United States Congress, the Department of Defense's ability to consider and modify the role ICBMs play in our nuclear arsenal and our national defense, and has unnecessarily wasted taxpayer dollars in the process. Preserving our ability to reduce our nuclear stockpiles proved key to reducing tensions, Mr. Chair, and achieving common sense, planet-saving arms control agreements during the Cold War. Just as we have the ability to increase our nuclear defense in times of crisis, we must have the ability to reduce our nuclear forces when it is in our national interest. To be clear, Mr. Chair, this amendment does not change the size of our nuclear forces. It merely allows for reasonable consideration and debate in the future. As a mother of two who dreams of a world where our children and families are free from threat and fear of nuclear war, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the Chairman. This amendment would strike a provision in the bill that prohibits the nation's ICBM fleet from falling below its current size of 400. In 2014, the Obama administration decided to reduce the ICBM fleet to 400 missiles to comply with the New START treaty. Ever since 2016, the Congress has included provisions in the Defense Authorization Bill to effectively prohibit any further reduction. The reason is simple. Nuclear threats are growing. In fact, just this year, the commander of U.S. Strategic Command notified Congress that China now possesses more ICBM launchers than the United States. Now is not the time to be considering cuts to our ICBM fleet, which remains central to our deterrent. I want to quote former Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, John Hyten, who many of us know and respect. When asked specifically about reducing the ICBM force, he replied, quote, "I don't understand how, with the threats that we face today, which are growing, not shrinking, we would make a decision today as a nation to lessen our overall strategic deterrent. That makes no sense to me, and my best military advice is that we do not do that." Close quote. I urge all members to oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Just to be clear, this amendment does not change the size of our nuclear forces. It merely allows for reasonable consideration and debate in the future, especially around de-escalation. Again, our history shows during the Cold War it was critical. With that, I would like to yield 1 minute to my good colleague, Congressman from Oregon.
I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy and her leadership on this issue. We have more than we need to have a credible deterrent. More than we need. This small but important amendment would allow the military leadership to evaluate how to evolve the needs. The land-based nuclear ICBMs are far in excess of what we need, and we've been seeing scandal in the papers in terms of the management of them, drug use, cheating on tests, and they are not necessary for our security. There's no security benefit in this sort of redundancy. We ought to at least be able to examine the path going forward. Locking in to 400 permanently is lunatic. It's expensive and it's dangerous. As anybody who's read, for example, Eric Schlosser's book, Command and Control, to see how close we've come to nuclear disaster with this stockpile. The record is not very rosy. We at least ought to allow our military leadership to evaluate what we need to do going forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to the Chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Lambert of Colorado.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I also rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The chairman is right. Now is not the time to open the door to cutting the ICBM fleet. China's ICBM forces are rapidly expanding, and Russia's nuclear forces, the largest in the world, continue to grow as well. In the face of these growing threats, we need to strengthen our deterrent, not weaken it. Our ICBM forces continue to play a vital role in deterrence as the most responsive leg of our nuclear triad. Unlike submarines and bombers, land-based ICBMs are always ready to execute presidential orders and provide the day-to-day 24/7 deterrent that our nation relies on. They have prevented nuclear attack for 60 years. If you ever want to see nuclear proliferation in this world, start cutting our nuclear forces. All the countries that rely on us will attempt to secure their own nuclear capability. They'll have no other choice. That would destabilize the world. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman Alabama reserves.
How much time is remaining, sir?
45 seconds.
Chair.
45 seconds.
So I just want to be clear with my colleagues. This amendment gives our government more options that could avoid a world-ending nuclear war. It's that simple. It doesn't reduce, It doesn't increase, it literally allows for real consideration and debate, and allows the President, the United States Department of Defense to make those decisions. I mean, it's a common sense amendment, and I think it's incredibly important, especially, again, a time of watching what's going on in our world right now and what happened during the Cold War, for us to be able to de-escalate when needed, for us to be able to, again, make more thoughtful decisions, not based on this kind of scare tactic, let's do more, let's get this out there and everything, without actually considering some of the really important factors that are around these very, very dangerous, again, world-ending weapons that we have, that could end the nuclear war in our world. And so it's very, very important, again, to all my colleagues to understand this is not about reducing, this is about actually having more options. With that, I, again, urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to an outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, General Don Bacon of Nebraska.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in strong opposition to this bill as someone who had nuclear command and control authorities when I was a general officer in the Air Force, someone who knows that nuclear and strategic deterrence is job number one for our military. Today, China is building a nuclear force to match ours and more modernized. Russia has a nuclear force today that matches ours in numbers and is more modernized. This is not the time to reduce. Former STRATCOM Commander Admiral Richards said the Chinese nuclear expansion is breathtaking, and it is. Today is the day that we got to be modernizing our forces, not talking about reducing them or cutting them down. I also want to point out that our ICBM force offers the highest rates of readiness and alert capabilities, and once they're put in, they're the cheapest to run, to operate. So with that, I urge a defeat of this amendment. Our country cannot afford it. Strategic deterrence can't afford it. Nuclear deterrence can't afford it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike common sense provision that has been consistent policy since 2016. I urge members to oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 29 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 30, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Chair. The House Armed Services Committee adopted an amendment to repeal the statutory requirement that the Department of Defense have a chief diversity officer or senior advisor for diversity and inclusion. I applaud that. It's a good thing. That's getting rid of the requirement. But I also believe that we should prohibit the ability of the Defense Department to have said position. That is what the amendment that I'm offering, 310 amends Section 904 to prohibit federal funds from being used to establish anything similar or any position that is comparable to the Chief Diversity Officer or Senior Advisory for Diversity and Inclusion. Now, people say, well, why is that? The fact of the matter is, we have a situation right now where we're not even able to pay the kinds of bonuses necessary. We're not able to pay to retain our men and women in uniform. The Air Force has been having budgetary problems. And we've got positions that are being put out there, for example, that will pay $183,500 a year, and multiple positions scattered all over the country in the name of diversity. The fact is, the United States military is one of the few institutions where the skills of the men or women on either side of you could mean the difference between life and death. The Department of Defense should be focused on one thing only: securing the defense of the nation. It's not in our national security interest to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for diversity training that continues to try and divvy us up by race. That is the opposite of the direction we should be going. And in fact, it sows constant division into the Department of Defense. Does a person's race or skin color help them overcome hostile forces? Does it allow us to win the next battle? Do rainbow bullets and flags scare away foes? Yet that's what we're spending our time on, and we can't even pay our men and women in uniform. Literally, the Air Force is saying, sorry, we can't give you our bonuses right now because they've mismanaged their budget and they're having to spend money on positions like this. China and our other enemies do not care about feelings, so why are we funding divisive programs in divisive positions rather than positions focused on advancing and training the strongest and best military in the world? That is the purpose of the amendment. It is great that we are eliminating in the bill the statutory requirement that we have such a position, but we ought to end this divvying us up by race. It is, in the words of the Chief Justice, a sordid business to divvy us up by race rather than to ensure that we have the best trained and finest fighting force in the world. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to claim. I rise to claim the time.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment. My Republican colleagues continue to argue against this so-called wokeism in the military. I ask my colleagues, can they define what being woke is? According to the Florida governor's own legal team, it's defined as, quote, the belief there are systemic injustices in American society and the need to address them, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I have news for my colleagues. We need to be woke. We have decades and centuries of injustices and inequities heaped upon women, LGBTQ+ community, Black and Latino, Native American and Asian, and so many other populations in our nation. Mr. Speaker, and while the Republicans and their friends across the country try to ban books and erase our history from school textbooks, we are fighting to defend the truth and our history. And yes, I am woke, and more of my colleagues need to be woke. I yield, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Fact is, these positions are consuming precious dollars that our Air Force can't even use currently to pay their own personnel, that many in the military are struggling to even find a way to pay the bonuses for our current personnel and can't even meet their own recruiting needs right now, falling woefully short in all of their recruiting needs. The fact is, we're struggling in recruiting in significant part because we're turning the Defense Department into a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform. That's the truth. Instead of focusing on killing people and blowing stuff up and having the finest fighting force in the world, we're focused on dividing people up by race. That's what we're doing. If you look at all of the training materials, the Air Force Academy, the training materials at West Point, the training materials at the Naval Academy, they are chock full of this, spending time on that. And it is driving people away from wanting to serve. It is driving people of all races away from wanting to serve because we're focusing on race and division rather than unifying our United States military behind the flag of the United States. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, the whip of the Democratic Party, Whip Clark.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ever since the Minutemen gathered in Lexington, America's armed forces have been guardians of freedom. Generations of heroes have signed up for a singular cause, preserving liberty for all. And regardless of party or politics, the House has come together every year to put our national security and our military families first, until now. This year, the MAGA majority is using our national defense bill to get one step closer to the only thing they really care about, a nationwide abortion ban. Mr. Speaker, Americans are already paying the price for Republicans' extremism. Americans like Amanda Zarowski, who rushed to the hospital last year after suffering a miscarriage. Amanda needed an abortion procedure to prevent a deadly infection, but her doctor sent her home, banned under Texas law from providing the care she needed. So she waited, mourning her daughter that she had lost, until she went into septic shock, ended up in the ICU for 3 days, and almost lost her life. Now MAGA Republicans are aiming the same dangerous extremism at our troops. They want the same control over the health, body, and lives of America's service members and their families. That's not freedom. That's not patriotism. That's not national security. That's tyranny. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I
Gentleman
yield
is
1
recognized.
minute to the ranking, 1 minute and 30 seconds to the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you. And I want to answer the most important question. What does this have to do with national security? It has to do with unit cohesion and with recruitment. And interestingly, the survey data shows that almost 3 times as many people say they are worried about joining the military because of their concerns about discrimination as say that they're worried about the military being too woke. That is the point of this. The training is to make sure there is unit cohesion, number one, and number two, that we can recruit from the entire country. It really comes down to whether or not you believe that we have a history of discrimination against people of color, the LGBTQ community, and women. If you think that that just didn't happen and we don't have to worry about it, then I guess this approach makes sense. But the history of our country tells a very different story. We need to address this in order to make sure that if you are a woman, if you are a black person, if you are trans or gay, the military is going to give you a fair shake. And let me remind everybody here that just 13 years ago, we finally allowed gay people to serve in the military. Every single Republican voted against that. Every single one. Do we really think that our national security would be stronger if we drove all the gay people out of the military? We need all the resources, all the talents from this country, and regrettably, we haven't always done that. And what is shown, we need to address these issues. Now, the Republicans exaggerate this. They act like this is all we do in recruitment. I've spent a lot of time with a lot of military people. This is not all we do in training the military. It is something that needs to be done to meet our recruitment goals.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
So, recent story, service members forced to pay back signing bonuses after being removed after COVID vaccine. They see it as a kick in the face. Air Force delays bonuses higher than projected personnel costs are driving a shortfall in FY23 military personnel appropriation. Meanwhile, we have jobs and notices under the Chief Diversity Officer and myriad other positions at $183,500. Why? Why can't we get it right? Why can't we do the right thing and use the dollars that we have appropriated to fund the men and women in uniform to do their job? That's the question. And the fact is, what we're doing is we're funding things like a professor at the Air Force Academy posting about her desire to make students learn how to, quote, identify the structural racism and inequality that has been endemic in American history. A West Point slide obtained by a FOIA stated that, quote, white people and people of color live radically different structured lives, and that in order to understand racial inequality, it's first necessary to address whiteness. That's what we're paying for, rather than paying for men and women to defend this country. I yield back.
Gentleman's recognized.
Speaker, my Republican colleagues insist that government should run more like a business, yet they're focused on creating divisions in the military instead of following the same practices as our best defense companies. Companies like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and Raytheon, who all have a chief diversity officer role or equivalent. We are in the middle of a recruitment crisis. Mr. Speaker, instead of championing programs that will make it more enticing for underrepresented Americans to join the service, they are instead trying to make it more difficult for our military recruitment efforts to be successful. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this ill-advised amendment. Let's put our service members, our national security, and their needs ahead of this amendment that does nothing but divide our country, divide our military. Let's continue to have the strength in our military, and that strength comes from the diversity of our service members. With that, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Texas.
Ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 31, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 31, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the Speaker. The Department of Defense Education Activity, an agency under the Department of Defense, runs 160 schools on military bases across the globe, serving more than 69,000 children of military personnel. The amendment that I'm offering would prohibit the Department of Defense schools, DODEA, from using funds to promote or compel teachers to adhere to critical race theory. Specifically, and this was what I on the floor was accused of offering as being racist by the ranking member of the Rules Committee a little bit earlier, but I was not on the floor to have the words stricken. Here's what the language is in the amendment. Number one, that we would compel teachers to adhere to critical race theory, specifically the idea that one, any race is inherently superior or inferior to any other race, color, or national origin. The United States is a fundamentally racist country. The Declaration of Independence or Constitution of the United States are fundamentally racist documents. An individual's moral character or worth is determined by the individual's race, color, or national origin. An individual, by virtue of the individual's race, is inherently racist or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. Or an individual, because of the individual's race, bears responsibility for the actions committed by other members of the individual's race, color, or national origin. Instead of working to empower parents, our education system is using critical race theory outside of the Department of Defense, but in this case, inside the Department of Defense, turn schools into a propaganda machine dedicated to raising students up that judge one another by race and hate our country's founding principles. Teaching kids to hate the country they live in, to view their fellow citizens as enemies because of the color of their skin, is wrong. It's anti-American, and it is societal suicide. Critical race theory is an anti-American ideology that seeks to pick winners and losers based on skin color. We are seeing a large-scale effort to impose this tyranny over the minds of man and our children through taxpayer-funded indoctrination of this ideology. I believe we must preserve the foundational American truth that people are valuable regardless of their skin color and prevent critical race theory from being used to divvy us up by race further. I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim the time and yield 2 minutes to myself.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge my colleagues to vote no on Amendment 363, which is an attempt to sanitize the American history taught by the Department of Defense education activities. I rise as the first Black woman elected to this body from Virginia, who grew up listening to my parents and grandparents tell stories of their life in the Jim Crow South and its impact on their lives, their families, and communities. I rise as someone born and raised in the birthplace of American democracy and the birthplace of American slavery. Born in the home of the father of our country, the first commander-in-chief of the Army, the first president of the United States, who is watching this debate right now on the wall, who owned and enslaved human beings.
the home of Thomas Jefferson, who also owned enslaved human beings, but wrote the resounding words of the Declaration of Independence 247 years ago that we celebrated last week. Ideals that all men were created equal and endowed by their Creator with inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Unfortunately, he did not mean me. From the home of the architect of the Constitution, which 13 years later starts with the words, "we the people," it did not include me. Instead, the Constitution counted my enslaved ancestors as 3/5 of a person and did not grant us American citizenship until ratification of the 14th Amendment. For nearly 350 years, slavery and Jim Crow created inequity in our communities that still exist today. And the laws that struck down Jim Crow were not a magic wand that erased those impacts. As more and more people who lived during Jim Crow are dying, we need to tell their stories. We need to teach the good, the bad, and the ugly of our history to show how it shaped us as a nation and so that we can heal from it. This amendment teaches a delusional and irresponsible history. I yield, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Article written by the spouse of a member of our military in the Federalist and the mother of a former Department of Defense education student talked about the training that she discovered when she dove into what their students were being taught. And she saw that there would be an equity and access summit for teachers and administrators. Knowing that equity means different things to different people, she says, I wanted to get a sense of what it meant. And I was floored, she says. They released a video of summit clips in which a principal talks about a student who felt like he'd done something wrong because he's a young white male. The teacher said she didn't know what to tell him, but she seemed pleased with the breakthrough. Perhaps she was just following the lead of DODEA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Chief, Kalisa Wing, who is currently under investigation, or at that time was under investigation by DOD for a history of disparaging comments towards white people. The fact here is the sordid business of divvying us up by race is what we are trying to move past. And having our Department of Defense education teaching the children of our men and women in uniform to focus on race and the divvying us up by race is inherently wrong and undermines the future cohesion of not just the military, but the country. The purpose here is to say that we don't need our Department of Defense schools to be engaged in this indoctrination. And I heard earlier the questions here about, these stats about how this improves all of our recruiting. Well, if that's so, why is our recruiting in the toilet? It's in the toilet because if you talk to recruits, they're sick of it. They don't like the indoctrination. And their friends listen to it and they say, I don't want any part of it. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to Ms. DeGette from Colorado.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to rise in strong opposition to this amendment and associate myself with the very powerful statement made by my colleague from Virginia. But it's just part of a very extreme agenda that's threatening to hijack the nation's annual defense bill, which usually passes in a bipartisan way. One of the core things they're trying to do through the NDAA, make no mistake, is to further their agenda to ban abortion on a nationwide basis. And I'm here to sound the clarion call. They are going to be trying this week after week through the next few months. The Jackson Amendment, Amendment number 5, which we'll be voting on in a few minutes, is a direct threat to the health and well-being of our service members and their loved ones. If that amendment were to pass, it would put abortion access even farther out of access for our service members, in particular for the over 2 million people who are stationed in states where they have little to no access to abortion. Even more appalling, this amendment would force a service member who was raped by one of her own colleagues or superiors to travel at their own expense to terminate a resulting pregnancy. You know, our service members fight for our country every day. As lawmakers, we should be prepared to fight to protect their freedoms, not voting to take their freedoms away. I urge objection to this amendment, to the Jackson number 5 amendment, and to all of these extreme amendments which are taking us away from the critical functions we should be providing. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Reserves.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I reserve. We have the right to close.
That's correct. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life. Can't help but notice the focus of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle of terminating life. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I yield to the ranking member for 1 minute.
Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment before us says, it says you cannot teach that the Constitution is a racist document. As Ms. McClellan pointed out, the Constitution says that black people are 3/5 of a person. So the problem here is that we're not allowing, with this amendment, to have an honest discussion. And within the military, within society as a whole, you can't have a functioning unit, a functioning institution, if you don't understand this history properly. This amendment requires us to literally whitewash history. And if you are a black person thinking about serving in the military, and you know that's the military you're walking into, you're going to be worried about it. What DEI does is it gives an opportunity to assure people that they will be treated equally. Assurance that they are needed precisely because of amendments like this. Our country has a rich and complicated history. A lot of it is very good, but we need to be honest about what it is if we're going to recruit from the diverse population that we need to recruit from. Please oppose this amendment.
Time's expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment was not agreed to. Gentleman from Texas.
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 118-142, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 27 by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon. Amendment number 28 by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan. Amendment number 5 by Mr. Jackson of Texas. Amendment number 10 by Mr. Rosendale of Montana. Amendment number 20 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 21 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 22 by Mr. Gates of Florida. Amendment number 23 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 24 by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Amendment number 25 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 30 by Mr. Roy of Texas. And amendment number 31 by Mr. Roy of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 27 printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
yeas are 198, the nays are 217. The amendment is not adopted. Members of the House, you know the drill. 2-minute votes. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 28, printed in House Report 142 by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 28, printed in House Report number 128-142, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 160, the nays are 266. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. It's a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the ayes are 221, the nays are 213. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 10, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail. Clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 222, the nays are 211. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 20, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 20, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 21, printed in House Report 118-142. The gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 21, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. You have 1 minute. On this vote, the yeas are 89, the nays are 341. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 22, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 22, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
A recorded vote is requested. Those supporting a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. On this vote, the yeas are 70, the nays are 358. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 23, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 23, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. You have 1 minute remaining. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 95, the nays are 322, 2 members voting present. Yeas are 95, nays are 322, 2 members. Correction, the yeas are 95, the nays are 332, 2 members voting present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 24, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 24, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 129, the nays are 301. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 25, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 25, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Do any member wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 71, the nays are 360. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 30, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 30, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. members voted? Any member wants to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 212. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 31, printed in House Report 118-142 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 31, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 227, the nays are 201, one member voting present. The amendment is adopted. Enjoy your dinner.
What's my next move? be in order. The House will come to order. The committee will come to order. Members, take your conversations off the floor. I don't think anybody's listening to me. The committee will come to order. You got the script. The committee will come to order. Members, take your conversations off the floor, please. The committee will come to order. It is now in order to consider amendment number 32, printed in the House report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in House report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
The committee will come to order. Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I rise before you with a critical amendment.
The gentleman will suspend. The committee will come to order. Gentleman's recognized.
Today I rise before you with a critical amendment that remedies the harm imposed by political and military leaders that emphasize social justice, progressive dogma, and climate issues against the dedicated men and women of our armed forces who join to defend our country. My amendment specifically prohibits DOD from considering race, gender, religion, or political affiliations or any other ideological concepts as the sole basis for recruitment, training, education, promotion, or retention decisions. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this week Republicans are choosing MAGA extremism over our military, over women's health rights, and over diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our military, Mr. Speaker, was found to fight for the freedom of all of our citizens. House Republicans have threatened democracy with these divisive amendments, setting us back in history, far before civil rights, taking us back to slavery. The very fabric of our country stands on equal rights, freedoms, and the decisions of all our citizens. These amendments are used to be put in our defense bill. They are divisive amendments using the defense bill to undermine the freedoms, for us to learn about one another, for us to hire one another, for us to understand our cultures. It would bring us together if we did D and I, even your own chairman of the Financial Services Committee said we would include diversity and inclusion in our committees because we are stronger when we are together. Democrats have long advocated for more rights, not for less, for more access to those marginalized, more freedom for those who are considered citizens of our beloved country. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong, and we are better than that. It is very difficult as a black woman for me to stand on this House floor and have my colleagues say that there is no value, there is no need for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserve. Gentlelady
reserve.
reserve. Yeah. Gentleman from Arizona.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that my colleague talks about the divisiveness of this amendment. It's not divisive at all. What's divisive is how the military is becoming a political, a social experiment. I don't know about how many people over there or how many other people in this chamber served in the military, but I happened to join the Navy the week after 9/11. And I can tell you this, I served with all sorts of people from all over the country, multiple colors, and you know what? The people that I served with were there not because of what race they were there because they passed the standards. They were there because they were the best of the best. And you know what? That made me feel really safe when we were going into the most dangerous parts of the world. And that's what we need to continue. We need to have a military that continues to be the strongest military in the world because of standards. Because the people that we have there are the best of the best. The military was never intended to be, inclusive. Its strength is not its diversity. Its strength is its standards. And diversity can be a great thing, but that should not be our focus. And I'm going to tell you guys this right now. You can keep playing around these games with diversity, equity, and inclusion, but there are some real threats out there. And if we keep messing around and we keep lowering our standards, it's not going to be good. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. All members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentlelady from Ohio.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to Congresswoman Judy Chu.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to these amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act, which aren't designed to protect our national security or support the men and women in uniform who protect our freedoms. These amendments are anti-diversity and anti-freedom. They hurt women and restrict access to necessary abortion care. They are homophobic. They censor service members. They deny the existence of trans people. They needlessly undermine our military's readiness, cohesion, and effectiveness. They even attack our domestic film industry. Further, these amendments seek to interfere with international collaboration on research by targeting Asian researchers, scientists, and then peddle conspiracy theories about COVID-19. As chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, I have to underscore how these amendments open the door to more hate, violence, and profiling of Asian Americans, especially after 3 years of increased anti-Asian hate. Ultimately, what was a bipartisan bill in committee has become a vehicle for MAGA Republican extremism. Vote no.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I want to yield 30 seconds to my colleague, Andy Harris.
The gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Look, the gentleman from Arizona has it absolutely right. When I was in the military as a physician, what you wanted when you were injured in battle was the best person taking care of you with the greatest skill. You didn't care what the color of their skin was. You didn't care what their religious was. You didn't care what their background was. You wanted a highly trained individual who was going to keep our fighting force healthy. Mr. Chairman, that's why we need this amendment, to protect our men and women serving this country. This has nothing to do about other amendments. It's about having a fighting force that is the best in the world. I yield back.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to Congresswoman Fletcher.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment and to the amendments that this body has debated here today, what they have done to this traditionally bipartisan process, but more important, what they do to the members of our armed services, especially our women in uniform. In 2021, women made up more than 17% of our active duty force, 231,000 members, and 21% of our National Guard and Reserves. More than 23,000 of them are stationed in Texas. Every day, the women of the United States military fight for our freedom. And yet today, House Republicans are asking these women to fight for your freedom while they just voted to take away theirs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have remaining?
Gentlelady from Ohio has 1 minute remaining.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me just say that this is difficult today, but let me assure my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we are not playing games. Let me assure my colleague on the other side of the aisle that we take this very seriously and we take it very personally. Let me assure my colleagues on the other side, when we use a defense bill, when we use our military, I'm old enough to remember when black officers, when women were not allowed to serve. You are setting us back on this floor on both sides of the aisle. We have people of color, we have people who have served, women who have served, and on this side of the aisle, and to use it to deny women's rights to their reproductive rights, to use this as an excuse and a political maneuver. We are so serious that this has become something that is very difficult for us to stand on this floor and work with you and look at you for something that is so
Gentlelady's time
appalling.
has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members are reminded again to direct the comments to the chair. Gentleman from Arizona.
Well, Mr. Chairman, though that was unbelievably inspiring, my amendment has nothing to do with whether or not colored people or black people or anybody can serve, okay? It has nothing to do with color of your skin, any of that stuff. What we want to preserve and maintain is the fact that our military does not become a social experiment. We want the best of the best. We want to have standards that guide who's in what unit, what they do. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, the North Koreans, they are not doing this because they want the strongest military possible. I hope my colleagues on the other side can understand what we're doing. Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, asking to be recognized to have the words colored people.
For what purposes does gentlelady seek recognition?
I'd like to be recognized to have the words colored people stricken from the record. I find it offensive and very inappropriate.
Is the gentlelady asking for unanimous consent to take down the words?
I am asking for unanimous consent to take down the words of referring to me or any of my colleagues as colored people.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Arizona?
Can I amend my comments to people of color?
The gentleman wishes to amend his comments. Is the gentleman asking consent?
Mr. Speaker, to have the word stricken. I didn't ask for an amendment.
Is there unanimous consent to have the word stricken? Yes. Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from Arizona. How much time do you have?
Thank you. I yield back my time.
You have 1.5 minutes remaining if you choose to use it. Gentleman yields back. So the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
The recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 33, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to promote my bill, which eliminates any offices of diversity.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
Amendment 1465.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I cannot believe we're sitting here debating this issue with all the problems this country has. The fact that we're taking up as much time is bizarre to me. The overview of this amendment is the fact that the military's sole purpose is to provide for the defense of our nation. Our military's focus should be the protection of the American people and our freedoms, not liberals' feelings. Therefore, my amendment would eliminate any offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the armed forces and the Department of Defense. We should not be spending our hard-earned tax dollars to focus on diversity of ideas. We should be focusing on diversity of ideas and opinions, not races and genders. DEI programs tend to be effective, and the cost to the taxpayer is spending more money that we don't have. To sum this up, a woke military is a weak military. The fact that woke ideology undermines military readiness is in various ways. It undermines cohesiveness by emphasizing differences based on race, ethnicity, and sex. It undermines leadership authority by introducing questions about whether promotion is based on merit or quota requirements. It leads to military personnel serving in specialties and areas for which they are not qualified or ready. And it takes time and resources away from the training of activities and weapons that contribute to the readiness. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I don't get this whole woke reference, but I'm definitely awake after what I have heard on this floor today. During our markup, we heard repeatedly that the PRC and Russia, even today we heard it, they weren't spending their troops' time on DEI. And I absolutely agree with you. They aren't. The strongest military possible, the one we aim to be, the one we are, is a diverse, equitable, and inclusive one. When you compare our military with those of our competitors, what is immediately striking is the diversity of our service members. Studies have long shown and demonstrated that diversity helps organizations out-innovate, out-perform, out-strategize, out-maneuver others. Our diversity is our strength. Our commitment to equality, to inclusiveness, that is what makes us American. It is why we have the very best military in the world. But some House Republicans insist on peddling a false choice between DEI and readiness. Why are they so keen on emulating and becoming more like the PRC, more like Russia? Eliminating DEI won't help our military compete more effectively with the PRC. It will, however, undermine the innovative thinking, the cultural competency, the inclusive institutional cultures, the qualitative edge, our ability to win if we need to be agile and ready and lethal. This amendment to terminate DEI offices and personnel and all of the insidious DEI-related amendments we have had to hear and will hear tonight by my Republican colleagues aren't just harmful to our national security, they are a major threat. It is time we set aside the political games that we are seeing and get serious about our national security and stand by our servicemen and women of all backgrounds who have given up so much in defense of our country and to keep all of us safe. I reserve the balance of my time, and I yield a minute to the gentleman from Washington. Oh, sorry.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, I yield 20 to 30 seconds to Chairman Mike Rogers.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I'd like to ask my friend and colleague from South Carolina, does he believe his amendment is intended to impact uniformed personnel who work in these offices?
It is.
Not.
It is not, correct.
It is not. That's what I was hoping to hear. Thank you. I yield back.
This is not about taking away anybody's career. This is not about trying to harm people. The brave men and women who serve in our military do it because they're family. And the whole point of this bill, this amendment is to get the recruiting where it needs to be. We're 30% down. As of today, we have spent $1.4 billion on an equity action plan that nobody has any idea where that money is going. And it's high time that we just cut it out and then get back to what the military is supposed to do, which is to protect this nation. And as Eli Crane said, who has been on the front lines, this country's in trouble. This country has other nations that want to do harm to us. And by eliminating this, we'll take a first step in and hopefully getting the safety back at the forefront. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield a minute of time to the good gentleman from Washington State.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is obvious to me that the Republican majority doesn't understand what diversity, equity, and inclusion is, so I'm going to attempt to explain it this way. We need to be intentional in recruiting from populations that have been historically discriminated against, and I'll use myself as an example. I grew up in a neighborhood that was 95% white. My friends were white, my family was white. I moved into a responsible position. I started to hire people. Typically, you either hire people you know, or you hire people who you know. That's where you get it. I looked around and I was hiring a bunch of white people, all right? That's who I knew. So what I did is I affirmatively reached out to groups that worked with black people or Hispanic people or gay people. And when I had openings, I said, okay, who you got? I don't have those relationships. And I built those relationships. That is what diversity and equity and inclusion is, and it is sorely needed in a country that at least until about 30 or 40 years ago was really racist, okay? To correct that, we have to work with communities, diverse communities, to make sure that we recruit the people. Can I get an additional 15 seconds? Sorry.
I yield the time.
Gentleman's
diversely.
recognized.
We're not missing our recruitment goals because we're trying to expand the people we are recruiting. We're missing our recruitment goals primarily because of COVID, and also, by the way, because a lot of Republicans are running around talking about how terrible weak our military is. If you'd stop spreading that message, maybe people would believe in our military and join. That's what DEI is. Eliminating it is a huge mistake.
Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, how much time do we have remaining?
Gentlelady has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. I reserve my time. The balance of my
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, how much time do I have?
Gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
Well, I would say we do have a difference of opinion of what diversity is. I believe diversity is diversity of new ideas. Diversity is not based on your race or your ethnicity. And that's where we are in this country now. We hire the finest to go into the military, not because of the color of their skin, and really not because of their sexual preference. This is just continuing to try to claim everyone is victimized in this country. Well, I'm sorry. It's time for us to put the priorities in place. This administration is being more divisive. It is more concerned about ensuring cadets use the right pronouns. How stupid is that? How uncaring is that about the men that are serving? This administration is more concerned about the government forcing our military to take shots. That's not their role. That's why some of the recruiting is down. But yes, it's down. We're weakened. Why do you think China's doing what they're doing? Why do you think Russia's doing what they're doing? This would have never happened under a strong administration led by Donald Trump. And this administration, you don't keep peace by weakness. And this is why the purpose of my amendment will strengthen the military. And that's my first and number one goal, which is the security of this country. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield a minute of time to the gentleman from Virginia.
How much time?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Yes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment. And first, let me just say our diversity is our strength. The diversity of this country is our strength. The diversity of our military is our strength. And I keep hearing the other side of the aisle say that DEI and critical race theory are about assigning characteristics to people based on the color of their skin. That is not what DEI or critical race theory are. What they are a recognition that for 350 years, from the founding of this country in Jamestown, through the civil rights movement, that our laws, our social mores assumed different characteristics based on the color of your skin and made Black people second-class citizens. DEI is designed to address that and to ensure that our military, which kept my uncles from serving in combat because of the color of their skin, make sure their children and grandchildren want to serve in that military
time has
because
expired.
it is a welcoming and inclusive place. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Master Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady has 30 seconds left.
Thank you.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the 30 seconds to my good friend from California, Congressman LaMaffa.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. No, I hear nonsense. I call nonsense. Our strength is not our diversity. Our strength is in our unity. We take diverse ideas, diverse talents, and we put them together. Whether you're talking an offensive football team, we have all different types and sizes of people with speeds and talents. They all come together as a team. They all start to play at the same time. Same thing for our military. We have the Navajo code talkers. They weren't worried about what color or gender or whatever they were. We had all sorts of people coming together as a team. Our military is forced together in recruiting and in training to become a team. You don't worry about what everybody looks like or this or that or the other. That's what we have when we have unity, not diversity, which is divisive.
Gentleman's time has expired. All time for the gentleman from South Carolina has expired. Gentlelady from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In closing, I just have one question to ask. What about us scares you? My grandfather, my father-in-law, my brother, they all fought and risked their lives for this country. Yet the sacrifices made by so many who feel marginalized, our communities of color, simply pale in comparison to the hate and fear that drives this obsession with DEI. First and foremost, we just heard that if under a strong administration like the Trump administration, you would not have this. However, DEI is not you. In 2020, the Trump administration established a defense board and a defense advisory committee on diversity and inclusion to increase diversity and ensure equitable opportunity across all ranks. If you want to be more like China, if you want to be more like Russia, keep this up. I don't want to be like them. DEI is necessary. I oppose this resolution.
Expired.
Thank you. I yield back the remainder of my time.
All time for debate has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 34 printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, to propose amendment 1464.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my amendment does is codify the Trump administration's guidance to prohibit the display of unapproved flags. My amendment prohibits any member of the armed forces or civilian employees of the Department of Defense from displaying a flag other than an approved flag in a workplace, a public area, a training facility, or other areas owned or leased by the Department of Defense. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Instead of debating the very many pressing national security issues that our country faces, my Republican colleagues are unfortunately using this amendment and many others to continue their needless crusade against the LGBTQ+ community. It goes without saying that regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity, the service members and civilian employees who work at the Department of Defense provide a great sacrifice and great service to our great nation. With this amendment, my Republican colleagues are once again attempting to erase and to censor the LGBTQ+ community in our armed forces and in those workplaces. For 17 years, Don't Ask, Don't Tell prohibited service members from being openly themselves without the threat of being discharged. I served during this time. Since its repeal, our country has made significant strides to acceptance in our armed forces and in the DoD. With this amendment, anti-equality lawmakers are attempting to take us backwards by prohibiting service members and DoD employees from displaying the pride flag, a symbol of strength and acceptance of the LGBT community, individuals, and the many ongoing challenges that continue to be faced by that community. Regardless of whether you are a service member serving overseas, or a civilian employee working at the Pentagon, or our service members and defense employees, all of our service members and defense employees should have the opportunity to celebrate their identity and their truth, and this amendment would take that away. With the enactment of the Respect for Marriage Act, we saw possibilities for progress when both Democrats and Republicans come together in support of the LGBTQ community. Yet instead of embracing this bipartisanship and progress, with this amendment, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are espousing an anti-equality and anti-trans agenda. At a time when the LGBTQ+ community is facing a deluge of attacks in states across our nation, now more than ever, we must come together in support of that community, their heroes, and those that honorably serve our country. So once again, I stand here as a veteran, a mother of a gay daughter, an ally to the LGBTQ service members and DoD employees, and in strong opposition to this amendment. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate, flags mean something. Flags we wear on our sleeves. We honor it prominently on parade fields. We carry it in combat. We drape it over the coffins of those who have given their lives for this nation. Approved flags include the American flag, the flag of a state or the District of Columbia, a general officer's flag, a presidentially appointed, Senate-confirmed civilian flag, a senior executive service and military department specific flag, a POW, MIA flag, the flags of other countries that is an ally or a partner of the United States or for official protocol purposes, the flag of an organization to which the United States is a member, a ceremonial, command, unit, or branch flag, or Gideon. In the words of former Secretary of Army Mark Esper, flags are powerful symbols, particularly in the military community, for whom flags embody common mission, common histories, and the special, timeless bond of warriors. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I yield 2 minutes to Representative Presley.
Gentlelady's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to Amendment 35. I rise today on behalf of the service members and their families who make innumerable sacrifices for our country and for our freedoms, yet today there are efforts underfoot to deny them their own. Healthcare is a human right, yet today there are deep disparities that create barriers to access to care, including like today's amendments, which will only deepen those gaps. This is especially true when it comes to abortion care and reproductive health care. There's been a daily assault on access to regular and routine care. In addition to full spectrum reproductive care being an essential human right, it is also a readiness imperative for our military. So if you care about the fitness of our military, then part of that readiness imperative includes access to the full spectrum of reproductive care. This is a human right. You should not have to forfeit your right to medical care when you enlist to serve your nation. But due to the massive restrictions to abortion care enacted at the state level, for many of our military families on base, they cannot receive the care they need, and they must navigate onerous travel to get basic health care. This includes in instances of being raped by a fellow soldier or a superior. And now my colleagues across the aisle are trying to trap pregnant service members and deny them the care that they seek. This is dystopian, but unfortunately, it is all too real. Since draconian and cruel abortion bans have been enacted across our country, pregnant people have been denied care, and the outcomes have been debilitating and devastating. People have been denied miscarriage treatment, care for ectopic pregnancies. Mothers have lost their ability to have a child because of convoluted laws that delayed or denied the urgent abortion care they sought, resulting in lasting health issues and infertility. It is unconscionable that this military bill will become yet another blunt instrument to deny women and families across the nation their bodily autonomy. This is not the type of exceptionalism that we should be leading in this country. I yield.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know how much time I have.
Lady has 30 seconds remaining.
30?
30 seconds.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from
How much
South
time do I
Carolina.
have, Mr. Speaker?
3 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania has the right to close, yes.
I would ask that people consider when they're making decisions like that, that this very body.
Last, so you can reserve. And
Okay, excuse me. No problem.
You have 30 seconds.
I'm
The
prepared
gentleman from South Carolina.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just summed this up. Flags have meaning. Flags have purpose. Flags are a symbol of a great nation, as America is. Flags mean something. It's not something to be flippant about. Or it's not something to take lightly. To my friends on the other aisle, I know this amendment has nothing to do with medical service. It has nothing to do with a lot of the things that have been brought up. This is about having a Department of Defense approve flags before they go up. Pure and simple, nothing else. And I would just say that, you know, as we debate this, I'm still amazed that we're spending the time here. I think the diversion that the left wants to provide now is to try to move the ball and get the public, get America off the real problems that we're facing, which are a weakness that we have now under this administration, which is a denial of where we are as a country. And it's time to take our country back. And it boils down to one issue. We're going to preserve our freedom, and we're going to fight for it. And a flag represents that. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
We agree. We should not be spending our time and wasting our time on this issue. We agree. Flags have purpose and flags have meaning. We agree that we should be flying properly approved defense flags. But what we don't agree on is that we should be taking our nation back. This is all of our nation, not just for some. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. All time has expired for debate. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 35, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which prohibits Department of Defense education activity schools from purchasing and having pornographic and radical gender ideology books in their libraries. The Department of Defense education activities services over 66,000 military-connected children in the Americas, Europe, and the Pacific. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle will mischaracterize this amendment as extreme. All the while, the Biden administration has spent the last 2 years promoting radical gender ideology to impressionable young children in K-12 schools throughout our country, including our military schools. Now that's extreme. Speaking as a mother of 4 boys, enough is enough. I don't send my boys to school to receive indoctrination from the woke mob or to be sexualized by groomers. And the same can be said for our service members who are also parents sending their children to DODEA schools. I want to take some time to discuss the books that have been found in DODEA libraries that contain explicit sexual details not appropriate for children. One book titled All Boys Aren't Blue, published in April 2022, is a book included in DODEA libraries. It is described as a nonfiction manifesto by George Johnson that includes lines with sexually explicit content. The book describes oral sex, ejaculation, anal sex, pornography, and masturbation. Another book, This Book is Gay, also included in DODEA libraries, discusses the casual hookup site Grindr and includes detailed information on how to have gay anal sex. This book includes details about sex parties, orgies, and sex toys. Another book, Gender Queer, by Maya Kababi, again included in DODEA libraries, contains explicit imagery of oral sex. Middle School is a Drag by Greg Howard, included in DODEA libraries, is about a 12-year-old boy who starts a talent agency business for child drag queen performers. One of the kids he signs is an 8th grader named Mistress of Madness and Mayhem. And I see some folks getting uncomfortable in this room right now, and I would agree that this is very uncomfortable, especially for our children in K-12 schools. Another book that is found, Some Girls Bind by Rory James, included in DODEA's libraries, explores the journey of a character who questions whether she is genderqueer. The teen binds her breasts every day to feel more like herself. Chest binding is associated with some medical risks, which can be permanent. Julian is a mermaid found in DODEA elementary school libraries, describes a boy who wants to become a mermaid. During the book, the boy repeatedly strips down to his underwear. Later, he puts on lipstick and dons a headdress. He is then given a costume jewelry before being taken to the NYC Mermaid Parade, where he can freely express himself. Here's the bottom line. Let's stop grooming our children, including our military kids. It's gross, it is wrong. I am here to take a stand against it, and I urge my colleagues to pass my amendment to protect our military children from obscene content they should not be exposed to. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise in opposition to this harmful and very misguided amendment. And let's start with the facts. This amendment, dare I say, is a naked and attempt at discrimination, an attempt to ban books such as those who depict families with 2 moms or 2 dads. And to block those stories is to block the story of my own daughter and her wife as an example. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to say that they are for individual rights and freedoms, but it is perhaps more accurate to say that some of them want the individual right to deny other people and other families their rights and freedoms as well. The federal government does not and should not get to choose what my children or my daughter's children read. As a parent myself, I also have children, and a former teacher. I believe that the beauty of books is in its ability to expose us to worlds and ideas that are outside of our own. Our schools should be focused on creating environments that support every student, all student, and not censoring their individual experiences. Here's where we clearly do agree. Parents across the country want their children to learn in safe and affirming environments, which is why I'm also in vehement opposition and frankly quite disgusted by some nonstop attempts that seem to be coming from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to label content that they don't like as pornography, as a shield that frankly, in my opinion, is hiding blatant bigotry. And so I rise on behalf of my daughter and the LGBTQ people whose experiences must be told. But this bill, this amendment, doesn't stop with LGBTQ people or service members. This amendment also yields other harmful consequences. How the text is currently written would allow for further draconian and out-of-touch interpretations that could ban books simply like Judy Blume's, one that we've probably all read, those of us of a certain age and gender, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, or other stories that teach young people about puberty, their bodies, or contain information about health and sexual education. America is a country of freedom of speech and freedom of ideas, and yet my colleagues across the aisle want to ban books that enable the next generation to thrive. So today I rise, dare I say, to allow people to be able to choose what they read to their children or what their children read. As a child in DODEA schools, I actually got to be exposed to this exact situation where I had the opportunity to read a lot when I was growing up in Defense Department schools. And I can't imagine a world where my parents didn't have the ability or the authority to decide what it was that I was going to be able to read. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this very harmful amendment and against all efforts that politicize and promote that politicize our military and hurt military readiness and national security. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that allowing these books in our DODEA schools is what's harmful.
30 seconds.
Saying that I'm characterizing this as pornography. No, I'm saying exactly what it is. As a mom, I am not allowed to show my children triple X-rated videos, nor would I. That is illegal. They have to be 18 to watch this. We have ratings on things. I am simply saying, do not allow this in our children's schools. This is something that is harmful. It is grooming our children and indoctrinating them, and I urge adoption of this amendment to put an end to it in our military schools.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
Gentlelady has 2 minutes remaining.
I yield my 1 minute and 30 seconds to my colleague, Representative Sykes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't come to Congress to play politics. I came here to put the needs of Ohio's 13th congressional district first, not to vote on bogus, oppressive, extreme, barbaric, erroneous, ridiculous, time-wasting amendments like this one. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for my colleagues who are choosing to play partisan games with our national security by including amendments that would strip life-saving reproductive health care away from our women in uniform. This is nothing more than the latest attempt by House Republicans to advance their extreme agenda, taking us backward by punishing women and banning abortion nationwide. As the vice chair of the Bipartisan Women's Caucus, we just recently honored and recognized our women in uniform. But today, we are dishonoring those women. Our military was founded to protect our freedoms. Politicians should not be making healthcare decisions for any woman, but especially not for our women in uniform who serve us each and every day. I cannot support any legislation that impedes on a woman's freedom to make decisions about her health care, even if it is no longer constitutionally protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Decorum, I would ask, that we not scream
Yeah.
at each other.
Agreed. Gentlewoman's recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady has 30 seconds remaining.
I'm
1
prepared
minute,
to.
1
I'm
minute
prepared,
remaining. You
I'm
have 1
prepared to
minute remaining.
conclude. But I don't believe
the
it.
gentlelady has the only time remaining in debate.
That's my understanding as well. Excellent. I would just urge my colleagues, please, to vote against this harmful amendment and other amendments similarly, who are working very much to destroy and distract from what I think is really important, which is the national security of our nation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. All time has expired for debate. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. What do we got now? Yeah, I got it. The chair understands that the amendment number 36 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 37 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 38 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 39 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment I've introduced, amendment number 40, simply requires that the Department of Defense study and report the health conditions arising in members of the armed forces after administration of the COVID-19 vaccine. We have important voids in the data collected afterwards. We moved development of this vaccine at warp speed, and the Department of Defense mandated that members get the vaccine. So we have a great ability to study these members. They have very consistent health checkups. They have very consistent requirements for pre-deployment, post-deployment, during deployment. There are lots of ways to capture data in the military population. And frankly, it's overwhelmingly young, fit, healthy people that make up our military. So the study could be very important. It would be important to understand any long-term effects or healthcare needs in the vaccinated population. And we could learn from that process to develop future considerations, whether it's risk assessments as we mandate vaccines, or whether how to combat future health emergencies more effectively. The Biden administration forced our men and women in uniform to take this vaccine without really knowing the full effects, which would have been great to know in advance. But given the pandemic, they made a decision that the risk was too great. Lots of us disagreed with that risk assessment. That is all passed. At this point, we simply want to study how did it turn out? What were the effects? What have been the results? And that's all the study does. I reserve.
And reserves, gentlelady from for what purposes gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment and to all of the amendments that have been added to this bill as a Christmas tree and a mockery of the men and women who serve in our military. I am opposed to making this bill into a vehicle for perpetuating the culture wars of this extreme majority. In particular, I am opposed to the amendment that would attempt to enact an extreme anti-choice agenda to ban abortion nationwide and to interfere with the health care of women in our military who are serving in a post-Dobbs era when their efforts to provide for their family, to create a family, and to have the full range of reproductive health will be compromised.
I'm inquiring as to whether the gentlelady is actually opposed to my amendment. For her to qualify as an opponent of my amendment, she would have to speak in opposition to the amendment what it does. My amendment does nothing about abortion. It simply requires a study of COVID-19.
The gentleman will suspend. Does the gentlelady from New Hampshire claim the time in opposition to amendment number 40?
I am opposed to opposition number 40. I am speaking in opposition to all of the amendments that have been
The
added.
gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield such time as may be required to my colleague, Representative Brownlee from California.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year marks 50 years since our country stopped drafting citizens into service and began instituting an all-volunteer force. Unfortunately, today's military is facing significant recruitment challenges that can be detrimental to the security of our great nation. Seeking to limit the reproductive rights and freedom of America's servicewomen only exasperates the issue. Why would a woman who takes an oath to defend our nation do so when House Republicans stand in this chamber attacking their bodily autonomy? Today, women make up about 20% of our armed forces, and our military is stronger because of their contribution. It is important to note that servicewomen experience higher unintended pregnancy rates than their civilian counterparts, largely due to limited access to contraceptive services and the inexcusable high degree of sexual assault. It is an appalling reality that nearly 1 in 4 female service members have reported sexual harassment during their careers. That my Republican colleagues would force a woman raped by her superior to pay for her own travel to access abortion care is beyond appalling. This amendment is a shameful politicization of our military, and it is using our service members as pawns in an ideological debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from New Hampshire.
I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I must say that I consider the opposition to this amendment, which has never raised an objection to the actual amendment that I'm offering, dilatory, which I think could be objected to by the chair and gavelled down, and we could just call the question, unless they're actually opposed to the amendment. They're debating something that my amendment doesn't do. It simply requires a study on the results of COVID-19. It doesn't say what the outcome has to be. It just says, study it. Come back to us and tell us, how did it turn out for the people that got vaccinated? Do they have any other health problems? Do they have better health? What is the outcome as a result of these folks being vaccinated? I just want a study of the vaccinated population. It's a very simple amendment, and we're considering hundreds of amendments. So if the other side is simply looking for a way to filibuster and delay, I would appreciate them not doing it on this amendment and stay to the rules of the House. And if they have an objection, then state it. But they object something else, and they're using for the time inappropriately in my consideration. I ask for the consideration of the chair. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am opposed to the amendment that's been offered. But I want to get back to the crux of the matter of the Christmas tree of cultural war issues that have been added to this bill at the detriment of our service members. My own father fought in World War II. He was a hero. He was shot down in the Battle of the Bulge, and he served for 6 months in a German prison camp. So I have the utmost respect for those who are serving our country and keeping us safe. But the amendments that have been passed in this chamber today are putting the lives of our service members at risk. A very brief story from a constituent just this week who was pregnant with a birth that she very much wanted to carry. She lost that baby at 20 weeks, and it was tragic. But what was even more tragic in a post-Dobbs era was that she could not get the health care that she needed for herself, for her family. And she was forced to travel out of state. And she was forced to get care that would save her life. And that is my point about how horrific we are. We're in a state in this country where my colleagues across the aisle would put service members at risk who could have been raped and molested by members of the military, and we know that to be a very significant risk, and now would not be able to travel to get the health care they need for a pregnancy that they very much wanted. And with that, I will yield 1 minute to my colleague from Illinois.
The lady only has 30 seconds remaining to yield.
I will yield 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, extremists have put forth put our national security at risk with this partisan National Defense Authorization Act. I was pleased to work across the aisle with Congressman LaHood to try to save the 182nd Airlift Wing in Peoria, Illinois. We should be focused on these bipartisan issues, not the extremists that have added amendments that have nothing to do with national defense and security, including the extreme restriction on abortion access, which threatens women's service members' ability to make their own health care decisions. We need a clean and bipartisan NDAA. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired, and the gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio.
I think the Speaker, and I haven't heard an objection to this amendment. I hope we can agree to move forward and just conduct the study. We just want to know what were the health effects on the vaccinated population in the military so that the next time we can make a better risk assessment and hopefully get it right. We'll learn a lot from the military population that can surely help the rest of the country because they've got much more consistent access to health care, much more consistent required checkups. And so I think the data set can be very good. I hope we can get this study done. And with that, I yield the balance of my time and ask and urge adoption of this good amendment.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment to allow the Department of Defense's Excess Property 1033 program to be administered as intended by Congress to assist state and local law enforcement agencies. For more than 25 years, this program has allowed often cash-strapped local law enforcement jurisdictions to get the equipment they need to help our communities stay safe at a low cost. I am proud this amendment is supported by the National Association of Police Organizations, the National Sheriff's Association, and the Florida Police Benevolent Association. Through the 1033 program, the Defense Logistics Agency transfers unneeded excess military property to state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies. This property ranges from helicopters and vehicles to computers and medical supplies. This program has been crucial in allowing state and local law enforcement to acquire items needed for search and rescue operations, disaster response, active shooter situations, and other situations with equipment they otherwise could not afford. The 1033 program is not militarization of the police, but an important tool in protecting our communities. Last May, President Biden issued an executive order titled Advance Effective, Accountable Policing and Strengthen Public Safety. Despite what its title indicates, this executive order actually jeopardizes our public safety by effectively eliminating
law enforcement's access to this vital surplus equipment. The EO institutes onerous reporting requirements and gives President Biden's politicized Department of Justice veto power over lawful transfers of equipment. This effort is a continuation of the Obama administration's policies that discount the critical needs of police officers in the interest of political optics, often for the far left's defund the police movement. This amendment is simple. It rolls back this misguided EO. It requires the Secretary of Defense to make all excess equipment meeting the definition of controlled property available for transfer through the 1033 program. Congress has prohibited, and this is important, Congress has prohibited the transfer of bayonets, grenades, weaponized tracked combat vehicles, and weaponized drones under the program. President Biden, however, overruled congressional intent by implementing this executive order, unilaterally barring additional items from the 1033 program. The program was authorized by Congress to keep our communities safe from violent criminals, help local law enforcement respond to national disasters, and contrary to the narrative on the other side of the aisle, access to this equipment is vital to these law enforcement agencies' ability to protect our communities. There are countless examples in which this now prohibited equipment proved vital for law enforcement. Our state and local law enforcement put their lives on the line to keep us safe. Their jobs are tough enough. We cannot seek to demonize them, defund them, or certainly to deprive them of the equipment they need. And this amendment doesn't fully address many of the burdensome paperwork and regulations that President Biden has placed on the program. It is a good first step to get them the equipment they need as Congress intended. I urge support for this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The 1033 program has been around for 30-plus years. It has been an open conduit through which armaments directly from battlefields have flowed directly into the hands of state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies from the battlefields. This equipment has operated to militarize police departments without civilian authority. The 1033 program operates such that a law enforcement agency, even a school law enforcement agency, university law enforcement agency, can just simply petition the Defense Logistical Agency for whatever equipment is listed on the website. They can order it. As long as they can pay for the transportation of it to their location, they can get the equipment without any civilian oversight authority approving it. And the rules of the 1033 program require that once the law enforcement agency takes possession of the equipment, that it be used, that it be placed into service within 1 year of its acquisition, or else it has to be returned. And so that's a recipe for law enforcement agencies to acquire military-grade weaponry without county commission, city council approval. They get it, and they must put it into use within a year of their receipt of it. And so that means that untrained police officers using military equipment against civilians without civilian authority approval. That is a pipeline that needs to be shut down, and I'm glad that President Biden, after President Obama shut the pipeline down to a great extent, President Trump reopened it, and now President Biden has shut it down. Now we have this amendment that seeks to open it to even more militarized equipment than was allowed in the first place. If you want large caliber, 50 caliber weaponry from the battlefields of Afghanistan and Iraq to flow to your neighborhood, then you support this amendment. If you want crew-served large caliber weaponry, artillery, mortar rounds, if you want that coming into your property, into your community, then vote for this amendment. If you want weaponized drones from the battlefield to flow to your community without your representatives' knowledge or consent, then vote for this amendment. If you want flamethrowers, if you want missiles, if you want all kinds of equipment that this amendment opens the door to come to your community, then be in favor of this amendment. I stand opposed to it. And with that, I recognize the gentle lady from Texas for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman only has 1 minute time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It must be nice to perch yourself upon privilege. You see, the vast majority of my colleagues across the aisle have never had to have the talk. In fact, most of them may not even know what the talk is, but let's talk about it, because I am going to talk to you about my life experiences as a civil rights lawyer and urge that we legislate from a place of compassion instead of conspiratorial sunken place. So let's talk about these weapons. Let's talk about the fact that in the summer of 2021, when George Floyd was killed, I represented over 600 protesters pro bono. And you know what? Unfortunately, these were people that believe in the Constitution and understand that there's more than one amendment besides just the Second Amendment. They were actually exercising their freedoms under the First Amendment, but instead what happened is they ended up becoming victimized. And let me tell you, when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about conjecture. I'm talking about what's real. You can Google Brandon Saines, a 26-year-old who had his eye shot out. So let me be clear. You can be injured and it not necessarily be a firearm. And honestly, if my colleagues really care about making sure that we're going to be safe in our streets, then maybe we would get some gun reform and stop going after DEI and stop going after women's reproductive rights. Because if you believe in freedom, then kids should be able to go to school
The gentlelady
and know
is
that
no longer recognized. You don't have any time. The gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I have some time, and I yield that time to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman has 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman from Florida for bringing this important amendment, and I appreciate him allowing me to speak for a moment to support the amendment. This amendment would prohibit the Biden administration from unilaterally issuing any restrictions on the 1033 program, which allows police departments across the country to have access to life-saving military surplus equipment. It's imperative that our federal, state, and local law enforcement maintain access to this equipment used to protect and save the lives of Americans, especially in circumstances of terrorist attacks, search and rescue operations, natural disasters, or, yes, riots in our cities. The Obama and Biden administrations put restrictions on the 1033 program that helps police departments across the country. Their anti-police action would limit the ability for police departments to obtain equipment needed for border security, counter-drug operations, and more. In a time when morale is low in police departments across the nation, thanks to anti-police riots and calls to defund the police by my friends across the aisle, we must take every action possible to ensure our law enforcement officers have the tools they need to keep themselves and our community safe, essentially to do their jobs. And I'm proud to support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
The gentleman has 15 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
All the time on the other in opposition has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we talk a lot about misinformation. There are no instances of artillery, missiles, flamethrowers, or anything else that's been said about this being passed on to law enforcement. That's prohibited by Congress, and this amendment would not change that.
Gentleman's time has
Speaker, I
expired.
yield my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote.
I request a recorded vote, yes.
The yeas and nays have been requested. A recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. Yeah, I know next time I will say something like that. Chair understands the amendment number 42 will not be offered. The chair understands that the amendment number 43 will not be offered. The chair understands the amendment number 44 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment requires the Secretary of Defense to submit to Congress a report on Allied contributions to defense spending. The 1985 NDA established an annual report from the Department of Defense on Allied contributions to our common defense, with the initial focus on NATO. Of course, the Cold War was going on then, but that continued until 2004. DoD stopped producing this report as the Pentagon's priorities shifted to the global war on terror. Nevertheless, the report is an important one. NATO allies have an obligation to provide their own defense. We don't want there to be some misunderstanding that NATO membership has somehow bought war insurance and that America will either fight or fund your war. We will help you fight and win a war under Article 5, and only then if Congress authorizes combat. We might authorize spending, we might authorize combat, but Congress is the body that declares our wars. We can do that better when we know whether our allies are promoting their own defense. If they're shortchanging their own defense, we might feel differently about the vulnerability. Weakness invites aggression, and unfortunately, many of our allies have invited that aggression. As Donald Trump cautioned Germany as an example, you shouldn't be doing business with Russia. And look how it turned out. Now, this isn't simply the fault of Germany underfunding their defense or becoming totally dependent upon Russia. Russia took advantage of it, but Germany was naive enough to fall victim to it. It hasn't hurt Germany as directly as it's hurt Ukraine, but it all works together. Ukraine's not a NATO ally, but they're an ally. They're clearly paying a high cost for their own defense. Could we have worked differently and prevented this combat? Let us look at other areas around the world, and as we look at our allies, whether it's Israel as an ally, Taiwan as an ally, or our NATO allies, others around the world, I think it's important that this report gets produced and we understand it. And I think it's also important that, if appropriate, we share it in public so that our adversaries know that we have a very strong collective defense and a strong commitment. But if we don't hold people accountable for it, we will inherently be weak because their intelligence services will know. It motivates our allies to do the right thing. Since 2006, the majority of our NATO allies have consistently failed to meet their 2% GDP defense commitment. Even as a war is taking place in their own backyard, the United States remains the largest contributor to the war in Ukraine. The U.S. should not continue to subsidize the defense of NATO member countries who choose not to invest in themselves. Good data makes for good legislation, and this report would supply Congress with valuable information that's needed to make sound policy decisions that put America first. I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I think it's important to point out in this amendment that our allies have very much stepped up in the war in Ukraine. And this was about a week ago now. The stats may be a little bit different, but the United States actually ranks 13th in terms of percentage of GDP that we have committed to help Ukraine. That means of our 53 partners, 12 others have been doing more than we have. My biggest concern about this amendment is twofold. One, it undermines that level of support and seems to imply that our allies are not doing that. And second, it, along with several other amendments here, can be interpreted as being anti-NATO. I am worried more about the other amendments than I am worried about this one. But make no mistake about it, the NATO alliance has served the United States interests very, very well for its, well, quick math off the top of my head, roughly 70 plus, maybe 75 plus years of existence, and we should not be undermining that. This particular amendment, not as problematic, but the idea that our allies are not contributing, or the idea that the U.S. doesn't benefit from our contribution, I think is mistaken based on our place in the world. Right now, as we look to confront Russia and China, nothing is more important than our allies and partners. We need to work with them to build the coalition that is going to be able to stand up for a rules-based international order and for the peaceful resolution of our differences. I do not wish to undermine those alliances, and I hope we do remember the contributions of our allies. And that's basically all I have to say about this. I don't think we have any speakers, so I will yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman didn't raise an objection to understanding how much they're contributing. He implies he already knows. The world doesn't know, and I certainly don't get access to all that information. I do know they are paying for their own defense, and some of them quite a lot. I do know that they've helped in the war in Ukraine, and they've certainly taken on a heavy burden with refugees, but all that is different in different places around the world. And our allies stating how much they contribute certainly helps us make policy. I hope all my colleagues will see through this as an attempt to avoid accountability for our allies. We shouldn't underappreciate them, but we shouldn't cover for them either. We should hold them accountable, and the American people should know, hey, they are stepping up. They're doing really well. You can state it in percentage of GDP. That's the obligation, 2% of their GDP. And yet the biggest countries with the biggest resources, with very little debt, I might add, aren't paying for their defense. In our case, we're borrowing from China to defend our country and, frankly, to defend lots of them and people that aren't even part of our NATO alliance. So it is important that we pass this and we study it. Whether this amendment passes or not, we need to know it, and we need to hold them accountable for their failure to honor their obligations. And I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 46, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Alford of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to simply add Air Force Reserve in addition to Air National Guard to Mr. Bacon's language that he secured in our National Defense Authorization Act that directs the Secretary of the Air Force to not terminate fighter flying missions until the Secretary submits a modernization plan to the Armed Services Committees with options for replacement aircraft with more capable aircraft. This is important not to just my district at Whiteman Air Force Base and the 442nd Fighter Squadron, but several bases across our great nation. As A-10s and other platforms are retired, we must ensure that our Air Force Reserve and Air National Guard units have follow-on missions. This amendment will help provide clarity to Congress and Reserve and Guard units on how the Air Force will modernize and replace our fighter squadrons. I think we all know that the world is changing. Our platforms are changing. The A-10 is a very lethal aircraft, as we've seen for the last 30 years. The mission at the 442nd at Whiteman Air Force Base, the men and women there have served proudly. I feel they and others deserve security in knowing as a replacement is going to be there at Whiteman Air Force Base, that they have some answers and security from the Secretary until those final decisions of modernization are made. So I urge support of this amendment. I hope it gets bipartisan support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. This is part of a troubling battle that we have frequently on the Armed Services Committee. As the military, whether it's the Air Force or some other branch, is trying to move forward, they discontinue different programs. And there are always people who like those programs. And we step in and block it and make it difficult for the military to make the decisions they need to make. And at this particular moment in history, this is enormously important because innovation, new weapons technology, is absolutely crucial. Our information systems, just to give one example, are not where they need to be in order to manage all of the information that is now flowing, make sure that it is protected and it gets to who needs to get it in real time. We need to upgrade all of those systems. We need to improve our unmanned systems, drones, develop counter-drone technology, missiles, counter-missile technology. All of that is dependent upon new, innovative technologies that we need to adopt and implement, and that costs money. And if we can't discontinue previous programs, we have held on to many, many programs way past the point at which they are actually useful because it impacted somebody's district somewhere. And that's always going to be the case. So I am basically opposed to us stepping in and blocking these things and tying the hands of the military to upgrade and innovate in the way that they need. So I will be in opposition to this. I also want to explain something just quickly. I'm going to yield to Ms. Frankel in a minute, go back to you. She's not going to talk about this. She's going to talk about something else. And just for everyone's information, she can do that. I mean, basically, it's your time. You don't have to, you can talk about whatever you want. As I think about it, you can stand up and mumble gibberish for 2 minutes if you're so inclined. You got 2 minutes to do it. It's their time, not related to this, but it is still a perfectly lawful way to handle this. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm eager to hear what Ms. Frankel has to say, not related to this amendment. And I want to thank the ranking member for his hard work and dedication in crafting this bipartisan NDAA. This amendment is not intended to block in any way the modernization. We know that the A-10 is a legacy aircraft. A lot of people love the A-10. It has performed well in battle. It has seen effective lethality in several theaters of battle. The people who operate out of the 442nd have a deep love of their fighter mission. They have a deep passion for continuing that mission. They know that new platforms are coming. Whiteman Air Force Base is going to be home of the new B-21 stealth bomber. There are going to be complementary aircraft and programs to that. They know that. They know the world is changing and that the pacing threat from communist China has really changed how we view warfare and deterrence. They get that. But we owe it to them. They deserve a little security because it's very easy for them to pick up now and leave and go into the private sector. And there is too much talent in the 442nd and other fighter squadrons to not have that security. And that's all we're asking for in this amendment, Mr. Chairman, is a little security, a little appreciation, a little respect for the hardworking men and women who have dedicated their lives in service to America. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And after that warm introduction, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Thank you. My, Mr. Speaker, the Republican attacks on abortion never seem to end, and now they're targeting the servicewomen in the military. After that extreme decision by the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, half of the states in our country are banning or severely restricting access to legal abortion. Just take a look at this poster and this map. The dark shaded states are where these abortion restrictions are now in place, and look at those black dots. Those are over the 500 bases, military bases in our country. Many of them are in states that now ban or restrict abortion. That's why last year, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Defense established travel transportation allowances for service members and dependents who need to travel to access abortion. And shamelessly, the Republicans are now seeking to block this effort. Our service members, they leave their homes, their families, their friends, and are willing to risk their lives to serve our nation. They train hard, they have dreams, they have goals. We trust them with Black Hawks, intelligence operations, and special ops. We should trust them with their own health care decisions, including when it comes to deciding whether to start or grow a family. They stand for our freedom. It's time to stand for theirs. And I yield back.
General yields.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 47, printed in the House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to the NDAA, which would simply block funds from being made available to the naming commission established by Congress just a few years ago. The intent of that commission was to try to rewrite our nation's history by changing the names of our famous military bases and forts, tearing down statues, and even putting blankets over monuments with names not deemed worthy of remembrance by some. What a tragedy. You only have to look just outside my district at the famous Monument Avenue in Richmond, Virginia, which has recently been just desecrated by the removal of once famous beautiful monuments. This effort by this effort to remove statues and rename bases encourages an endless cycle of renaming institutions, buildings, and cities across the country under the destructive ruse of political wokeness. Historical sites are healthy environments to observe varied perspectives of historical events, engage diverse viewpoints, and inspire robust conversations as we remember our nation's history. We should protect American memorials to preserve and remember our history. It has been said that those who do not remember history are condemned to repeat it. I urge my colleagues to consider the precedent being set by this arbitrary effort to rewrite our nation's history. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment to preserve our history and fight these reckless efforts to destroy our country, our founders, and our history. And I reserve.
Reserves for what does the gentleman for Washington seek
Thank
recognition?
you, Mr. Chairman. I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman yields 2 minutes.
This is actually sort of my favorite amendment of the group because it sort of drives home the point. When we talk about history, you got to understand the history of how these bases were named. So we had the Civil War, we got rid of slavery, we tried Reconstruction. Reconstruction did not go well. And then there was a concerted movement in this country to make sure that we continued to establish white supremacy as the way we were going to approach this country. A lot of fascinating books have actually been written about this. It was a very well-coordinated effort. There was an effort to rename all these bases after people from the Confederate War to celebrate white supremacy. And they were all meant, the Ku Klux Klan grew up all over the place. I can't remember the name of the guy, but a guy from my area just wrote a fascinating book about the Ku Klux Klan taking over the state of Indiana and the battle and the fight that went into that. So all of these bases that are named for our history, as you describe it, are monuments to white supremacy. So if you don't support white supremacy, or if, God forbid, you're black or not white, and you're going to go serve at a base that is a monument, historically, it's exactly why it was named that. It was named that as part of an overall concerted effort to establish white supremacy. But we're just going to let that go, all right? That is the kind of thing that undermines good order and discipline in the military, the kind of thing that makes people who aren't white feel like they are not included. Now, I do not believe for one second that the United States of America is an essentially racist country or that white supremacy is currently the policy that we are trying to advance. What I cannot understand is why so many people serving in this body don't want to stand up for that basic principle, want to continue to celebrate the worst parts of our history instead of the best parts. These monuments are supposed to reflect our values. This is not a value we should be reflecting. And oh, by the way, this is why we still need diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to try to educate people on these very fundamental facts that they ought to know. Please, if you supported all the others, please oppose this amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I'm privileged to recognize the chairman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
For how much time?
1 minute.
1 minute, sir.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend from Virginia. I want to urge adoption of this amendment. I want to remind people that this commission was established for the purpose of renaming our major military installations that had been named after Confederate officers. That mission is complete. There is no reason for us to continue to spend funding on this commission to hunt for things to do. We were told it was going to cost only $1 million. They've gone over $30 million. We need to just let them complete their job, which they've done, stop this funding, and adopt this amendment. I urge a favorable vote on my colleague's amendment.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, the gentleman from Alabama, and I reserve.
Gentleman from reserves. The gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Virginia.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to personalize the remarks alluded to by our ranking member. Because I was born black in Virginia, raised there. I represent the former capital of the Confederacy. My entire family was raised in the former Confederacy. And for my entire life, I've lived in the shadow of Robert E. Lee and his fellow Confederate generals. He was a looming presence in my hometown of Petersburg, where the former Fort Lee sits. He was a looming presence in my neighborhood. And I want to talk about the monument that the gentleman from Virginia alluded to. One of the largest monuments to General Lee stood for 130 years around the corner from my house, which is ironic because General Lee himself did not believe monuments to Confederate generals should be erected, because he recognized that countries where there is a civil war, monuments to the losing side help to foster wounds that haven't healed. That's exactly what happened in this country. That monument and many others were put up as part of a backlash to the social, political, and economic gains of formerly enslaved people during Reconstruction. Another wave were put up as a backlash to Brown versus Board and the gains of the civil rights movement. When that monument came down, I felt a weight lifted off of my shoulders that I didn't know I was carrying. It was the burden of having to drive past a man who fought against the country he swore to serve to keep my ancestors enslaved, who himself owned people who could have been my ancestors and was documented to be horrifically cruel to them. We are trying to recruit a diverse armed services. We need to recruit the sons and daughters and granddaughters of the descendants of slaves.
Gentlelady's
and
time has
having them walk
expired.
into a building on a base named for their former oppressors is not going to create a welcoming environment. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, the true history of America is that no nation in the history of the world has rescued more people, freed more people, fed more people, ministered to more people, and yes, evangelized more people around the globe. No nation in the history of the world has been more welcoming to people from all nationalities, all races, all ethnicities, and given more opportunity, more upward mobility to people of, again, all races, all ethnicities, all nationalities. No nation in the history of the world did as the United States did just some 85 years after declaring our independence, where the nation went to war with itself, where the majority population suffered great loss of blood and treasure to free the minority population. No nation in the history of the world has that happened like it's happened in the United States of America. It was our founding documents and principles that provided the framework for us to realize our ideals of all men being created equal, endowed by our Creator by unalienable rights. The United States is unique among the nations of the world. Our history is worth preserving. It's worth protecting. It's worth remembering. It's worth honoring from. It's worth honoring, and it's worth learning and growing from. And I reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
I believe we have the right to close on this.
do?
Is that correct? Then I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, it is time to defund this naming commission. It's time for us to move past these efforts to change our history, and it's time for us to preserve our history and our founders and our principles of our nation, and to defund this naming commission. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time. And I actually agree with what the gentleman listed in terms of the great things that this country has done. And what is beyond belief is why in the name of God would we choose to celebrate the particular aspects of our history that don't reflect those values that the gentleman just explained. I want to talk about all the great things that the United States of America has done. I don't want to talk about our history of white supremacy. I want to understand it and make sure that we don't ever repeat it. And I have an enormous amount of respect for the chairman of the committee, but I want to make sure everyone understands what we're voting on here. This is to prohibit the use of federal funds to carry out the recommendations of the base naming commission. So to say that, oh, they're done, it doesn't really matter. This is going to block what they did. This is going to stop the ability to change those names. This commission was passed on a bipartisan basis to make sure that this is implemented. This amendment would gut that and go against that bipartisan agreement and the work that they have done. So please understand what you're doing, and as I said earlier, it is something we should not be doing. I urge a no vote.
Expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chairman, I request a recorded
purposes,
vote.
Gentlemen seek recognition.
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 48, printed in House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the House about our National Defense Authorization Act. I just want to remind the House that the National Defense Authorization Act is to fund the Department of Defense, which mission is stated on their website. that says their mission is to deter war and protect our nation's national security interest. My amendment is to stop cluster munitions or cluster munitions technology being sold or transferred to Ukraine. Cluster bombs are brutal, inhumane weapons that cause lasting harm to civilians in areas where they are used. When a cluster bomb is deployed, it launches multiple different submissions, which are smaller bombs, in all different directions. The impact radius of cluster bombs varies, but can be as high as several football fields. This causes more widespread destruction, imposing a greater risk to civilian areas, which kills lives. It doesn't save lives. Also, this is an escalation in war. It doesn't deter war. The dud rate varies per bomb, and the dud rate is very important, but they can be typically anywhere between 2% and as high as 40%. These bombs are very unreliable, which makes them very dangerous. Congress even passed a law in 2009 that says the U.S. cannot deploy or transfer cluster munitions with a dud rate higher than 1%, but the president can sign a waiver to bypass this restriction. The Biden administration says that they will not deliver cluster bombs to Ukraine with a dud rate higher than 2.35%. But again, the dud rate is known to be anywhere between 2% and as high as 40%, which means we do not know. Also, over 120 countries are party to the Convention on Cluster Munitions, banning the use, production, transfer, and stockpiling of these weapons, including most of the U.S.'s NATO allies, which is extremely important. And I would like to remind the House, Ukraine is not a NATO member nation. What's next? Chemical or biological weapons? Nuclear weapons? Again, this is an escalation of war that does not belong in our nation's funding bill for the Department of Defense. And with that, I'd like to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek to claim time in opposition to the
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 90 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for 90 seconds.
The reality is Ukraine needs these munitions. Until the West can meet the full demands of the war in Ukraine, these munitions will fill the gaps and ensure a successful Ukrainian counteroffensive and ensure that the Ukrainians are not defenseless. The goal is to give Ukraine the tools it needs to end this war quickly. A protracted war will cost more lives and allow Putin to commit more war crimes. Mr. Speaker, I was in Bucha and stood where some of these crimes were committed. And ultimately, this amendment was not introduced out of concern for civilians. No, this amendment exists because of very few members across the aisle don't seem to mind if the Russians win. And then we would see democracy fall and authoritarianism rise. To ensure a Ukrainian victory, we must continue to make these very tough decisions that will end this war and ultimately save lives. And I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 1 minute to Ms. Jacobs from California.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Cluster munitions maim and kill indiscriminately, and they often fail to explode on impact, leaving communities littered with dangerous unexploded landmines for years, if not decades. Cleaning them up is expensive and dangerous and takes a long time. And despite claims about the dud rates, we know that when actually used in war, these weapons are unpredictable and kill more civilians than anticipated. That's why I'm opposed to sending cluster munitions to Ukraine. But unlike some of my Republican colleagues, I am a strong supporter of Ukraine. My bipartisan amendment would have banned the transfer of all cluster munitions to any country. And my amendment would have garnered strong support across both parties. But it's clear that this amendment is not about cluster munitions at all. It's about opposing any support to Ukraine. We shouldn't be transferring cluster munitions at all. And the U.S. should join 123 other countries in banning this weapon once and for all and protecting civilians and the children that are maimed and killed by these horrific weapons. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady reserves.
The gentlelady reserves, yes. Thank you.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman's recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. As a 31-year Army veteran myself and the very grateful dad of 4 sons who've served in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I want to reestablish peace through strength as developed by President Ronald Reagan. We must support Ukraine to end criminal Putin's war of aggression as quickly as possible and stop the carnage with Putin's mass murder of innocent civilians. Putin's forces are bombing civilians, kidnapping children to Russia, raping and torturing, and have mined a nuclear plant and blown up a dam. In light of Ukraine's ongoing counteroffensive, which is pitting Ukrainian defenders against dug-in Russian soldiers, cluster munitions are an effective new weapon to Ukraine's arsenal. These weapons will be effective against fortified Russian trenches and concentrated troops of Putin's soldiers who are being sacrificed to death by Putin for his own personal gain of oil, money, and power. The Wall Street Journal has editorialized, Biden is right on the cluster bombs for Ukraine. Cluster bombs are an anti-personnel weapon that ejects multiple bomblets over a large area. They can be very effective to promote the Ukrainian cause. Ukraine isn't seeking to use these bombs against civilians. There is moral distinction between Russia's aggression and Ukraine's use of cluster bombs for defense. These best suited are made to be a trade-off against the risk or for the Ukrainians whose lives are on the line every day. I urge opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute of my time to the Congressman from Florida, Matt Gaetz.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
It is worth acknowledging the great bipartisan work on this issue with my colleague, Ms. Jacobs, and my colleague, Mr. McGovern, who have been speaking on these issues with clarity for some time. The opponents of the amendment made the principal argument that we have to do anything for Ukraine to win the war. Why not just send the nukes? Like, if the standard is we'll do anything for Ukraine to win, send the tactical nuclear weapons. Of course, we're not going to do that, which means there has to be a line somewhere. And I would hope that we could draw that line somewhere on the humane side of, like, the cluster bomb question. These bombs are indiscriminate. For goodness sakes, we are still cleaning up cluster bombs in Laos because civilians are being killed. So when my colleagues say, well, civilians won't be killed, tell that to the people in the places where cluster munitions have been deployed and people are still being killed, because that is in fact the case. It's also an argument that's been made that, well, the Ukrainians are only going to use this in their own country. How depraved to use these bombs in your own country. That's not a reason to vote against the amendment. It's the reason to vote for it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady reserves. That's 30 seconds. Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentleman's recognized for 90 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I fully support Ukraine in its existential fight for freedom and democracy. I've also spent years in this chamber addressing the issue of civilian casualties. In fact, I'm one of the founding co-chairs of the Protection of Civilians in Conflict Caucus. Why? Because I spent the formative years of my life in Afghanistan seeing the results, the horrific results of war, including cluster munitions. But there are times in this chamber that a measure doesn't do what you think it does, but it in fact does the opposite. This measure will not stop the use of clusters in Ukraine. And I have written to the administration, I've asked for clarity, I've asked for assurances and mitigation measures, and I will continue to do that. What this measure will do is play right into pro-Russian, pro-Putin propaganda. It will be twisted and contorted by nefarious actors to say that America doesn't support Ukraine, that Democrats don't support Ukraine, and that is not where we need to be. Because that is the history of this bill. That is the history of many of those who are supporting this bill, who have originated this bill. That is the context from which this bill originates. And that is not where progressive, pro-Ukrainian members should be. And I urge my colleagues to support this, to oppose this measure vociferously. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you,
30
Mr.
seconds
Speaker.
remaining.
Thank you. Again, I urge the House to pass this amendment. Our National Defense Authorization Act is for the funding of the Department of Defense. It's for our nation, for the United States of America. And there should be no funding for a foreign war. There should be no weapons sent that increases war. As a matter of fact, that leaves bombs behind for generations to come. That hurts the Ukrainian people. And for anyone to say that this must be done to help the Ukrainian people doesn't care about the innocent Ukrainian lives that will be killed for years to come from these cluster munitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge the House to pass my amendment.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized. He has 1 minute remaining.
Well, we hear a lot about humanity here. Let's put the facts in front of that. The Ukrainians are firing as many artillery shells in 2 days than we produce in a month. They will run out. They will be defenseless. And if you are suddenly now worried about civilians, watch what Putin has already done. Raped, murdered, tortured innocent civilians, targeted civilians, and if there are no artillery shells to defend them, he will go unheeded. Then you will see inhumanity that we have not seen since the Second World War. Vote against this amendment.
Yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia will be postponed.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 49, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my Amendment 49, which would require that all documents and correspondence of the Countering Extremism Working Group are provided to the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government and the Committee on Armed Services. I am offering this amendment to build upon a larger concept and theme within the House NDAA this year, ending the politicization and weaponization of the DoD. I am proud to stand with my colleagues here in the House and fight for an NDAA which is focused on warfighting, readiness, and lethality, for an NDAA which conducts meaningful oversight into the political issues which have infiltrated the DoD in recent years. Through our work in the Judiciary Committee and on the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, we have discovered that rampant abuse of power is not confined to one agency or department, nor is it limited to one subject area. In the wake of a partisan political persecution spurred by the events on January 6th, extremism or domestic violence extremism has been misconstrued to include a wider group of individuals to serve as a predicate for state surveillance, invasion of privacy, and in some instances, deprivation of rights. We first uncovered this within the DOJ with the padding of DVE crime statistics, which was done to support the political statements of policymakers. In my first 7 months in Congress, I have had the opportunity to uncover some of these abuses. However, there are some legacy issues which date back to my time, before my time in Congress, to a time when true oversight for the purpose of the protection of the rights of Americans took a backseat to the politicization agenda of some influential leaders on the other side of the aisle. One such issue was other potential abuses of extremism in the government, including the DoD Countering Extremism Working Group. My amendment would ensure that both committees receive documentation from the DoD about the work done in the Countering Extremism Working Groups so we can provide proper oversight. I hope there is nothing there. I hope we find that the DoD abused no serviceman or woman's rights and that this was an exercise in legitimately protecting their own force. But without confirming this through the evidence, I cannot trust that the Biden administration and the DoD under Secretary Austin did the right thing simply because they have failed to earn the trust of the American people due to routine exposure of wrongdoing and abuse. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Woman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may need. Mr. Chair, there's a lot of buzzwords, complicated sub-working groups and weaponization and all these sort of language that may hide what is happening here. But I want to be crystal clear about what this amendment does. As someone who served in uniform proudly 2 combat deployments, this weakens our military, it weakens our national security because it essentially tries to sweep back under the rug what is a growing, more dramatic problem of extremism of many kinds within our Department of Defense, something that has had bipartisan agreement. And rather than keeping that bipartisan, sober tenor to the debate, this amendment, hypocritically in my opinion, actually politicizes it by referring it to, unfortunately, a subcommittee that is, I think, broadly known to operate in that way. But let's be clear what's happening in our Department of Defense. Bias, discrimination, hate, and extremism threaten the safety of all communities and institutions, and our military is no exception. I think we can all agree one extremist in the ranks is one too many. And the U.S. intelligence community's annual threat assessment once again concluded transnational, racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists continue to pose the most lethal threat to U.S. persons and interests, and a significant threat to a number of U.S. allies and partners. The Countering Extremism Working Group has functioned exactly as intended. It should continue its work to ensure that extremism has no place in our military. They are doing good, necessary work. We must continue to, as members of Congress and Americans, hold the principle that this work should be nonpartisan. It should not be under the sort of heated, politicized rhetoric that I fear this amendment would put it under. So I stand in strong opposition and encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment and yield back, Mr. Chair.
Does the gentleman reserve?
My apologies. Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The
Thank you.
gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Yes, this bill is nothing more than related to transparency and oversight. We have had FBI whistleblowers who have testified before the Judiciary and the Select Committee as to how the FBI is padding its DVE statistics. We want to ensure that the Countering Extremism Working Group is not just another way in which our government has been weaponized against the American people. What I cannot understand is why any Democrat would oppose transparency and good government. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this is not a Democrat or Republican thing. This is about the American people having pride in and sending the message to all members, the millions of members in the Department of Defense, that we are proud of them, we support the work that our Department of Defense is doing, and we are not intending to politicize it in the way that this amendment does. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Well, thank you. Again, this bill is about transparency and oversight. We all support our troops. This isn't about not supporting our troops. This is about ensuring that the Countering Extremism Working Group has not been politicized. Nothing more and nothing less. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's clear when you see how this weaponization of the federal government subcommittee has operated, sadly, to me, as someone who loves our country, it has become a deeply partisan body. So with all due respect to my colleague, I don't agree with your characterization in any way. And the other piece here that is not being spoken and said, anti-Semitism, violent white nationalism are on the rise in the Department of Defense, and this working group is directly focused on countering that. Politicizing that work undercuts that important work, puts our troops at risk, and puts our national security at risk. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from
I would
Wyoming is
note for the
recognized.
record that the gentleman on the other side just slandered the men and women in service in uniform by making the accusations that he has. And again, what I'm talking about here is simply providing us with the documentation. This isn't about interfering in the work that the working group has done. It's simply to oversee and make sure that particular working group is not being weaponized against our men and women in service. As I said, we may not find anything at all. They may have done exactly what they were required to do. But at the same time, there is nothing wrong with this body overseeing and ensuring that these types of groups are operating the way that they should. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close and
the
wrap
gentleman
this up.
reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
You know,
Are you
again,
prepared to close?
the word of the day is transparency. Any group that is within the Department of Defense, we should have oversight, and that's all that this bill does. So with that, I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, in brief, while I understand the spirit of what my colleague is saying, there has to be reasonable lines at which we cannot say there is unlimited resources to dedicate to unlimited oversight of every conspiracy theory that may be out there. So I would reassert in closing, dealing with extremism cannot be about political or ideological litmus tests, but practical threats to the operations and values of our military. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I would request a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I would request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of the Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 50, printed in the House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment strikes Section 217, which authorizes funds to NATO for the joint fund established for the, quote, Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic Initiative, with an acronym DIANA. NATO has suffered from major mission creep and bureaucratic bloat, while separate entities like DIANA are tied closely to innovation, to the Innovation Fund that was to launch in NATO in 2022. There are 22 allies listed as participants, and the United States isn't one of them. Meanwhile, there are numerous countries that are participating in this fund, Germany, Turkey, Italy, Spain, etc., who already do not meet their 2% GDP commitment to fund their own defense. Why would we expect them to contribute fully to DIANA when they won't contribute the basic amount to their own defense, which is NATO's purpose? To defend. It's a defensive alliance. We've had colleagues who support a new strategic purpose for NATO. It doesn't need a new strategic purpose. It is even accomplishing its own purpose to focus on its own defense. You have countries like Germany who have literally no debt. They're very little debt in their country. Meanwhile, the United States is borrowing money to fund things like this. So we could fund it for our own country, but I don't know that we need to fund it on behalf of NATO. This program adds one more financial burden to the United States within NATO, while European countries take a free ride off of our efforts. There is no focus from the United States government to make these countries pay for the commitments they made as part of being members of the NATO alliance. Since 2006, they've all avoided their basic financial responsibility. There is no reason to expand the financial obligations within NATO until they follow through and honor their commitments. I reserve.
For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start by yielding 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York and the ranking member of our Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This is a poorly conceived and ill-intentioned attempt to kill the United States support for the Defense Innovation Accelerator of the North Atlantic Program, otherwise known as DANA, which is a cooperative NATO effort to outsmart and out-innovate our adversaries. The DANA program was set up by NATO as an effort to spur increased defense research and development funding to rapidly adapt to a new era of strategic competition by bringing key defensive experts together with the NATO alliance's leading entrepreneurs and academic researchers. The DIANA initiative is specifically designed to leverage breaking developments and critical advances in next-generation defense capabilities such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, hypersonics, space domain, as well as advanced materials and manufacturing sciences for the benefit of all NATO allies. With U.S. adversaries such as Russia and its brutal, unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine, and our global competition with China, where China has efforts to outpace the United States in technological superiority and undermine international norms and freedoms, continue to malign efforts, it is more important than ever that we work closely with our NATO allies to out-innovate, out-compete at the leading edge of defense technology. Eliminating funding from DIANA program is precisely the opposite of what we should be doing. The opposite. We should be working together with our NATO allies in a collective way. Therefore, I encourage all members to oppose this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I agree that we should be working collaboratively with our NATO allies. In fact, we do. I was fortunate to get to serve in Germany at a time that the Cold War was at its heights. I saw the wall fall while I was there. And I got to see people rushing to our side. They were not asking for more government. They were asking for more freedom. Germany is reunified, things we never thought we would see. But they're also spending their money on all sorts of things except their own defense. Now, they spend something. They're helpful. I don't want to underappreciate the good things they do. But we shouldn't continue funding initiatives together unless they honor their commitment. In fact, only 7 countries out of these 23 countries are paying 2% of their GDP. If we don't hold them accountable, why are they going to step up? They're not. Meanwhile, we're bankrupting our own country, making us weaker, less free, less safe, more burdened by debt, and we're not holding our allies accountable for paying their fair share. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Larson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic and ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment. The Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic helps the United States and its NATO allies counter Russia and China through the accelerated development of innovative technologies to defend the U.S. and our NATO allies. These innovative technologies include artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and hypersonic missiles in defense, all valuable tools to give the U.S. and its NATO allies leverage over Russia and China. Continued U.S. leadership and collaboration with NATO allies on emerging technologies will lead to greater innovation and ensure the U.S. will have a direct influence on the modernization of the NATO alliance. Earlier this year, an American was elected chair of the board of the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and 2 Americans currently serve on the board. The U.S. will lead this new, necessary NATO national security effort, and Americans will continue to work alongside its allies to build a stronger alliance and a safer world. In addition, the language that's in the underlying bill is actually the language to authorize the U.S. to begin funding its part. That's why the U.S. doesn't currently fund its part. We had to write legislation to get the U.S. to the DoD to get its authorization to fund its part in Diana. In addition to that, the next 5 years, the U.S. commitment is about $47 million, while NATO allies will contribute about $1.1 billion. So I would say we're going to get our money's worth, Mr. Chair. The U.S. has to support the Defense Innovation Accelerator for North Atlantic. I urge my colleagues in supporting this effort and to support U.S. participation in NATO and to oppose this amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chair, reserve the balance of time.
Pardon?
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. This is an important signal to send to all our allies. We are indeed your allies, but we're not going to fund or fight your wars. You're not buying insurance for America to carry the load. We're a participant. We'd love a collaborative relationship, and the idea that they're doing something better in Diana is encouraging, but they're not honoring the fundamental nature of the agreement, and that's a problem. We have to hold them accountable for doing just that, and I don't understand why my colleagues object to doing that. I understand people are passionate about the Diana program, and that's why I hope they're passionate about it. You've got something maybe they care about. I don't know. But we've got to send the message that you can't just underinvest in your own defense and count on America to bail you out. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may use.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, with respect to my colleague and alum of United States Military Academy, I respectfully disagree. I think at this moment, when our allies and our entire alliance is engaged in direct hot war, is a moment where we have to have our allies' backs, where we have to lead by assuming some risk and hoping and pushing and nudging our allies to follow. So I do respect the spirit of what my colleague is saying, but in the heat of battle is not the time to question our allies or to back away from our allies. And in fact, as my colleagues have said, it is the moment to lean in and strengthen our alliance, bolster innovation, and bring to bear the resources of the Diana effort. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I think the Speaker, it is precisely the time to lean in and have your allies back. And if our allies won't do that now, when will they do it? There's a war on their borders, and they will not invest at the levels they've committed to do as part of the treaty. If they won't do it now, when will they? How do we not hold them accountable for this? We have no defined mission. We have no accountability for no defined strategy, and we just have an open checkbook. How in the world does this encourage a stronger alliance? It doesn't. And my colleagues, I ask you, please support this amendment. Please hold our NATO allies accountable for doing what they said they would do. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment 3-2. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 51 printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer Amendment number 51 as the designee for Mr. Roy.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the Speaker. This amendment expresses a sense of Congress. This doesn't even have teeth on it. It just asks nicely, please, NATO allies, would you contribute the amount that you said you would, please? It's a kind ask. It's a sense of Congress that you should do what you said you would do. So NATO countries who choose not to invest in their own defense, specifically meeting the 2014 Wales Summit defense spending benchmark, better known as the 2% GDP commitment, should be held accountable for that. That's all it's saying, is you should actually do what you said you would do. In 2006, NATO defense ministers agreed to annually commit a minimum of 2% of their nation's GDP on their own defense. According to NATO, this spending threshold serves as an indicator of a country's political will to contribute to NATO's common defense. In 2014, the NATO alliance adopted the, quote, Defense Investment Pledge. At that time, only 3 of NATO's 28 NATO member countries were meeting their 2% defense spending commitment. At that time, the NATO alliance issued this statement, quote, we agree to reverse the trend of declining defense budgets, to make the most effective use of our funds, and to further a more balanced sharing of costs and responsibilities. Our overall security and defense depend both on how much we spend and how we spend it. They recognized the problem and they committed to change course back in 2014. The Senate ratified this pledge in 2014 with a yes vote, 97-2 in 2022. NATO's annual report showed that only 7 of now 30 NATO member countries meet the 2% GDP defense spending line. Numerous NATO member countries use the United States security umbrella to evade their financial commitments to their own defense. There's a war raging on their borders, and they're still not stepping up. If not now, when? This bill doesn't cut any. This amendment that I'm offering right now on behalf of Mr. Roy that I've co-sponsored doesn't cut anything. It just says it's a sense of Congress that you should do what you said you would do. It's a sense of what the Senate said, 97-2, when they ratified it, that, yeah, we agree with this pledge. The United States is doing it. Why in the world shouldn't our own countrymen expect the members of their alliance to do what they said they would do as part of the alliance? Failing to do this makes our alliance weaker, it makes our alliance less secure, and it sets a horrible standard for any future ally. I urge support for this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York, what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this week NATO leaders held a summit in Lithuania to discuss, address, and prepare for the alliance's future. It was done with the United States at the table, leading the efforts to galvanize ambitions in the face of multiple threats, most notably those related to Russia's unjust and tragic war against Ukraine. And in Lithuania, allies agreed to continue to ramp up support for Ukraine and use the 2% of GDP amount as a floor. Some of our strongest allies in the alliance are set to move even beyond that threshold in the coming years. We have not seen NATO stronger, NATO working closer together, NATO speaking together. Now, I know that the former president thought that NATO had outlived its usefulness and that we should not be a part of it. And this amendment would lend itself to that type of mentality. when we know that the strength of NATO is its unity, when we know that what Mr. Putin was after was to divide NATO. We don't need to utilize any language or have any that would accelerate that thought. What we need to do is to make sure that we continue with the spirit of what took place at the NATO summit. The language of this amendment seeks to create disunity at a time when NATO's unity is being actively tested by Vladimir Putin. So no, we should not agree to denounce our allies in the NDAA, as this amendment does. We should not look to reignite some of the disunity and disruption that previous American first policies promoted.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield another 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. No, we should not look to, as I said, reignite some of the disunity and disruption that America First or America Only promoted. We don't need to call out in an amendment our strongest of allies. This amendment calls out and criticizes and denounces Canada, Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, Spain, Denmark, France, many others. In the middle of war, I surely would not want to be fighting a war in a bunker, saying we're allies, and then someone is denouncing me. That is not the way allies stick together and fight an unjust war that is currently taking place in Ukraine, where you have Russia taking sovereign property of a sovereign country, taking land of a sovereign country. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just point out that Ukraine is not a member of NATO. I know some of my colleagues want to make them that so, maybe so that we could already go to war with a country that would inherently involve Article 5 were they to be admitted today because they're in a state of war today. But they're not. And so we aren't having NATO allies in bunkers right now, hunkered down, and having allies call them out. But the surest way to wind up there is to continue to underinvest in our defense. And that's exactly what more than 75% of our NATO allies are doing. They said they would invest in their defense, and they're not doing it. How do they have no shame? They expect us to carry the load? Are we going to fight and fund their wars? I mean, we did help a lot in World War I. We helped a lot in World War II. There were a lot of people that fought and died, not just Americans, to get there. But America is a great ally, and we're simply asking that they too become great allies. That's all this amendment does. It doesn't cut funding. It doesn't bail on them. It simply says, hey, we expect you to do what you said you would do. We're just calling it out. You're not doing it. Please do it. Reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I want to remind my colleagues that the word, as my colleague from New York has said, the word denounces is a strong word, especially to use in the heat of battle and the heat of an unprecedented, unjust war. I'd like to yield 1 more minute to the gentleman from New York.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
What NATO has done when they've seen the taking of property from a sovereign country is stick together. The one thing that Mr. Putin did not think would happen, who thought that we would be divided, has not happened. And NATO has been stronger because they see the inhumanity and the criminal activity that is now taking place by Vladimir Putin. One voice standing together to stop that. While the Ukrainian people who are fighting, it is the allies in NATO who are giving the ammunition that is necessary to win. But for that, this war would have been over in 2 weeks or less. But it's that unity that has continued until Ukraine will win this fight. And we must stand together, not giving any weakness of this unity. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman. This amendment doesn't deal with Ukraine, it deals with NATO. It doesn't say anything bad. It denounces people that don't do what they said. I denounce people that don't keep their word. Shame on you. You said you would do something and you didn't do it. You should be held accountable for that. That's all we're saying. 75% of NATO countries, the biggest, strongest, biggest economies, they're the ones that are underinvesting. There's some heroes out there like Poland and Estonia that are spending more than their share of their GDP. But the biggest, wealthiest countries in Europe are underinvesting, and it's time to hold them accountable. I yield back and urge our colleagues to support this amendment.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, again, in closing, I want to reiterate the points of Mr. Meeks. At the moment when NATO is headed in the right direction, when we're seeing the greatest strength, unity, cohesion, and results and success back to the charter, the founding charter of the organization, now is not the time to take steps backwards and denounce our allies, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman in New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 52, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 52, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Rule 583, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
There is a time in every debate where everything has been said, but not yet by everyone. And that may be where we are in the DEI debate, but what I bring to the House now is the most fulsome amendment to completely remove DEI from the DoD. And even if my amendment doesn't pass, I want my colleagues to know that this NDAA in the base bill takes a meat cleaver to DEI. And the amendments that we have adopted in the last round of voting have certainly ensured that DEI, regardless of the passage or not of my amendment, will not be a principal feature of our military service if this bill becomes law, and that would be a great thing for our military. That said, it's important to note that in the name of DEI, our military has done some pretty strange things. Secretary Austin, in his first act, ordered a 24-hour stand down so that everyone could reflect on their extremism. The reality is, even majority-minority units in the military found this divisive. They complained to my office, and certainly it did not create a more lethal force. Also, in the name of DEI, we've hired some rather strange people in the government. There's one DEI officer named Calissa Wing, and she actually, if you can believe this, worked in the DEI's department at DODOA, the education system within DoD, and she put out the following inclusive tweet. I'm so exhausted at these white folks in these professional development sessions. This lady actually had the caudacity to say that black people can be racist too. I had to stop the session and give Karen the business. This was the person that we had hired to create a more inclusive environment, and I think it's indicative of the inherently divisive culture that has permeated radical racial ideology. My amendment gives us the opportunity to pull it up by the root, and I hope my colleagues support it. I would add this final point before yielding back. We have standards in the military that allowed the military to expel racists and white supremacists completely in the absence of DEI programs. We've had those standards in the military for quite some time. And so even if my amendment were to become law, I don't want anyone in the body to think that we would be stuck with people in the military that didn't meet long-standing, pre-existing standards of personal conduct. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Virginia. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment, and I yield 1.5 minutes to Mr. Horsford.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment. Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker, the maker of this amendment, talked about being exhausting. This issue that he has brought before this body and the committee is exhausting. Just this week, the sponsor of this amendment called diversity, equity, and inclusion in the military a, quote, failed experiment. He has called it cancerous. Just this week, a senator from Alabama stated that it was his opinion that white nationalists are not necessarily racist and refused to denounce white nationalists serving in the military. All of this with the backdrop of the same senator holding up hundreds of military nominations, which is actively hurting our national security, something that this NDAA bill would address. To what end? The U.S. Marine Corps does not have a confirmed commandant as we speak. And yet, just an hour ago, on this very floor, one of the members on the other side of this body said his amendment, quote, had nothing to do whether colored people or black people can serve, unquote. Mr. Speaker, these comments show exactly why we need diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Every day, our military grows more diverse, more and more reflecting the diversity of our nation. This amendment does nothing to address the recruitment shortfalls that our services are facing, and instead it will only make it more difficult to recruit Americans on diverse backgrounds representing the true makeup of our nation. What are you so afraid of? Why do you keep bringing these divisive issues to the body of this floor? You are out of order. You are exhausting, Mr. Gates.
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman is no longer recognized. Woman from Virginia reserves.
I reserve.
Excuse me, a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
No, Mr. Speaker, I've made a point of order. You have to rule on the point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
The gentleman has an obligation to address the chair, not other members. He did not do that. He was out of order, violating the decorum of the House.
The gentleman has not stated a proper point of order.
A parliamentary inquiry, then. I seek recognition to make a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his parliamentary
What is the
question.
parliamentary mechanism that requires an individual to address the chair? Because if it's not that and we can address each other, let's do that for the rest of the debate.
The chair will not engage in this dialogue. Would the gentleman like to be recognized for his 5
I
minutes?
want to be recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman is not recognized.
I'm not recognized for a parliamentary inquiry? I'm not recognized for a parliamentary inquiry?
The chair will not engage with the gentleman.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
So the gentleman is recognized for his 5 minutes. The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Will the chair encourage members to address the chair and rather than one another?
The chair encourages all members to address the chair and not one another.
Very well. I seek recognition.
Thank you. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr.
Can you be respectful? Can we have a debate?
Yeah.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, thank you,
for
Mr.
his
Speaker.
amendment.
And Mr. Speaker, the childish antics that we just observed indicate that we've got a lot of work to do, both in this House and the military, not to have radical racial ideology governing our discourse and governing the policy choices that we make in these bills. The policy choice that my amendment seeks to make ensures that we do not have the cancer of DEI harming our military. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Florida.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I would just like to remind people that whether you're white, black, brown, we all bleed the same. So to have this completely divisive ideology being pushed, to have members from across the aisle making it about race, when some of these members have not even served, is completely, to me, not only a foreign ideology, but I'd like to remind people, when you're getting shot at, okay? When my husband was shot in Afghanistan, do you think he was sitting there asking what color the person that was evacuating him was? Do you think he was sitting there wondering about diversity, equity, and inclusion? No, the only thing he cared about was making sure that someone that was evacuating him knew how to do their job. That's what the military needs to be focusing on. So to have it about race just goes to show that maybe more members of across the aisle need to be serving in our military, because that's not something that we focus on. What we focus on is mission readiness. That's what it's all about. I don't care if you guys think that I'm racist. I'm a minority woman. Maybe I'm the wrong color of minority for you, but I'm a minority woman. I support this for those reasons because I've lost friends. Chairman, I yield my time.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman
I reserve,
reserves.
and I thank the chair for that acknowledgement.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to Ms. Takuda.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's been said once already on this floor, but I don't think it can be said enough. If we ever needed a reason to support DEI training, you need look no further than the debates, the antics that we have seen on this floor today, the childish, yes, actions that we have heard from the other side. In fact, from the backwards, racially insensitive comments spoken on this floor, it seems DEI training would be good right here in the halls of Congress. Chair, we have spent hours in markup already debating DEI, but apparently it wasn't enough. So here we are again, forced to debate yet another bad amendment. Never mind that 40% of our service members identify as members of minority groups, or that 42% of service members of color turn down assignments because of concerns about racism and discrimination that they have experienced. Never mind that almost half of all service members in a recent survey said they've been the subject of racial slurs or jokes in their communities. To say that we do not need DEI is to say racism and discrimination does not exist in our military and in our society. For the sponsor of this amendment to be proud of taking a meat cleaver to DEI flies in the face of all Americans and the diversity that we represent. What this reckless amendment and this obsession over DEI really exposes is a callous disregard for these service members and their experiences.
Time has expired.
They deserve better. America is better than this, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Virginia it reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can answer the gentlelady's question. If her question is, when will we stop debating DEI? The answer is, when we get rid of DEI in the military. We will be here fighting this fight each and every day, because what fashions itself as an inclusive ideology is in fact inherently divisive and harmful. And I acknowledge that we have many minorities that serve in our military, and we are so grateful for their patriotism, but it's the very minority groups, it's the very minority service members in my district who come and complain about these initiatives. So this isn't an affront to our service members, it is something we are doing for our service members. And you know what they really complain about? A lot of this DEI training that takes away from their jumps, their live fire time, their time in the cockpit. We need to spend more time ensuring that we can protect the homeland and less time on pronoun training and the rest of this nonsense. I reserve.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much time do we have left?
The gentlewoman has 2.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this debate today demonstrates exactly why diversity, equity, and inclusion is necessary. Not only in the military, but probably we need some training here in this body. But I'm going to limit my remarks to the armed services. I want to break down what DEI training actually is, because most of the comments I've heard today is not an accurate definition of what DEI is. I'm going to take those words one at a time. Diversity training recognizes that in diversity efforts, recognize we need to have a military, we need to have service members, we need to have an officer corps that reflects the diversity of the country that they protect. And for a wide variety of reasons, it doesn't. We need to recognize that our diversity is our strength and our unity is our power, but we can only have unity when we recognize and respect the diversity of this country and the people who serve. Equity recognizes that despite the fact the first casualty of the Revolutionary War was a black men weren't allowed to serve in the military until the Civil War. And until 1948, the service was segregated, and black men, like my uncles, were not allowed combat duty. My uncles were only allowed to cook when they served during World War II. My uncles brought back home stories of the names they were called, of the threats they received, not from the enemy, but from their fellow service members. Their children and grandchildren who heard those stories didn't want to serve in a military that was unwelcoming to them. Inclusion means we are creating an atmosphere and a workplace that is inclusive of the full diversity of everyone who serves. Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, the history of this country is complicated. The history of this country is rooted in the original sin of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow, when black Americans were treated as second citizens, if they were treated as citizens at all. We have to teach that history. And most of the amendments we have seen today have either tried to whitewash that history or ignore that it ever happened. We cannot do it. I urge the body to reject this amendment.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 53 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 54 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 55, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in House Report number 118-184, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which exempts defense-related activities from the Endangered Species Act. This amendment would end the Endangered Species Act's application in areas used for national defense-related operations and prohibits the Secretary of Interior from designating areas necessary for military operations as crucial habitats. I've been listening to my colleagues now for quite a while this afternoon and this evening. Both sides. Where there was comedy and concord, it was always arguing over how much we need to be ready and prepared. But what's happening here is, I'll give you an example, the Yuma Proving Ground, the Barry Goldwater Range, where you can fire live fire missiles, booked literally months, almost a year in advance. Why? It's one of the most remote areas in the country that allows us to do it. But can we do it all the time? No. They're closed at least 12% of the time. That means contractors and the military can't complete their mission and prepare for their mission. Why is that? Compliance with environmental laws have created restrictions on how DoD manages, plans, and conducts training exercises on its installations, not just at YPG or in Goldwater. According to DoD, 85% of Army installations have threatened or endangered species present. 2 million acres of Army training and testing lands have training restrictions in place related to ESA compliance requirements. These restrictions hinder our readiness and our mission. I reserve.
What from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, this is an extreme solution in search of a problem that does not exist. The Department of Defense is not asking for this huge loophole from the Endangered Species Act. They've never asked for this, and they don't need it. This is the 50th anniversary this year of the Endangered Species Act. Since its enactment, the ESA has provided that all agencies of the federal government, including the Department of Defense, should conserve threatened and endangered species. This amendment undermines that commitment, essentially writing the Department of Defense out of the ESA. It broadly excludes all DOT activities, including activities of defense contractors, from ESA requirements. It also constrains other federal agencies from designating critical habitat, one of the most essential tools under the Endangered Species Act. This is habitat that is necessary for the recovery of an endangered or threatened species. There is zero evidence that the ESA is negatively impacting military activities. In fact, in many cases, setting aside areas around military bases for conservation actually helps the military by limiting other types of development and uses around essential military areas. Further, the Department of Defense already has a lot of flexibility on how they can comply with the ESA. We are in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, and the Endangered Species Act continues to be an essential, visionary, critical tool for keeping species from going extinct. It is a sad testimony to the extremism of the House Republican majority that they are turning this historically bipartisan NDAA into a bonfire of hate, bigotry, and ignorance, and this amendment throws another log on that fire by trying to use NDAA to gut one of our most vital and essential environmental laws. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this terrible amendment and yield back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To oppose this amendment is an example of hate, bigotry, and ignorance. This is a long-standing issue. When you stand there and have the audacity to say there's zero evidence, explain then why officials have to report that on the Goldwater Range, they had to cancel 8% of their F-16 training exercises. And why is this for? It's for the Sonoran pronghorn, which doesn't inhabit that range. It inhabits the Kofa National Wildlife Refuge and the Cabeza Prieta Refuge. But anytime that pronghorn gets within 3 miles of this massive, massive range that we have expended, by the way, y'all just voted to give Mr. Grijalva from Arizona more money to expand that and improve that. Guess what? Won't be able to be used in a significant portion of the time. Well, that's interesting. Sonoran pronghorn. If biologists determine that that pronghorn is present within 3 miles of the training range, they shut it down. We can't bomb in certain places, can't test the missiles in certain places. Why? For the Acuna cactus. I'm telling you, when you say this isn't necessary, it is necessary. It's not extremist to say we need to help get our military ready in one of the most unique training ranges in the country, and the Goldwater Proving Range off Luke Air Force Base and the Yuma Proving Ground. With that, I'll reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, very much. Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the Congressional Endangered Species Caucus, I rise today in strong opposition to Amendment 55 of the National Defense Authorization Act offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. We are facing a biodiversity crisis in America and around the world. We should be discussing how better to protect our nation's wildlife instead of this unconscionable extreme agro-Republican attack to efforts to protect our endangered species. As my friend Mr. Huffman said, this is one of the most successful bills in American history. And this is an absolutely baseless attack on the Endangered Species Act that the Department of Defense has not asked for. No colonels, no generals, no admirals, no captains have said that they have trouble fulfilling their mission because of the Endangered Species Act. You know, the Department of Defense already has a strong natural resources program. They work very closely with the Fish and Wildlife Services, and they've been part of delisting many of the species earlier listed, including, most importantly, the American bald eagle. In the midst of a biodiversity crisis, we need an ESA that remains strong, and we need all federal agencies, especially the Department of Defense, to continue to collaborate with each other to protect our endangered wildlife. Actions to protect these species do not hinder our national security. Managing endangered species in balance with their mission is something that the Department of Defense already does very well. By the way, the Goldwater Range is actually managed not by the Endangered Species Act, by the Department of Defense own resource management plan. So I urge my colleagues to reject this unwanted, unnecessary, and destructive amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's interesting we're talking about the argument is protect wildlife. How about protecting the homeland? How about protecting our military by allowing them to be ready and prepared? How about protecting the development of new military capabilities through the research and development that goes through both the barium Goldwater Range, which, by the way, it is impacted by the ESA. That's why DOD responds. And also the COFA Range. And I will just say that I urge the passage of this amendment. I think it's necessary if you want to keep advocating for preparation, which everybody's been talking about. That's the only thing everybody's been in harmony about until you get to this. And then we're told that if you want that, somehow you're a bigot. Somehow you're ignorant. That's audacious. It's offensive. It's childish. And it doesn't warrant the worthiness of the debate that should be going on about a real issue. If you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. But you don't need to throw out ad hominem attacks, and that's really a shame. I yield back.
Yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Gentleman yields back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose is the gentleman from New York recognized?
I request to record a vote on the amendment. Thank you. Sorry.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 56, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For nearly 2 decades, brave American service members gave their blood, sweat, tears. Many made the ultimate sacrifice to the U.S. mission in Afghanistan, fighting terror and ensuring our national security. In a few short days of abject incompetence from President Biden and his administration, those gains were erased. Now, after 3 long years, the Biden administration is yet to take any accountability for its despicable withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan. I still struggle to grasp the level of abdication of leadership and sheer dereliction of duty that occurred in Afghanistan on that day. To this very day, it should infuriate every single American to see the hateful and terrorizing Taliban regime regain control of Kabul once again, touting our own American weapons, aircraft, and machinery in a mockery of our long-standing fight for the freedom of Afghanistan. While the underlying bill does have a section prohibiting the transport of currency to the Taliban, which I applaud, by the way, this amendment goes further by prohibiting any funding to the Taliban. I mean, truth is actually stranger than fiction. We fought these people for 20 years. In their mind, we surrendered. In the world's mind, we walked out, abandoned the fight that Americans gave their blood, sweat, and tears for, and now we're paying them. This is some kind of clown show, if it weren't so sad. I ask my fellow colleagues to support this amendment to refuse any kind of support to this hideous regime, especially since the Special Inspector for Afghanistan Reconstruction recently confirmed to the Oversight Committee that he cannot assure that American taxpayer dollars are not going to fund the Taliban. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim time in opposition to this amendment and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment ties the administration's hands in how it can best support the people of Afghanistan living under Taliban rule. It prohibits the use of any funds authorized via this bill to be used even tangentially to aid in our support of the millions of Afghan women and girls suffering under Taliban rule, or to those Afghans living in poverty and in need of humanitarian relief. The administration already jumps through many hoops to ensure that aid is not moving through Taliban hands. This amendment also removes the president's ability to issue waivers or licenses to allow for humanitarian need. This amendment counters our own interest to prevent humanitarian crises, to assist with detained Americans, and to continue our ongoing work to relocate all those Afghan allies who worked alongside the United States over the course of our 20-year war in Afghanistan. The amendment strives to be tough on the Taliban without any regard for the Afghan people, which will just embolden the Taliban and create further discord and distrust between the United States and Afghanistan. The amendment is a red herring. The boogeyman word in this amendment is the Taliban. What this amendment does is ties the hands of the administration by requiring sanction mitigation to go through Congress. That's the job for the administration. And with the dysfunction of this Congress, you should not even ask us to put toilet paper in the bathroom. This amendment would make that humanitarian aid illegal and people would die. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield the gentlelady from Florida 30 seconds.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Chairman, I couldn't help but pull out my pocket constitution, and I couldn't seem to find anywhere in here where it says we need to fund programs for humanitarian aid for women and children in Afghanistan. So with that, I just wanted to point that out, and I yield my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the text is not in the Constitution, it's in the bill. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington State, Representative Smith.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't say it any better than my colleague said it, so I will primarily associate myself with her remarks. But the bottom line is we have interest in Afghanistan. She mentioned a lot of the humanitarian interests. There are also national security interests. ISIS is present in Afghanistan. We have considerable concern about what they might do in terms of posing a transnational threat. We've taken strikes against there. There are many conceivable situations where we might need to work with Afghanistan in focusing on this issue, on humanitarian needs, on national security needs. If it requires Congress to do it, it ties the hands of the president to basically be able to implement the policies that we will need to protect our interests. There's no need to have this requirement. I join my colleague in urging a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remind everybody that this is the National Defense Authorization Act. It has to do with the military. If you want to keep spending money and sending money to Afghanistan, God bless you, then do it in state and foreign ops, do it in intel, do it somewhere other than in the Defense Authorization Act. This is about the defense of our country, about what's important to us and our military, not spending money in Afghanistan that should be spent on troops from the United States. I mean, if you're worried, yes, you absolutely do want to tie the hands of this commander-in-chief. He has absolutely no clue what he's doing. He's the one that walked out of the battle, gave everything to Afghanistan, gave everything to the Taliban, gave premier weaponry to the #1 terrorist organization on the planet. And you want to send them more money? If you want to do that, you can vote for that. But don't do it on the National Defense Authorization Act. People wear the uniform with the flag on their shoulder in defense of this country, in defense of our ideas, not so that you can spend money on whatever quixotic crusade that you're on in Afghanistan that you already failed at, and now you're trying to make amends for. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
The lady has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Washington State, Representative Smith.
The gentleman is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear. There is no money in the authorizing bill for Afghanistan. So the gentleman's worries are misplaced. In fact, if he wasn't bringing up this amendment, we wouldn't even be talking about it. So that last little bit there was completely wrong, totally confusing. Some big impassioned plea about how dare we pass an authorizing act that funds the Taliban. I want to assure all members there is no money in this bill for funding the Taliban. This amendment's got nothing to do with the authorizing bill. It goes way beyond that. We are not doing what the sponsor of this amendment just said we were doing. I don't know, maybe he wishes to withdraw the amendment at this point since it is pointless to his argument, but I just want to be clear for the members who will have to vote on this. It's not in the bill. This amendment has nothing to do with that. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, let me speak to that. If there's no funding in here and no authorization for spending any of American tax dollars in Afghanistan, then you certainly won't mind an amendment that does nothing.
The gentleman is not recognized.
Just 5
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
This prohibits the president from funding anything, including all that other stuff. So it goes beyond what's in the bill. You implied that in the bill we're funding this. The executive branch is a different thing. Your amendment would prohibit the administration from doing anything. That's the objection to it.
I don't want, reclaiming my time, I don't want, and I don't think the American people trust this president to spend any of their money in Afghanistan on the Taliban. This is about the Taliban and spending tax dollars. People get up in the morning while it's still dark out. They pack their lunchbox. They don't even see their kids before they go to school, and they go out to work to make a living and pay their taxes. And they dutifully do that. They want to support their country, including the national security of their country. I bet this is what they don't want to do. Spend their hard-earned tax dollars on the Taliban to persecute women and children and not let them go to school and hang up their adversaries on poles and crucify them and all those kind of things. That's what they don't want to pay for, and they don't trust this president to make the right decision because the last time he had the opportunity to do that, he screwed it up. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the last election proved that the majority of the people did trust the president. They voted for him. I want to just restate that we don't send money to the Taliban. We send money to USAID and charitable organizations, and they use the money to help the people directly. This amendment would make that work, that very important, critical, diplomatic, strategic work, illegal, and then people would die. They would die with that red blood. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
That money.
The gentleman has 15 seconds.
15 seconds. That money is being spent right now on the Taliban, and people are dying. Americans don't want this blood on their hands. They don't want to spend their tax money on the Taliban. You had 20 years to defeat the Taliban, and you walked away. I yield.
Yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire about the balance of my time?
The gentlelady has a minute 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say how important it is to read bills, and to read amendments. Once again, this amendment removes the president's ability to issue waivers or licenses to allow for humanitarian need. This amendment counters our own interest to prevent humanitarian crises, to assist with detained Americans, and to continue our ongoing work to relocate all of those Afghan allies who worked alongside the United States over the course of our 20-year war in Afghanistan. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. The chair understands that Amendment 57 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 58, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the chairman. This amendment simply prohibits the obligation of funds for promotion of or preference for sustainable building materials, including low embodied concrete or asphalt or net zero emissions in military construction. Let me be clear. This does not prohibit the use of those materials. You can still use them. It just ensures a fair playing field for all types of construction materials, including ones that we have a long history of knowing about and knowing what their integrity is, without the government's thumb on the scale. We don't need the government's thumb on the scale. We know what works, and we don't need to be experimenting with things that might be unsafe. The Biden administration is already demanding so-called green concrete and asphalt standards across the whole of government. They have committed to a government-wide effort to quote-unquote buy clean, including through construction materials. Now, I don't know, but buy clean, like I don't know what you think's dirty about concrete. Comes out of the ground, there's aggregate in it, Portland cement. I don't know what's unclean about stick-built construction made of wood grown all across the country. Hopefully it's grown across this country and not coming from China. Regardless, despite GSA issuing the first nationwide green concrete and asphalt standards according to their 2022 sustainability plan, environmentally preferable paving hasn't saved any money at the initial 6 job sites. Furthermore, it's unclear whether the technical changes in concrete mixtures, in other words, replacing Portland cement with things like fly ash and even hemp, are durable enough for any and all scenarios. Even the loudest voices advocating these technologies worldwide acknowledge the inability for the free market to adopt these technologies on its own. I'm going to quote the World Economic Forum because we love them so much. They're for America. In their 2023 report, it said it's a chicken and egg situation. If firms and their clients, as well as policymakers, don't prioritize, put their thumb on the scale for the use of low-carbon concrete in buildings and infrastructure projects, many manufacturers will be loath to allocate capital expenditures for materials production. And until low-carbon cement and concrete products are produced at greater scale, their availability and cost will be a concern for the industry. So you know what the answer is? The federal government's just going to demand it. That's the answer. Again, if green construction materials somehow become more cost-effective than traditional building materials, they will be used in private and public projects alike. In public and private project alike. Now, I'm just going to give you a scenario in my own hometown where they use fly ash underneath the asphalt at new construction, new government construction. And after about 6 months, when the asphalt on top of it all cracked because it was expanding and contracting due to heat and moisture, they tore it all back out and put the old stuff in that works. I'm not saying that we shouldn't endeavor to find new things that are better. But what I am saying is that the market will figure these things out without the federal government forcing us to accept things that we don't know about, cost more, and we're unsure about the long-term viability. With that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek opposition to oppose the amendment and to claim 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. A most interesting argument presented by our colleague. I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Rogers of Georgia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my friend from California.
I support the gentleman's intentions, but I have concerns with the impacts if this amendment were enacted as written. Lumber is a sustainable building product. Innovative timber products are currently being used in military construction projects throughout the country. I don't think anyone wants to limit the use of these timber products. The American Wood Council and the Southeastern Lumber Manufacturers Association are opposed to this amendment. I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves.
I reserved.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this amendment doesn't prohibit the use of any of this material. Not what the chairman said, not what my friend from California is going to state. Doesn't prohibit any of that. All we're saying is that the federal government shouldn't put its thumb on the scale and demand and require that we use these products. The market will work it out. The engineers will work it out. The sustainability over time of using these products will ensure the cost effectiveness and the integrity of the construction. But we can't wait. We're going to force this on everybody, whether they want it or not. And then when it fails, they're going to come back to this place and say, well, we need more money to fix these things we screwed up 10 years ago by using this stuff that wasn't ready for prime time. Just going to remind you when the time comes, because I'm going to be voting against all that funding without a reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield a minute and a half to the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee.
Gentleman is recognized
Smith
for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. The point of all this is whether or not sustainability should be an objective that we work towards in our building materials. What this amendment does is it undermines the ability to get to that goal of sustainability. Now, sustainability can mean a lot of different things. Mr. Rogers focused on the aspect of how timber can be used. There is an aspect of sustainability that focuses on whether or not what you're building will enable us to sustain the planet. And it is sort of widely accepted that the way we are using, carbon emitting, all kinds of different issues is jeopardizing the health of the planet long term. And that is something that we ought to think about and we ought to be concerned about. This kind of puts, if this amendment passes, you're putting your thumb on the scale in a different way, saying that sustainability isn't important, you're going to focus on other issues. And actually, Mr. Garameni is very good on this issue because, as the chairman of the Readiness Committee always points out, don't look at the upfront cost, look at the sustainability costs. What does it cost to maintain what you're doing? What is the long-term cost going to be? The market may be very good at figuring out what's going to be cheapest right now, today, in this second, but then we pay over the long term. This amendment basically guts our ability to contemplate that long term, to contemplate what sustainability would look like and what those long-term costs are. So I will join. It's good to be on the same side as the chairman on an amendment. So I'm with him. We should reject this amendment. Please vote no.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 30 seconds left, and he is recognized.
I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
May I inquire as to the amount of time I have?
The gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
3 minutes.
You don't have to use all of it.
Oh. Well, I will take about 2 minutes of that, and then I'll take the last minute after my colleague continues his argument. I'm curious here about the history of the United States government putting its finger on the scale. Let's think for a moment about the way in which the railroad industry was created in the United States. We're talking not only a finger, a thumb, but an extraordinary weight of the federal government creating it. Let's talk about nuclear energy. Let's talk about aircraft. Let's talk about the airline industry. We talk about anything in modern America today, and in one way or another, the federal government led and caused, in part, together with the private sector, for the industry to develop. What we are doing here in the NDAA is to set out a mechanism using the military to bring into the economy new technologies that are sustainable, that reduce greenhouse gases. If you want to buy if you want to buy steel from several American steel companies, This amendment would make it impossible for the military to buy that steel because they are using sustainable methods of creating the steel. So throughout the entire system, we find the military moving towards sustainability, reducing cost, and I might add here, maintaining the standard that is necessary for that particular, let's say, a structure, a steel structure. Could be sustainable, using hydrogen rather than coal to create the steel. Or it could be wood, cross-laminated wood products, which previously were not used by the military because they weren't considered. What we have done is to say, consider using these sustainable materials. Now with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Now, I know my good friend is from California, so I got to restate things over and over again, but this prohibits the obligation or the preference for sustainable building materials. It does not prohibit the use of these materials, so they can be used. It just doesn't say that the government's going to put its thumb on the scale. And oh, by the way, all we're doing in this NDAA without this amendment, is saying the taxpayers, you're going to bear the burden. You folks up there are going to bear the burden of seeing if this stuff works, how long it works, how expensive it is. The railroads, yeah, absolutely, because there wasn't a railroad. Nuclear energy didn't exist without the government. That's a little different than things that already do exist and already work. With that, I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
It's always interesting to listen to my colleague and often find that he is incorrect, Mr. Chairman. However, let's consider for a moment what we really have here. We have an entirely new system being developed within the United States and really around the world, and that is new materials that are being developed every day. What this amendment does would make it difficult, if not impossible, for the military to engage in the purchase of those new materials. It is, in fact, the military that has, through the history of the United States, brought into the American economy new systems and new materials. And we can go through a long, long list of those, but I won't spend all my time to do that. What I will simply say is what we are doing with the NDAA is to make sure that we have resiliency, that we are reducing the impact of carbon in our society and in the climate of this world, and we are also requiring that those new materials meet the highest standards used in all of the United States. So I'm afraid I'm out of time. We'll continue this in the back room. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
We're good, John.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
We won.
Does the gentleman withdraw?
The details.
Does the gentleman withdraw?
My motion.
Okay, the motion is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider an amendment number 59 printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the use of research and development, testing and evaluation funding for electric vehicles, electric vehicle charging, and photovoltaic technology in the NDA. For the past decade, the Department of Defense RDT&E funding has been squandered on wastefully ineffective green technologies at the expense of enhanced readiness and lethality. This misguided push by the left and this administration has only worsened this misallocation of resources in their dangerous efforts to force the American people to abandon the forms of energy and transportation that allows for our prosperity and security. This effort has now moved into a dangerous direction toward the procurement of electric tactical vehicles without regard to the numerous drawbacks of EVs compared to the internal combustion engine vehicles that have been perfected over 100 years. What happens when the batteries die on the battlefield and our soldiers, sailors, and Marines are stuck for hours while the battery is waiting to charge in a sandstorm? How does prioritizing the green energy cult over the safety and lethality of our warfighters promote our national security? More concerningly, the component minerals necessary for these technologies are almost entirely controlled by our enemies in Beijing. That's great. The supply chain for our military comes from China, giving our literal enemies complete control over our military supply chains and the ability to disrupt the defense of our nation. I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve the ballots.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I seek to claim the time, please.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Prohibit funds for electric vehicles, electric chargers, photovoltaic technology. Over the past 4 years, every Army, every Marine Corps uniformed officer that testified before our Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee has been crystal clear. Electrification of combat and tactical vehicles has tremendous operating promise and value. That's what they tell us, the experts. This capability is needed sooner rather than later. In every meeting I've had with military leaders on electrification, that they talk about the electrical vehicle operational value, that this is a proven tactical capability that will make our ground forces more mobile, more lethal, and survivable. This is about fighting and winning. This is not a climate issue. This is about giving our war fighters the best equipment. You walk down the street, you hear those electric cars. No, you don't. That's exactly why they want this. It's because they're quiet. They don't put out the heat signature of combustion engines. This isn't made up accidentally. This is the testimony from military leaders over the last 4 years, starting with the Trump administration and now continuing with the Biden administration. This is important. Our military leaders say they support the electrification. It's not for climate change. It's about operational value for our warfighters. It is insane that we want to take away from our warfighters a vehicle that can be safe, to sneak up on somebody, not to say, hey, I'm here, folks. And by the way, they charge. That's great. But you know what happens to vehicles? They also run out of gas. The very first prisoner of war during the Iraqi invasion was from a fuel truck who made a wrong turn. We understand those challenges, but this is about giving our warfighters what they need, the operational need, the equipment. Not to mention, by pulling down photovoltaic, we're shutting down any satellite in the future. Because you know what? They don't have extension cords to space. They need solar panels, and you're trying to shut it down. Unbelievable. And I urge so strongly the opposition to this amendment. And I yield back. All right, excuse me. I reserve.
The gentleman reserved. Members are reminded to make their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As someone who did serve and did use the vehicles for over 3 decades, rose from the bottom to the general ranks. So I would say at some level, when you're a GO, you're in top leadership. Not one person in those over 3.5 decades ever told me, not one, we're not going to be able to win this fight without an electric tactical vehicle. Not one. As for the first prisoner in Iraq who made a wrong turn driving a fuel truck, it wasn't because they ran out of fuel. It's because they made a wrong turn. I know where the wrong turn was made because I served in Diwania. It has nothing to do with the issue at hand. The issue at hand is that we shouldn't be spending our R&D money from the military on things that can be bought off the shelf once they're proven. once they're proven. And if the military does want to buy this stuff, let the contractors prove it to them so that the taxpayers don't have to pay for all the failures along the way. And even more important, so the service members in contact don't have to pay with their lives for the failures along the way. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'd just like to remind everybody we used to ride horses in the battle. Doesn't make them wrong, but I don't think they work too well today. There's certainly plenty. At this time, I yield 30 seconds to the chairman of the committee, Mr. Rogers.
The gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank my friend from New Jersey. This amendment would prohibit the Department of Defense from spending any research development funding on solar cells and other technologies on Earth or in orbit. As most people who know me know, I spend a lot of time on national security space. 100% of our U.S. satellites, both government and commercial, rely on secure communications, missile warning, and global positioning are powered by solar cells. Ending research and development on cutting-edge solar technology does not advance national defense. In fact, it would limit our ability to confront China in space as they seek to challenge our superiority. I agree the DoD shouldn't waste time on fake green initiatives, but advancing key space capabilities with these technologies makes our military more lethal. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you.
Reserves.
I do.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I appreciate the chairman's remark, and I certainly live better because satellites exist in space. Unfortunately, I have to live with the fact that the satellites in space are powered by Chinese-made solar panels. When the chairman can tell me that the solar panels are all going to be made in America without slave labor from Congo or from East Turkestan, then maybe this wouldn't be germane. But I don't think we should be dependent on our enemy for our power or our satellites. And with that, I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Just wanted to remind everybody that we do not allow Chinese-made on our satellite, and that facts do count. At this point, I would like to yield a minute and a half to the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want just to associate myself with Chairman Rogers' remarks. These technologies are crucially important to developing the capabilities that we need to be able to compete with China, deter our adversaries, and have a strong military. And I understand that there are controversial decisions that are made. What is the right technology going forward? We will never be perfect about this. We've gone through this in DoD in many instances. Gosh, we've spent a lot of money on the F-35 that didn't quite work out, spent a lot of money on a lot of different programs that didn't work out perfectly. Targeting electric, solar, new green energy, I realize is being done because of the politics around it, but I would hope that we could put aside those political debates on that to recognize the crucial need that we have for these technologies in the military. If the gentleman's amendment passes, I guess we'd have to take down the satellites. I mean, how's this going to work exactly? This is a really, really bad idea, and I hope we will vote no. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Yes.
And the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. Just want to remind everybody, this is an operational need that came from the experts, those who testified before our committee over the last 4 years that they want this, they need this, and they understand it's a proven technology to give our warfighters that tactical need that they need. And I strongly urge the opposition to this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 60 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 61, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 61, oddly enough.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to recognize the chairman, Mr. Rogers, for 45 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend and colleague from California. I support the amendment, believe it will help the Armed Services and Foreign Affairs Committees in their ongoing investigations in the war in Afghanistan. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from, for what purpose is the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey. Sorry, I was on the last debate. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I do a lot of good work with my friend from California, and we've agreed before, but I have to vehemently disagree with him on this particular amendment. It's framed as an Afghanistan oversight amendment, an issue that is very important to me, of which I've worked very hard on over the last couple of years, both before the withdrawal from Afghanistan and after the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And it lists a number of efforts and a number of data points and information and documents that it wants the government to turn over. If only somebody had thought of this before. If only we thought about doing oversight of Afghanistan before, like maybe the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, SIGAR, or maybe the Abbey Gate investigation, or maybe the thousands of documents that CENTCOM already has on its website, or maybe the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee that Foreign Affairs actually just created that I'm the ranking member of, or maybe the DOD, State Department, and CIA after action reviews that exists, or maybe the General Accountability Office investigations, or maybe the IG investigations, or maybe the Bipartisan Afghanistan War Commission that we've supported that has 8 Democrats and 8 Republicans that many of my friends on the opposite side of the aisle won't even agree to fund now. Or maybe the 20 pieces of legislation that I and others have supported to make sure that we learn lessons and do this right. Or maybe the Afghan Allies Protection Act that I'm moving forward to do right by our SIVs. Or maybe the Afghan Adjustment Act to make sure that we're helping those Afghans that we evacuated. I could go on and on about all the efforts that I've worked on and others have worked on that I would fully support and hope that you would do the same. But this is just a political effort, right? There's all this other stuff going on that I support that are good bipartisan efforts. This is duplicative, which makes it gratuitously political, and I urge my colleagues not to support this measure. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Washington reserve? The gentleman from Washington reserves?
I reserve. Apologize.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm afraid I wish my colleague had stayed for a little longer because I'd like to change his mind as to why I'm doing it, what I'm doing, and what the purpose would be. I've been in pretty constant contact, my office, with many of the families, more than 10 of them, of the 13 who lost their lives in the withdrawal from Bagram. Many of the, from Afghanistan, but many of the individuals, family members, have asked specific questions that have never been answered. And they continue to want to have specific questions answered, particularly and including, obviously, individuals, what we knew about them, how they came to be released, a lot of the activities that went on. Now, some of it will have to be transmitted on a classified basis, but most of it can be given to the committees of jurisdiction openly. Those families, the families of 13, and the families of all the others who have lost their lives, deserve closure. I believe that although the Special IG and lots of other organizations have done a lot of good work, much of it is not yet available to Congress and as a result not available to the families or to the American people. And for that reason, I crafted this multi-page amendment specifically and narrowly to ask for information that to a great extent has not yet been granted, which the Department of Defense has. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. The gentleman's amendment requires the DoD to generate a report and provide all documentation to Congress on the decision to withdraw from Afghanistan, the attack at Abbey Gate, in coordination with state, provide the number and immigration status of those evacuated from Afghanistan, and U.S. support or interference with non-governmental groups assisting with the evacuation. So there's nothing particularly narrowly crafted about this. It's very broad. And the larger problem, this is all information, as Mr. Crow indicated, that has been turned over repeatedly to multiple different commissions in multiple different entities. I do not doubt that the families still have questions, and the extent that they have questions, we should try to answer them. Those questions are not going to be answered in the documentation that the gentleman is asking for. And I know this because these documents have already been turned over, already been made available, and as the gentleman just said, the families still have questions, and I completely respect that. We should find ways to answer those questions. This amendment isn't going to do that. It is not going to answer those questions. It is simply asking for documentation that has already been provided in multiple forums. And I will grant you that it depends on the forum, but we've got the Inspector General. Mr. Crow went through the list of all the different people who have seen this and remember, including right now the Republican-led House Foreign Affairs Committee, which is not being remotely shy about pursuing this information, is leading an investigation on precisely that issue. So this is duplicative, will not answer the questions that the gentleman just raised. So I don't support this amendment. I agree with Mr. Crow that there's no apparent purpose for it. This information has been provided, and if we pass this amendment, it implies that it hasn't, that that's wrong, dishonest, and we shouldn't do it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself some continued time. I wish that the gentleman would come with, on Monday night, I'll have more than 24 of the family members for dinner after votes, and you're invited. My treat. The fact is, those unanswered questions are not because voluminous documents haven't been requested, and in some cases, money have been received. It's because when committees ask, and I have plenty of experience in oversight, when committees ask, they get told that we will provide you such information as is appropriate to your request, and we determine should be granted. That's short of when you pass a law. The weight of this amendment in this act will, in fact, have a weight of law for compliance. That is a weight of law which is higher than a committee requesting or even a committee subpoena. That is the reason that this is different. This will ensure that if someone says, look, we've already granted it all, they can either push a button and duplicate it, they can give us stacks from other reports, or in fact, they can look one more time for the information we've been asking for and be more complete, compliant with a law that will ultimately be signed by the President. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
30 seconds. The weight of law is important if the information hasn't been turned over. That's what the weight of law does, is compels them to do it. And again, I will emphasize the answers that the gentleman seeks, and I applaud you for having those conversations with the victims. I hope you do. I hope you can answer those questions. I hope somebody can. But this amendment does not advance that conversation at all. I appreciate the fact that the gentleman's had some time to talk about this very important issue. But the amendment is simply seeking information that is already provided. And as far as the opportunity to have it again, as I understand it, that subcommittee on foreign affairs, I yield myself an additional 15 seconds, is still going. They are very, very far from done. So those questions have a very obvious forum and multiple other forums in which to continue to answer those questions. Again, this amendment implies the Department of Defense is withholding something. They are not. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. Let me tell a quick story. Some years ago, we subpoenaed information from the Department of Justice. The Attorney General himself, then Eric Holder, came before me, both in committee and personally, up to and including the moment in which he was held in contempt, met with us in the Speaker's office and assured us that if we would just take the 279 pages that was fully meeting all of our requests, and accept that as a complete record and be done with it, that he would give them to us. Otherwise, he would withhold them. We held him in contempt. We went to court. And many months later, Amy Berman Jackson, a federal judge, said, let me see the documents you're withholding and all of them that you're claiming the executive privilege, all of them that in fact are responsive to his request. We received thousands of pages that never went to Amy Berman Jackson because they had no merit. Then we received more than 10,000 more pages that did go through a review process. 279, 2,000, 10,000. The fact is, it is not new for administrations to give you some documents and not look thoroughly until there is a compelling law. I do not want to go back through the process of going to a federal judge or holding someone in contempt. This is a way to ensure that they either comply or honestly tell us they have already complied. I cannot take the word this lightly of any administration. I've been down that road before, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Then I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington has 15 seconds and is recognized.
I yield the balance of that time to Mr. Crow.
Thank you. My friend from California, I will always accept an offer to meet with our families of the fallen. You know, I served in Afghanistan, as you know, and some of my friends and people that I served with made the ultimate sacrifice. But this is not the way to advance this mission and get this done. As the ranking member of the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee, I will work with you to do it the right way.
Expired. The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
We're not going to ask.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in House Report 118 through 142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Missouri and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment to eliminate the Diversity and Inclusion Deputy Inspector General, to prohibit the establishment of new diversity, equity, inclusion positions within the DoD, and to prohibit the Secretary from filling any vacancies for DEI positions. For years, the left has forced radical and unpopular ideas into our very institutions that are under the cover of DEI policies. But DEI initiatives and policies are not about making everyone feel like they belong. It is a smokescreen. Instead of uniting us, it's about dividing us. It's about dividing our country into separate groups that are based on identity and conforming to a radical agenda that replaces our shared American identity instead with a tribalism, with a tribal collectivism. And you know what? It's a disgrace to our political and military leaders who have allowed this to occur in the Department of Defense. You see, the DoD's mission is not that. Its mission instead is to provide the military forces that are needed to deter war and ensure the nation's security. But dividing our troops and the DoD employees by race and identity does nothing but distract from the mission of addressing real and imminent threats to the U.S. national security. In reality, woke indoctrination serves as only one of these very threats.